अब अपना आवाज जा रहा है क्या इधर? यस।
Okay, good morning, everyone. From ANRCM, it's 10 o'clock, and we are just about to start. We are waiting for our chairman. He'll be with us in a couple of seconds, or he's here. So very good morning to everyone. I'll request Dr. Sanjay Arora, Secretary of ANRCM, to please take over the proceedings from hereafter.
Good morning, everybody. So we will be starting our inaugural session. In today's inaugural session, as you have received the program, I hope everybody have received it. Dr. D.K. Sharma, our patron of this Academy of Natural Resource Conservation and Management at Lucknow, UP, India, who was ex-director of ICR CSSRI Karnal, and he is NAS fellow as well as he is uh, emeritus scientist of ICR. So he is with us now, Dr. D.K. Sharma. Professor Annie is co-chairman from Philippines, but last night she has mailed me that there is some internet problem. Maybe she may join later. Dr. Pradeep Kumar Rai and Dr. Chandrasekhar Singh will be the convener of the session. So before going ahead, I think our chief guest, Professor Desi, is with us. So I request Dr. Pradeep Kumar Rai to kindly start as convener of the session. Dr. Vikas, please unmute Dr. Pradeep Kumar Rai. Dr. Rai.
Dr. Vikas, please unmute Dr. Rai.
Yeah, already done. Dr. Rai, you can unmute yourself.
Dr. Rai, please unmute. Dr. Rai, please unmute yourself.
विकास, डॉक्टर राय को अनम्यूट करो.
Already कर दी है. Anybody can unmute right now.
Dr. Rai.
Okay.
Dr. P.K. Rai, please unmute yourself.
Dr. Sanjay, I think he is having some issues. You can start yourself, sir. You can introduce.
Okay. We will be starting the session. There is some issues in Dr. Rai's connectivity. The Academy of Natural Resource Conservation and Management is organizing 2 days international web conference. As you are aware that we wanted that some of the issues to be discussed on the platform, and we are here to have the discussion. So starting with the welcome, as a formal welcome by President of the ANRCM, Dr. Atul Kumar Singh. I request Dr. Atul Kumar Singh to welcome the guests as well as the participants.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. Very good morning to everyone. We are very fortunate to have all of you with us, and this conference, the theme of this conference, we have kept it on resource management and biodiversity conservation. Considering the current situation, this COVID-19, we have a greater realization to our resources. We have to manage well our resources, also our diversity also, biodiversity also. Because if we not do at this time, in future we are going to get more and more such type of situations. So I think this conference will enlighten us from various aspects, and we have during our inaugural session, we have very eminent speakers, and I welcome our distinguished guests, Professor Carmelo, Professor Sadegi, Professor Dr. N.S. Rathore, Dr. Ashok K. Patra, and Professor Geletic, Professor Asher, who have a vast experience in these type of fields like natural resources and biodiversity management. And I'm very confident that we all will be enlightened by the words they will be speaking during this inaugural sessions. I also welcome our patron, Dr. D.K. Sharma, who has been guiding us constantly to organize these type of activities. During technical sessions, we are also having with us various eminent speakers who have various who are having the very vast experiences in the field of natural resources and biodiversity management. So I think you will come across with those speakers, and certainly you will be getting what they are doing at in different parts of the world. So with this, I welcome all of you, and I welcome my participants, because they are the key to such type of conferences, such type of activities. And we have been very lucky of SMs, and we have got very overwhelming responses. So I'm highly thankful to all the participants, and I welcome all of you in this international conference. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh.
Yes, Dr.
Vikas,
Pradeep Rai.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Singh. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Arora, Secretary of the ANRCM, to say about the ANRCM.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. Just I want to brief about the Academy and its activities. The Academy of Natural Resource Conservation and Management was recently established with a group of professional scientists, conservationists, researchers, students, as well as some farmers are there who have pledged to work for the wise management of natural resources, especially soil, water, land, forest, as well as biodiversity. The Academy is a non-profit organization, and we are devoted for the conservation and management of sustainable as well as sustainable use of resources for the sustainable environment as well as agriculture. The Academy is taking up many activities to generate awareness, sharing knowledge, dissemination of technologies, advanced techniques and approaches for conservation and management of natural resources in the field of soil, water, land, especially forest and biodiversity conservation. We have organized one national seminar during March 2020. We have got overwhelming response from the participants from India. But due to COVID-19 pandemic, there was some problem to host it at the venue. But later we have organized on July 11th, the World Population Day, with the theme impact of population pressure on natural resources and environment. And we have organized it on video conferencing. The present one is the third one, because in the second national webinar we have organized web conference in which more than 483 participants got registered themselves. So we are bringing out journal also, Journal of Natural Resource Conservation and Management, and publish bulletins as well as newsletters for the benefits of the members as well as the intellectuals and policymakers who are mainly concerned with the management of natural resources. I, on behalf of ANRCM, convey my gratitude to our Chief Patron, Professor Dr. GB Singh, ex-DDG NRM ICR, and Vice Chancellor of universities like Faizabad and Jabalpur. Dr. D.K. Sharma is our patron, and we have a strong committee, executive committee, who is devoted to organizing such events, dissemination of technologies, and they are themselves good researchers. And this international web conference was also being shouldered by Dr. Sanjay Swami, who is a dynamic scientist, and the last one, Dr. Vikas Sharma, conducted the National Web Conference. So we have a strong team, and in this international web conference also, we have got a huge response from not only from India but from abroad, and we wanted that some foreign nationals, for experts from Iran, experts from Italy, experts from different parts of the country of the world should come on the platform and give us some insights on the management and conservation of resources for the benefits of the especially members of ANRCM as well as the participants of this international web conference. So we will be organizing quiz events also during this 2 days. It will be an e-quiz. Our colleague Dr. Anshuman Kohli is very active in these things, and he will be taking up the quiz activity. We have poster sessions for young scientists, young researchers. They will be participating in huge numbers. We have got good response, and this video conferencing web conference we are streaming live on YouTube, and in this we are having during a different session we will be having Professor Placentis from Spain, who is an experienced professional in the field of land conservation and management. Professor Ratan Lal, our plenary speaker, will join us tomorrow. He is the World Food Prize laureate for 2020, born in India and brought up in worked in USA. He has dynamic experience. He will be talking to us and discussing on various issues tomorrow. So, keeping all these things in view, the academy is motivated by your contact, by your presence, and I think you will cooperate with us in every sense, and we will be taking up in more such activities in near future to share our different experts' knowledge as well as discuss different issues and come out with some constructive approaches. Thank you to all the guests, to all the speakers, and I now request Dr. P.K. Rai to take up that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arora, for the detailed information about the ANRCM. Now I request Dr. Sanjay Swami, Organizing Secretary of this international webinar, to kind of brief about this conference.
Thank you, Dr. Rai.
Dr. Sanjay Swami, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a great pride for me in organizing this important international web conference on resource management and biodiversity conservation to achieve sustainable development goals under the banner of Academy of Natural Resource Conservation and Management, Lucknow, India, during 11th and 12th December 2020. At the outset, on behalf of the Academy and on my personal behalf, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Honorable Professor Carmelo Dezzi, President, European Society for Soil Conservation, University of Palermo, Italy, I convey my gratitude to you, sir, for accepting our invitation within a short notice and gracing the inaugural session of the conference as chief guest. I also welcome our guest of honor, Professor S.H.R. Sadeghi from Tarbiyat Modares University, Iran. Of course, he is our old friend, and every time he is accessible to us. Friends, I also feel honored in welcoming Professor N.S. Rathod, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MPUAT Udaipur, and former Deputy Director General Education, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi. Sir, I am highly indebted to you for sparing your valuable time to deliver keynote address and guide us. Not only this time, whenever I approach you, you are kind enough to bless us with your words of wisdom. You are really a good teacher, good administrator, and of course, a great visionary and a nice human being. I bow down my head in respect of you. I also extend hearty welcome to Dr. Ashok K. Patra, Director, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, India, and President, Indian Society of Soil Science, New Delhi, to be a keynote speaker, and Professor Zalatik Belgrade University, Serbia, and Professor Jipta Ben Aser, Ben Gurion University of the Nagdev Birseva, Israel, to be lead speakers in this inaugural program. I also heartily welcome and extend my thankfulness to Honorable Professor Ratanlalji, Laureate 2020 and Distinguished Professor, Ohio State University, USA, for accepting our invitation to deliver plenary address, and also for other key and lead speakers, Professor Plasantis from Spain, Dr. Vasi from Sri Lanka, Dr. Vista and Dr. Nakul from Nepal, Dr. Stepnos from Kyrgyzstan, Dr. R.K. Singh from UAE, then Dr. Mahesh K. Ghatala from Bangladesh, Dr. Sudarshan Datta from Morocco, Dr. Rita from Bhutan, Dr. Zainab from China, Dr. UK Bera, and Dr. Swed from India. I also extend hearty welcome to the other distinguished speaker participants from every nook and corner of the country and abroad. I would like to place on record that more than 550 participants from many countries like USA, Spain, Italy, Israel, Serbia, Kyrgyzstan, UAE, Morocco, then Nepal, Bhutan, Ethiopia, China, Bangladesh, Egypt, Iran, Kenya, Nigeria, Philippines, Yemen, etc., are participating in this conference. And this shows the keen and high interest of the participant to share their ideas and their research findings. Friends, you know that for achieving a better and more sustainable future for all of us, 17 global interdependent goals were designed in 2015 and intended to achieve all of these goals by 2030. We can achieve all those most of these goals of sustainable development goals targets by focusing on the managing our natural resources and conserving biodiversity. You know that natural resources are the basis of human life. We use varied natural resources in different ways to satisfy our needs. However, these resources are not infinitely available for human use. This general problem of shortage is further aggravated by the degradation and destruction of natural resources. This is mainly due to overuse or non-adapted use of available. All countries are now facing double challenge to improve the productivity and yield of crops while preserving the resources. The health of ecosystem on which we and all other species depend is deteriorating more rapidly than ever. We We are eroding the very foundations of our economies, livelihood, food security, health, and quality of life worldwide. In earlier times, various wild crops, different millets, etc., were grown, and the biodiversity and the ecosystem was well conserved. But with the advent of modern agriculture, focus is made mainly on paddy, wheat, maize, etc. And as a result, the biodiversity is confining or declining, and many of these species are marching towards extinction. The replacement of land races with a few genetically uniform varieties depletes genetic diversity and provides ideal conditions for pest, disease, and adverse climatic change and creates genetic vulnerability. These problems are easy to understand, very easy to understand, but very difficult to resolve. See, in 2030, the population will be 9 billion inhabitant against 7 billion as on today. A growth which will demand around 70% increase in the agriculture production by 2050. Only the introduction of effective solutions that allow farmers to improve productivity while preserving resources will enable us to meet these challenges. Therefore, resource management and biodiversity conservation are critical to achieve sustainable development goals for a better and more sustainable future world. Therefore, we have designed this conference with the 5 under diverse ecosystem, biodiversity development, precision agriculture, and climate smart approaches for sustainable management of resources, agriculture diversification, nutrient management, soil health, and innovative options for environmental sustainability. And of course, in the present era, it is very important that we are passing through the impacts of COVID-19 on agriculture, policy responses, and livelihood security. Friends, I appreciate the day and night efforts made by the executive committee of ANRCM and organizing team for successful organization of this mega event, especially Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Arora, Dr. Y.P. Singh ji, Dr. Vikas, Dr. Kohli, Dr. Nile, Dr. Srivastava, Mr. Siva, then Mr. Rajsekhar, Mr. Subham, Mr. Charan. They are working day and night for making successful of this event. In the end, I am thankful to the Academy for just providing me this opportunity to organize this important international web conference. I am confident that this web conference will deliberate on all the related issues of the resource management and biodiversity conservation and will come out with some concrete recommendation to formulate guidelines to face the challenge that we are going to face in future. Thank you, everyone, one and all. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Swabi, for introducing about the web conference. And Dr. Daisy, I am very much thankful to you. You consider our request on behalf of ANRCM. I thank you very much for means at 6 a.m. I think you have joined in that at that time in Italy, and I am very much thankful to you, sir. So we are proceeding with the session. I request Dr. D.K. Sharma, chairman of the session, to kindly start the proceeding of the session and to get the conference inaugurated and the take up the future further activities of the session. Dr. D.K. Sharma, sir. Dr. Vikas, please unmute Dr. D.K. Sharma. Sir, please unmute.
Hello?
Yes, now it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arora, Dr. Atul Kumar Singh, President of the Academy, my international scientist, and professors, not only the one country, but from Europe, America, Australia, and Asia countries. Now, I will not take much time and start the inaugural of the function of the international web conference, and the inaugural address will be given by Professor Carmelo Daci. He is the president of European Society of Soil Conservation, University of Palermo, Italy. He is also an honorary professor of Universidad at Paris, president of the European Society of Soil Conservation. His research activities are mainly related to soil survey and land evaluation, soil and saline water relationship, soil degradation and desertification, pedologist, and also the human health. He has published more than 200 papers in the national and international journals. He supervised several PhD students. He is a member of Panel of Soil Quality, Italian Ministry of Agriculture. He is also a vice president of Italian Society of Soil Science. Now, I request Professor Carmelo Daci, please inaugural the function and also this international webinar. Thank you very much. Professor Daci, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. And can you hear me? And can you?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, thanks a lot for your kind presentation, and thanks also to the organizer of this very important international web conference on resource management and biodiversity conservation to achieve sustainable development goals. I wish to share my presentation with you, so let me share my screen. And can you see my presentation?
Yes.
It's good for you?
Yeah.
Okay, so distinguished colleagues and dear friends, on behalf of the European Society for Soil Conservation, I wish to express my deepest sympathy for you, Indian friends and colleagues, and to the people of India suffering so much in these COVID days. We are with you in this difficult moment and hope that all together we will recover as soon as possible. It is a great honor for me to welcome you on behalf of the European Society for Soil Conservation. The European Society for Soil Conservation was founded in Ghent, Belgium on November 4, 1988 by a small group of researchers from various European countries. During the 33 years that have elapsed since its beginning, the Society has made great strides. For now, it constitutes an important international network of soil scholars from 47 countries. The activity of the Society in the organizing and support scientific meeting, the backing of soil conservation studies, cooperation with institutions and with persons on conservation initiative, the publication of studies and documents are all things we greatly value and of which we are very proud. However, social progress, the development of the school of thought as well as knowledge and scientific approaches to the soil, led us to rethink old and new challenges with broader and intertwined aims, taking up the continuous processes of review and criticism of scientific method. In this context, it is in this context that we are looking at the role and functions of the soil in the natural system, in a perspective of resource management and biodiversity conservation to achieve the sustainable development goals. We know that soil constitutes the path of life on the surface of the planet and provide for the multiple aspects, services, and function for the society. We are aware since ancient times of the importance of the soil for the humankind. 2000 years ago, Cicero, the Latin writer and philosopher, referred to the destruction of the forest in North Africa and the resulting bare areas as similar to a desert. Nevertheless, we do not take care of the warnings that more and more, particularly after the beginning of the Anthropocene, draw our attention. One of these warnings comes from my country, from the story of ancient Rome and the events leading to the decline and fall of the Roman Empire in the West. Historians maintain that Rome fell due to the decadence of its leader, the corruption of its emperors, and to the superior military tactics of the barbaric invaders. There is obvious a lot of truth in this. However, the same historians reveal that the greatest causes of the decline of the Roman Empire was due to the slow process of fertility loss in the soils and consequently to their productive capability. The reduced agricultural production resulted in ever diminishing harvests that were not sufficient to maintain the lifestyle of Roman citizens and their army, or to supply enough wealth to maintain the great infrastructure of the empire. I mean, roads, aqueducts, monuments, and so on. The progressive decline in soil fertility started just when Rome began to depend on agriculture as an alternative to its unsuccessful conquest. During the final period of the empire, agriculture gave over 90% of public income, and products from the land were of vital importance to its survival. They therefore tried to intensify agricultural production in order to provide food for citizens and soldiers. This led to further exploitation of the land, which was already exhausted, and caused a continuous low depopulation of the country. That lasted for the whole period of the empire. In some provinces in North Africa and along the entire Mediterranean basin, almost half of the arable land had been abandoned by the end of the 3rd century. Weakened by the depletion of its energy system, the empire then fell. Basic services were reduced. The immense infrastructure on which it was based fell into ruins. Soldiers could no longer keep enemies at bay, and barbaric orders began to weaken the empire, beginning from its harvest land. Toward the end of the 5th century, the invaders reached Rome. Its population, which has reached a peak of over 1 million 2,000 years ago, fell to under 30,000. Rome was reduced to a mass of rubble, a hard lesson a hard lesson on how pitilessly the heart can react. This lesson from history should make us think about the close relationship between the quality of the soil and the quality of our life. From the first concept of soil as an essential resource for food production, other views or conceptual models have been added gradually, which have answered the different socio-economic needs of each historical period. At the moment, the size and sensitivity of the natural environment oblige the scientific community to devote time to different aspects of the study of soil function, to consider new approach, orientation, and methods, and to give an answer to the growing demand for information and scientific knowledge about the soil, generated from very different sectors: scientific, academic, environmental, agricultural, forestry, landscape, planning, administration, and so on. The way we use the land and its soil could give a big hand in mitigating global warming. The report on climatic change and land of the International Panel for Climatic Change, presented last year in Geneva, draw a future made of floods, droughts, and desert. The report showed that about a quarter of greenhouse gas emission comes from misuse of the soil. To respect the agreement of Paris is not enough to cut emission. We need to practice a sustainable management of the natural resources and the soil in particular, preserving soil security and conserving its biodiversity. The world climate has already changed. Heat waves and extreme events increasingly lead to soil degradation and desertification. The drought is increasingly affecting Southern Europe, along with many poor areas of the world. The International Panel report points the finger at the cancellation of green areas like marshes, pastures, mangroves, and forests, the lungs of the planet. In addition, stresses the importance of the food chain. 1/3 of the production is lost and is responsible for up to 10% of emission in the food system. This will produce more conflicts and migration with enormous social costs, because arable soil will expand more and more to the north, while in tropical and subtropical areas, we will have more drought and desertification. We need to change our relationship to the environment, to the soil, and to the food. The general issue of this conference, resource management and biodiversity conservation to achieve sustainable development goals, stressed that never as today, the future of humankind depends from the soil and from their conservation. When there is to protect the value, individuals must become a group. A political movement, and make the law consider that value as a fundamental value to man. We are a scientific society, not a political group. Our tools are the findings of the scientific researchers, and we use these findings to generate and to give information as well as knowledge about natural resources. we must be so clever to be able to propose guidelines and courses of action to society, which will contribute to an effective and sustainable management of the natural resources. We must be, this conference is on the way to be a great opportunity for soil scientists to stimulate deep reflections on the importance of the resource management and biodiversity conservation for humankind, paying special attention to the new challenges and opportunities concerning the soil sensu lato. Undoubtedly, in the economic scenario after the coronavirus, huge fluxes of money will be assigned to support the economy of many social and economic sectors, and only crumbs of money will be allocated to the scientific research in soil science. So, particularly in this strange period, to me, the most important question is, which is the role of the soil scientist in the society? A big role, I suppose. We, soil scientists, are convinced of the importance and relevance of the soils. Now we must be so wise and so clever to improve the societal perception of the soil. But how to do this? I believe that we must be pragmatic. We must consider that money makes the world go round. So we must start to consider the soil not only as a natural resource, but mainly as an economic resource. I'm strongly convinced that considering the soil as an economic resource is the only way to attract attention from administrators and politicians. In this context, congresses and conferences like this can play an important role in bringing together experts from several disciplines to try to give a value to the benefit we obtain from the soil. This will allow to soil to acquire more and more consideration in all spheres of the society and to humankind to achieve the sustainable development goals, starting from, in my opinion, this is a personal opinion, starting from the last one, the partnership for sustainable development. We must agree on this, first of all. After that, we can start to work for the other sustainable development goals. So, I'm at the end of my speech. Again, I wish to say thanks to all of you, in particular to the organizer of this International Web Conference. Enjoy the conference, and on behalf of the European Society for Soil Conservation, and personally, again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daji. And your lecture is very informative and also very precise. You have mentioned many things, starting from history in 117 AD during ancient Rome era. You have also mentioned that the climate change will increase the conflict and also migration from the peoples, not only the persons but the animal also. So we should think in the coronavirus era that in the research area we will get the less money, And soil is not only the natural resource, but it is a economic resource, and it is very well mentioned by you. Now I want to say one more example. In our country, India, our GDP is minus 23%, but the agriculture growth is plus 3.5%. So agriculture is also the main, is the positive thing in our country, because we have the more than 130 crores of population. So the agriculture, we got the 3.5% uh, rate of increase in our agriculture production. So thank you very much. Very nice presentation, Dr. Carmelo Daji.
Thank you to you, Dr. Sharma.
Okay, now the next speaker is Professor SHR Sadeghi, Tarbiyat Meridias University of Iran. Dr. Sadeghi is the professor of watershed management, faculty of natural resource, Tarbiyat, Mardariz University, Iran. He has published 14 books and chapters, and also published more than 300 research papers in the national and international journals. He also, his field is the soil erosion and sedimentation, yield modeling, hydrologic processes, and watershed management. He supervised more than 90 MSc and PhD students. Dr. Sadeghi, awarded as recognized and also the head of the university. Dr. Sadeghi is the member of many scientific society and president of Water Management Society in Iran. So now I request Professor Sadeghi kindly speak on the topic of today mentioned in your speech.
He is invited guest of honor today of the inaugural session. So I welcome Professor Sadeghi on behalf of ANRCM and accepting our invitation to join.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sharma and Dr. Sanjay Arora. Really, it is my pleasure to being among you people, and I'm feeling at home, as you know very well. Respected excellencies, senior scientists, colleagues, scholars, audiences, organizers, and distinguished guests, I firstly wish you a very good time, and it would be my great pleasure as a Deputy President of World Association of Soil and Water Conservation, Honor President of Watershed Management Society of Iran, and also a professor at the Department of Watershed Management Engineering, Tarbiyat Mudarris University, Iran, to initially convey a thanksgiving to the Academy of Natural Resources Conservation and Management, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, India, and also particularly Professor Sanjay Arora for organizing such a great and nice, well-organized international web conference on resource management and biodiversity conservation to achieve sustainable development goals, which was officially inaugurated a few minutes back at Web System. It is my profound privilege to just have a short talk about water resources management, and particularly at watershed scale. Since we are behind time, I'm not going to take lots of time. Just I would like to give you some idea and some general, in fact, view about my presentation. Can you hear me? And also, can you see the presentation slides?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, everybody knows that 2 days we are expecting some functionalities from watershed, and it supposed to be provided as ecosystem services like provision services, regulating services, and cultural services. And everybody know that we people are getting different levels of these services in different parts of the world, and even depend on different capability of our potentials. So, but everybody also know that we are facing lots of issues and degradation types of watersheds, at the top of which I can exemplify different types of soil erosion that can be seen in different continents of the world. And also this is mainly due to deforestation, overgrazing, and also agriculture. So it shows that we are facing a declining trend in our services. So the soil behavior and watershed behavior in response to degradation stresses, in fact, tries to show some imbalanced situation. So if we would like to talk about this matter, I would like to let you know that it is a normal situation. Although it is not a natural one, but it is a normal, and it was an ongoing situation. But these days we are facing such a pandemic of COVID-19 throughout the globe, that because of which we have some benefits that they were totally unexpected, that I'm not going to talk about, like the changes in social behaviors and experiencing a new lifestyle of working, servicing and provision of needs. And even we have received some, in fact, severe reduction in fuel and energy consumption, and even reduction in CO2 emission and effects of greenhouse gases. Temporary revival of flora and fauna communities also can be seen in different types of ecosystem. But as you know, we have faced lots of unwished outcomes, like huge consumption of water for cleaning and piercing, precautionary hygienic instructions, and also suspicion of almost all navigation services, limitation of journey and movements of seasonal workers, family visits and friends, and social activities, threatening both lives and livelihoods, mainly due to border closure, quarantines, and market supply chain and trade disruption, closing academic centers, millions became unemployed, everywhere in the world, and redirection of huge investment in pacifying the pandemic, and also overburdening and consequent fatigue of hundreds of thousands of physicians, nurses, and staffs of hospitals and health centers. And also at the end, I would like to tell you all of these ultimate consequences of pandemic of the COVID-19 has caused many different unexpected issues. And so we still expect some consequences in the future, like inadequate and inappropriate food production, that it causes further pressure on the watershed resources. It was very nicely clarified by Dr. Sharma that we need some more, in fact, agricultural production in future under normal situation, but it is not, in fact, normal one. So it is expected to have much more need in near future. High inflation and expenses that everybody faces this issue in throughout the globe. More consumption of available water and other resources, and over exploitation of biological and non-organic resources, and social conflicts, even migrations, more pollutants, and consequential and water resources and water pollution. So all these issues and all these conditions, it shows that we are moving from the healthy situation and from a balanced watershed to unbalanced and unhealthy situation, that it itself cause some, in fact, malfunction of the watershed. So these are the realities that we are facing these days. So we have to clarify, in fact, nicely, that we are facing these days with the degradation of watershed resources, and it causes insecurity in watershed resources. So what would be the main strategies? We have to follow up two main strategies. Firstly, we have to stop the severity of the issue, and also we have to try to get back to balanced situation. These are the two things, that two important strategies that we have to follow up. So if you would like to know our situation and our watershed resources situation, we have to find out some indicators to show the, in fact, the healthiness of the watershed resources. So to evaluate it, we have to firstly assess integration among different components of the watershed. We have to live individuality right now. So we have to see all these factors together. We have to describe the degradation of an watershed. That it means we have to recognize watershed distresses syndromes, and also we have to reflect the function and structure of a watershed, and also represent sustainability of human cooped watershed. So it shows that we have to consider human as a main center of our decision. And in fifth case, we have to present the goal of natural resources and watershed management, that it is fully space specific. I have to, in fact, mention this point, that as Dr. Dazi mentioned clearly, we are facing many different issues regarding to soil quality and so even quantity in different parts of the world. But we have to know that the condition in European regions is totally different from, in fact, Asian countries and even American ones. So what we have to, in fact, present the goal of natural resources management, it has to be fully space and fully site specific. And so here I have tried to show you 6 important criteria for selection of the key indicators, and at the top of which I can mention that the criteria has to be sensitive to stresses, simple and easy to apply, a strong scientific basis has to have, and possible to quantify. So we have to fully quantify the issues in the right way, and anticipatory in response to stresses. So it has to be fully sensitive to the stresses, and also it has to be fully properly targeted to the goal of the management. So in this case, what we have to do, in fact, we have to recognize our driving forces in a watershed. We have to find out the pressure. We have to understand the states. We have to report the exposure and also effects that it mainly shows the watershed condition. And accordingly, we have to designate proper action. So it is briefly called DPSEEA as a part of headlamp. What is headlamp? That it is really role plays as a headlamp, and in fact it would be very helpful to the decision makers and managers to properly manage the watershed resources. So we have to also use some, in fact, we have to also apply the strategic approaches. So what do I mean? I mean, whenever we are going to conserve our resources at watershed scale, we have to know what type of internal effective factors do we have in our watershed, and what are the external environment factors affecting on the watershed behavior. So based on which we would be able to find out the weakness and strengths, and also opportunities and threats to the watershed. And when we found out the matters of these, the combination of these internal and external factors, then the appropriate strategies can be designated and can be adapted, and based on which we would be able to develop newly launched approaches like water, energy, food, soil nexuses, that we have recently published a paper in agricultural water management regarding this matter. So yes, yeah. So what I am going to tell you, just I would like to tell you that we have to know the severity of the issue. So the severity of the issue, that it refers directly to the quantity, it goes back to the conservation in the topic of the conference. And when we talk about the quality, that it goes to the quality of the life, quality of the watershed, that mainly focuses on the biodiversity. And also we have to geo-reference our issues, and we have to know the locality of the watershed degradation issues, based on which we would be materialized for our approaches or program, that it is mainly based on right source, right rate, right time, and right place, that it has been proposed by Sharpley and Wang in 2014, based on which you would be able to adapt appropriate watershed resources, measures, and techniques. So just I would like to go to the suggestion. So based on what I have presented till now, and based on the information that we have received from the natural condition, normal situation governing on the watershed, and even exposing this watershed to the newly launched issues and problems like COVID-19 pandemic. So we have to firstly our watershed management activities monitoring based ones. So we have to have monitoring-based approaches firstly, based on which, again, we would be able to suggest some adaptive management of the resources. So without having monitoring-based approaches and without having a proper evaluation results from the monitoring ones, so we would not be able to get access to adaptive management of the watershed resources. And also to get this in fact approaches, a close and a strong cooperation among data collection centers, executive, education, research, and governance bodies is crucial to develop people-centered strategies and adapt practical measures. And so I would like to also emphasize on the necessity of promising scientific gathering, like scientists, NGOs, or non-governmental organizations, societies, academicians, and even individuals around the table to elucidate scientifically based practical perceptions. See, these are the perceptions which are totally needed for our decision makers and policy makers. So without perceptions, the policy makers, they will not be able to manage the resources in any territory, as well as solutions to convince politicians, decision makers, planners, practitioners, and even end users for appropriately fulfill their needs. And it is the conclusion and last slide that I would like to tell you. Undoubtedly, during these days, it is an urgent time to discover scientific ways and exchange practical experiences to handle present unprecedented issues to supply essential need of ever-increasing population of developing countries, mainly situated in many parts of the world, to make balance among all contradictory sectors in the watershed ecosystem, not only to fulfill human demands and welfare, but also to guarantee the sustainable production of the system for present and future generations, and of course, ecologically friendly, as it has been striving in the present web conference. And also at the last slide, just I would like to invite you all people to third International Youth Forum on Soil and Water Conservation, sponsored by WASFOC, World Association of Soil and Water Conservation Seminar, which is going to be held during May 26th and 31 in Noor Caspian Sea seashore in Iran, just close to the largest lake in the world, that is Caspian Sea, and close to the second topmost crest in the world, that it is called Damavand, you might know about. Thank you very much for your time, and in case of anybody, please email me or let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sadeghi.
Yeah.
Dr. Sadeghi explained very well, and he also informed the House that in the COVID-19, because of this pandemic, the national or international food security is the question mark. So we have to manage our natural resource management efficiently. He also mentioned integrated indicators for purpose of water resource management. He also explained that two approaches. First is the monitoring based approach. Second is adaptive management of natural resource management. So thank you very much. You have presented very nicely. Thank you, you and your department. Now our next keynote speaker is Professor N.S. Rathore. He is Honorable Vice Chancellor of MUPAT Udaipur, and he is also a former Deputy DG, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi. Dr. Naren Singh Rathore is working as Vice Chancellor of Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, Udaipur, since 24th August 2019. He was Deputy Director General Education at Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi. Dr. Rathore was former founder vice chancellor of SKNAU Jovner and also the DDG Agriculture Engineering. He worked as national director in World Bank sponsor NAHEP during August 70 to August 19. He will speak a very important topic today on renewable energy resources for agriculture. Now, I request Dr. Arthur, please.
Good morning to one and all. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Our esteemed chairman of the innovation program, Dr. D.K. Sarmaji, and all convener. I am really grateful to our Academy of Natural Resource Conservation and Management, Lucknow, for giving me this opportunity, and thankful to Dr. Sanjay Arora and Dr. Sanjay Swami. And topic which is assigned to me is in renewable energy sources for agriculture. In fact, there are three E. Person used to say energy, ecology, and environment, and they are interrelated to each other. And if you disturb anyone, automatically the other one will be disturbed. And that is true for the in case if you are going for a conventional sources of energy, or just like a fossil fuel based power plant, or or your petrol based power plant, and other things which are conventionally available, or these or centralized type of electricity generation, definitely we are having some repercussion on a environment and ecology. Our speaker, Dr. Deji, has also mentioned that the climate has already been changed, and same thing has been narrated by our expert from the Iran, Professor Sadeghi. And it is true, the climate has changed means the temperature of the whole universe, it is expected that it will increase by the tune of from a 2 degree to 3.5 degree, and it will depends upon the economic growth. It is a well-known fact. Even sea level will be rises by 15 to 19 centimeter. It is also estimated, and it will be badly affect more than that of 100 million people every year. And even we will be having some threatening as far as the food availability is concerned. Mortality and illness rate will also rise. That is true. And rainfall is erratic, and as a result of this, you can feel that even then our agriculture scientists are working towards a climate resilience agriculture and other aspect, how to get rid of a climate change. In this context, I would like to urge that we should have an energy dependency, and we should move from energy dependency to energy autonomy. We should have our own production. That is basically a requirement. And same thing is that we should understand what is a electrification and energization. It is not a electrification everywhere it is required. It is a energy. Energy means a capacity of doing work, or in fact, whatever happens in the universe is an essential energy process. We will have to see that where electricity is required and where energy is required, and that is more important. I would like to urge to the case of India. You must be knowing in our country, we in the up to the 31st March of 2020, we have produced more than 3,70,000 megawatt of electricity. And interesting thing is that 57% of electricity we are producing with the help of fossil fuel based power plant, and around 15% is with the help of hydro, which is believed to be a renewable energy. And around 23% we are generating electricity with the help of a new and renewable energy sources. Among them, wind energy is quite promising. We have got a potential of more than 41,000 of megawatt of electricity, and so far 28,000 we have reached. And same thing is true with our solar as well. If you see that a solar energy, interesting thing is that in our country, in almost 28 state and 8 union territory, more than 300 days in a year, we have got a solar energy which can easily be harnessed. Because a harnessing stage is that a place where we have got a 500 watt per square meter of a solar intensity. It can be easily harnessed for the purpose of a energy generation or even electricity generation. But unfortunately, so far only 21% of our energy we are meeting out with the help of a wind plus solar energy. And remaining 6% is from natural gas, and 1% is from nuclear, and 1% is a diesel. So collectively, hydro and renewable energy in our country is 35%. But on my intention to float a idea in mindset of all scientists that the conventional sources of energy or a centralized source of energy which we are producing to the extent of 57% fossil fuel, it is a highly inefficient. Why it is a highly inefficient? I take the example of a Rajasthan. We have got a Kota barrage where we have got a super thermal power plant. Super thermal power plant means a power plant producing more than that of a 1000 megawatt of electricity. We don't have a fossil fuel here. We are dependent on a Bihar and a Jharkhand, from where the coal start moving until it reaches to the quota. Even 10% of coals are going west because of a transportation. Even some theft has been, it is a general condition. I don't want to narrate it here. But if you see the fossil fuel based power plant, it has got a hardly of 41% of efficiency. Worldwide, the turbine which is available, they have got a efficiency less than that of a 60%, whether it is a any type of a your turbine. Because what is happening in a fossil fuel based power plant, first of all, fuel is a burned, and as a result of this, the mechanical energy is generated with the help of a turbine, and then a generator is coupled. Most of the turbines are highly inefficient, around 60% efficiency. As a result of this, the theoretically 41% efficiency we are getting, but in actual practice, it is less than that of a 30%. So 100 kg of coal started from Jharkhand, reached to the 90 kg, and then 30% of its efficiency we are trapping. Only 27%, 27 kg we are converting into the useful electricity form. Then transmission distribution will take place. The electricity generated from the quota will reach to the extreme places in our Rajasthan. We have got a 33 districts. Same thing is true with the other state of India as well. And worldwide it is true. I would like to say that a fossil fuel based power plant theoretical efficiency is 41, but in actual practice we are not getting more than that of a 30%. And transmission and distribution ratio and including theft in our country, it is more around 50%. So 50% of 27, hardly of 13 kg is effectively utilized. And later on, then we have got a system efficiency. Every system, refrigerator and air condition, even your lamp and bulb, every board, fan, everyone has got its own efficiency. So hardly of 10% or 10 kg of a coal we are effectively utilizing. In a country which is believed to be fighting with a lot of natural resources, it is not worthwhile to use the fossil fuel based power plant. That's why it is must, we should understand how we can reach, how we can have a shift from external control to self-reliance, how we can preserve our ecology and environment, how we can have a movement from our conventional to non-conventional or non-renewable to renewable. That is basically the important requirement in present context. The electricity or energy, it should not be simple and convenient, but at the same time it should be efficient as well. Then only we can trap. Now come to the different aspect of our by say example solar energy. In our country, just for your information, I have done some calculation that we have got around 328 million hectare of land. If we are considering that a 500 is watt per square meter for a 300 days, and if I take only 10% of efficiency and make use of only 1% of solar energy which is available, we are getting, as a result of this, we can easily get more than that of a 500 into 10 to the power 8 unit of electricity per annum, and which is around 20% more than what we are consuming. That type of potential in our country is available, and that is true for all, even for your Iran and other places. I would like to mention that we will have to see, and even every individual unit, it is not that with the help of all renewable energy sources we will generate electricity, but let us take solar energy for water heating, solar energy for a drying purpose, solar energy for refrigeration purpose, for a thermal power generation, solar ponds, solar furnaces. There are a lot of issues there. I take a simple example of solar water heater. Every home is in need of hot water or warm water. If you will integrate 100 liters of a solar water heater per day in your family, a domestic family, in case if it will make use, then approximately 1.5 ton of CO2 can be stopped. Its emission to the extent of 1.5 tons of CO2 with the help of one solar water heater of 100 liter per day capacity. And as a whole, we will save around 2000 units of electricity per annum. That is basically the, let us calculate each and everything. That is true for with a solar cooker. India is a pioneer in the field of solar cooker. You must be knowing in a Tirupati Balaji, a religious place, where we have commissioned a steam-based solar cooker, which is in position to cook a food of 15,000 people at a time. 15,000 people food can be prepared at a Tirupati Balaji. You just say what type of saving we are doing, how much wood we are saving. Same thing is true with our Ishwariya, Brahma Kumari Ishwariya complex in Mount Abu, where a solar cooker, steam-based solar cooker, which is in position to cook around 10,000 food of 10,000 people. It is that type of technology is available. Only thing is that we will have to articulate it in day-to-day our operation, and let us see that how much electricity or how much power we can generate it. A simple calculation is there. In case if you have got a piece of land equal to the tennis court means it is a more less than that of a 40 into 60 square feet area. With the help of a tennis court of a area, you can have a electricity or energy equivalent to 35 liter of petrol or 80 kg of coal. That is a standard available in our India. India is a pioneer in renewable energy. Only thing is that other ministry, they should articulate it. Like we have got a Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources. Government of India is and India is a third as far as the electricity production or as far as its consumption is concerned. After USA and China, our position is a third, and that's why we will have to see that how we can articulate. Now, I would like to narrate some of the application of renewable energy in our agriculture. Very important application is a solar drying. Drying is a universal method of a conditioning of grain or removing of excess of moisture content to a safe moisture content. And every food commodity, it need a type of a minimum processing, and that is called as a drying. And it is a basically, you can say, very first unit operation in a food processing and a food technology is a drying. Every food community need a, and for drying, we are in need of a three parameter: a temperature, a flow rate, and a required humidity. With the help of a solar energy, we can easily meet out. An interesting thing is that India is again pioneer. You won't believe, more than 5 ton of a solar tunnel dryer has been commissioned a number of places which is in position to dry 5 ton of material in a single load or in single day. And that is a basically interesting. Even solar, if you see solar greenhouse, whether it is a net house, glass house, poly house, walk-in through, natural convection, forced convection, everywhere it is basically the solar application, where we are maintaining a right type of, we are boosting a photosynthesis process, and throughout the year we are maintaining a same climate, and we can generate the same crop, and we can grow the same crop throughout the year. That is a basically solar greenhouse. Same way is that so you can say that solar desalination, distillation is a process. Thereby means it is a combination of evaporation and condensation. With the help of solar energy, we can do. And in most of the places in Rajasthan or even in many part of India, we have got a desalination is a major requirement. With the help of solar energy, we can do. Solar energy is not only responsible for space heating, but even space cooling. Solar refrigerator, air conditions are nowadays available, and you can, an interesting thing, one of the very important technology which is available, solar architecture. Your orientation of building as per of your climate. If you want to get rid of a sun entry, you can design your house in such a manner that a sun will enter only during your winter season. It will not enter during your summer season. And that type of a solar architecture component is available. Only thing is that we will have to plan in a systematic manner, and we will have to prepare ourselves, and then we will have to integrate this all thing, even solar pond for electricity generation, solar furnaces, and industrial processes, number of people in present context, whatever processing and value addition we are doing. Main thing which is in need of our is that how to reduce the cost of processing. With the, and conventionally, if you will make use of electricity and other thing, your cost of processing is quite high. Whether it's a cost of processing and value addition, it is quite high. With the help of renewable energy, we can save it. And same thing is true with the biomass. I would like to conclude by saying that how biomass can be utilized. All type of waste which are creating a nuisance in the environment, whether it is animal waste or forest waste or agriculture waste and urban municipal waste, urban liquid waste, even marine waste, kitchen waste, all type of waste can be easily converted. There is a well-defined technology so-called WRRS, waste recycling and resources recovery system. Nowadays, people are saying how to grow microorganism activity in a soil. And for that, a biochar has been a technology which has been standardized. Biochar is a step forward from the destructive distillation of a soil. Means you can burn your any biomass or combustible material, and as a result of this, you can convert a char, a fixed carbon, and that char can be utilized for the purpose of this one. So waste recycling, resources recovery system, even dendrothermal power plant in a Philippines, 3 megawatt of electricity power plant with the help of a dendrothermal power plant is available in Malina. Same thing is true with the gasification based of a power plant. A Ankur organization, and then India is a pioneer in the field of a gasification. Only thing is that we will have to design a small level of gasifier for the purpose of a small prime mover in terms of a 3 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt, so that every domestic family can make use of this type of. So there are a lot of applications are available with the help of biomass. It is a destructive distillation, biochar technology, pyrolysis technology, gasification technology, direct combustion, even anaerobic digestion. How you can convert the all combustible thing or organic matter into a useful form, and as a result of this, a enriched manure will be obtained, and which is high as far as the NPK is concerned. There are a lot of issues is there. A systematic one is required. Even I would like to request to the Academy of Natural Resource Management, let us keep a brainstorming session on a different aspects or the different dimension of renewable energy sources, which includes not only the solar, biogas, thermal, geothermal, even nowadays biofuels are available in the form of a biodiesel. There are a lot of things are available through which not only we can produce the energy, but we can also conserve and make a system so simple and convenient and efficient. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I have taken almost of 20 minutes, which was assigned to me, but I am really happy to see all my old friends. I left ICR in 2019. Now I am concentrated with the Agriculture University, but I have seen that ICR people are doing a good job. So congratulations to everyone, and especially this academy, the Academy of Natural Resource Conservation and Management. You really deserve appreciation. Thank you very much, Dr. D.K. Sarma Saab, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a
Sir,
lot.
thank you very much, sir. We are hearing after 2 and 3 years, your lecture is very nice and very informative. You have mentioned initially 3E: energy, ecology, and environment. And energy dependency will change to energy autonomy. And you have mentioned the 5 sources of energy: electricity, fossil fuel, and this source of energy is the less than 35% efficiency: hydroelectric, solar, and wind energy. And you have gave the example of 40 by 60 square meter, we can save 35 liter of petrol through solar energy. And lastly, you have mentioned the different uses of renewable energy in the agriculture. Uh, and you have give the example solar drying. It is very essential and the main part of food processing industry. Solar greenhouse gases, solar desalination, and solar, and more important is solar architect. And you have also mentioned that the bio waste recycling and usage, and also you give the example of biochar. Now, sir, I want to mention you are also the engineer. Then in the Haryana, Punjab, and Western UP, huge amount of bio product of rice straw is burning. But now the things has been changing, and it will create the pollution not only the Haryana, Punjab, and UP, but also the Delhi. So now they are recycling that huge amount of rice straw to convert the energy. So thank you very much. You have given more idea regarding the solar energy. Thank you very much, sir. Now our next speaker is keynote speaker is our friend Dr. A.K. Patra, Director, ICR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, and President, Indian Society of Soil Science.
Very good morning.
Good morning.
And
Please. Dr. Patra he is also Associate Editor, European Journal of Soil Science, member of Intergovernment Technical Panel on Soil in FAO Rome during 1918 to 2021. He has been recognized as one of the 13 soil researchers worldwide in advancing soil science in the food tank in USA. His research area is nitrogen recycling, soil biodiversity, carbon sequestration, and nanoparticles. He is also a NAS fellow. Now, Dr. Patra will speak on enhancing nitrogen use efficiency, a key of soil health and food security. Dr. Patra, please. Hello.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Very good morning. Is it audible?
Yeah. Audible.
Yeah. Very good morning and namaskar to all of you. Honorable Chairman of the session, inaugural session, Dr. D.K. Sharma, ex-director, ICR CSSRI, Colonel, co-chair, convener, Dr. Sanjay Arora, Secretary of the Academy of Natural Resource Conservation and Management, and Dr. Sanjay Swami, Organizing Secretary of this program, all the distinguished delegates from different parts of the world, dear delegates from our country, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, for me, and I'm really thankful to the organizers for inviting me in this prestigious international webinar. I'll be talking on I'm just sharing my presentation. I'll be talking on enhancing nitrogen use efficiency, a key to soil health and food security. Is it visible to all of you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. And as you all know, nitrogen is extremely important in agriculture, and improvements in nitrogen use efficiency in crop production are critical for addressing the triple challenges of food security, environmental degradation, and climate change. And over the years, after the industrialization and the modern agriculture, intensive agriculture throughout the world, the use of nitrogen fertilizers increased very high. And as a result, sometimes unmindful application of nitrogen for the agriculture and maybe for other uses, creating problem. And you may be knowing that of the 9 interconnected planetary boundaries with defined tipping points, in the Earth system, three, namely climate change, biodiversity loss, and nitrogen cycle have been crossed, and planet Earth is under stress. Means that we are extracting, the atmospheric nitrogen much more. Actually, it should be 30. It should be 35 million tons, whereas it is crossed much more. It is 121 million tons in the world. As a result, all the nitrogens which are being used, that is going back in different modes to different ecosystems, terrestrial ecosystem, aquatic ecosystems and all, and creating many problems as well as the climate change. So as you all know, the nitrogen in the atmosphere, more than 78% is nitrogens. But that is inert, that cannot be used by the plants easily, because the covalent bonds is highly inert. It is not available to the plants. And just an estimate that more than 75,000 tons of nitrogen above 1 hectare of land, so much of nitrogen, but that is not available because of the inertness of the molecule, nitrogen molecule. It can be broken by the thunderstorms or the microorganisms. The nature has created, the unique, the natural systems by the organisms that can be, that is what was happening before the industrializations. The natural agroecosystems where the nitrogen could be fixed and the plant. But as the the demands increase, nitrogens urea will be sustained by these nitrogenous fertilizers. In the context of India, the fertilizer consumption in our 51, 52, it was hardly any application of nitrogens, less than 1 kilogram. But today it is more than 137 kilogram per hectare. And nitrogen fertilizer single intensive input of the total energy used in agriculture. And in India, so conversion application. And just a quick overview, India currently using 27 million tons of fertilizers. Current nutrient consumption in India, 34 million, but fertilizer 7 million tons by the organic resources. India needs 400 million tons of food grain by 2050. And by that time, 60 million tons of fertilizers will be required by India. And that, majority will be coming from, from the chemical fertilizers. Of course, there is also potential of organic, but that has to be managed and substantially it can be reduced. And if you see the graph, China maximum followed by India and USA at the current, this is the current figure in terms of nitrogens. Consumption also, India's consumption is next to China. And also the overall consumptions, India is the second most users of fertilizer consumptions. But the worry is the efficiency of the nutrients. Like other parts of the world, the nitrogen use efficiency in India is also very low. It is hardly 30 to 40%. And when you see the global fertilizer, the productions and its use, you can see that in 107 million tons of nutrients being used throughout the world, and of this 50% is urea. 50% is urea, and others NPK mixtures, calcium ammonium nitrate, and these are not that much as the urea, the nitrogen through urea. When we see the region wise different regions, and you see the interesting that in India 80%, more than 80% the nitrogen is through urea. Urea is much cheaper than other nitrogen sources in India because of the subsidies. In China it is 46%, whereas in China the mixture of NPK is next to urea, that is 38%. In Europe 23% is urea, then nitrate 40%. So there is more balanced, much more balanced is in USA, where you see the urea 23%, ammonia 27%, like that. So in India, it is heavily dependent on the urea fertilizers, the nitrogen. And you know, the context, when you see the Indian soils, the regions, of course, much more nitrogen is required in Indian soils, because the organic carbon and nitrogen, the two very important, are getting low and low in the Indian soils. And this is the available nitrogen status in Indian soils, where you see the majority is red. In fact, you know, the assessment showing that more than 90% soils in India are low in available nitrogen. So there is a need of more and more nitrogen fertilizers with time, and of course there is a need of its efficient management. And this is what, you know, the green revolutions, one of the drivers of green revolution in India in 60s was the urea fertilizers. But the worry matter is that, you know, when the fertilizers, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, when we see the balances, its use of these fertilizers, you see in the ideal, we say that ideally it should be 4:2:1, nitrogen 4 parts, phosphorus 2, and 1 is potassium. And this is the scenario, east, north, south and west, all India scenario. The fertilizer consumptions average 137 kilogram, but the ratio is more towards, you know, the nitrogens. Ideal it should be 4:2:1, but average, but in north you see the 19.7 is to 5.6 is to 6.1, much more. And another interesting thing is that, you know, the majority, 95% of the total fertilizers are consumed in 290 districts in India. And the remaining districts, they use 15%. So there is a need of distributions in the different regions, and as well as the balanced application of the nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium and other is very, very necessary when we talk about the efficiency. This is quickly the nitrogen cycle, and we all know the different inputs, fertilizer, biological nitrogen fixation, manure depositions, and then crop product. And also because nitrogen is highly dynamic, and there is a chances of losses through leaching, and also the gaseous by volatilizations or the denitrifications. And we also know, as I was showing you, that hardly 40% of the nitrogen is used by the crops. As a result, you know, there is a huge loss to Indian economy. Every year, more than 70,000 crores. If we take this in terms of money, more than 70,000 crores is getting lost because of the losses of the nitrogen which we apply to the Indian soils. In addition to the climate change, accounting its cost, we do not know. And as a result also, the nitrogen, when it is not properly used, 60% is not getting used efficiently by the crop. So there is a chances that it is going other ecosystems, terrestrial ecosystems, aquatic ecosystems, and also getting escape to atmosphere in the form of nitrous oxide. And that is, you know, we all know the effects on the stratosphere and the impacts on the climate change. And these kind of things, with the change of climate, these things are getting more and more. The droughts and these syndromes are getting with the time because of the impacts of climate that is very much visible. In India, every year, almost 5.3 billion tons of soil is getting eroded and going to water bodies, oceans and other places. As a result, along with that, the nutrients, 8 million tons of nutrient getting washed from the fertile soils. So that is another problem. And our country, Honorable Prime Minister gave a call that by 22 we have to reduce our nitrogen applications. There are many problems with the nitrogens. Of course, the nitrogen is extremely important for crop production, but if it is not efficiently used, there are other problems. So how to reduce the cost of the inputs, which is through nitrogenous fertilizers, 60% energy, the input cost increasing, lot of subsidies going through urea. So there is a call that we have to reduce this by 50% by 22. So the lot of concerted efforts is very, very important. Throughout the world, if we see the India, Egypt and China, the efficiency, our factor productivity through nitrogen, through NPK, nitrogen for potassic fertilizers, the factor productivity is decreasing. In 70s, it was around 15. Now it is 5 kilogram per kilogram of NPK. So also when you take the nitrogens, more and more nitrogen for the same productions. So this should be stopped. And you see the other countries, the Greece, France and Netherlands, it is increasing. The efficiency is increasing. Even Brazil, US and Bangladesh, more or less USA it is increasing. Bangladesh, the situation still not that bad as it is in India, Egypt and China. So coming to the management, these are the different, the problems of nitrogen applications and the losses and other aspects. Nitrogen management options, this has to be adopted very, very strictly in a concerted efforts. So for that, quickly, the selection of suitable crops and cropping systems, it is very, very important. Different crops tap different soil layers for meeting their nutrient and water requirements depending upon their root systems. So this will help, legumes particularly in the system it is taken, it will help meeting part of the nitrogens in modern intensive cropping system such as rice wheat, maize wheat, etc. It helps in sustaining soil organic carbon. In the long run, some legumes have the ability to solubilize even the occluded phosphorus and highly soluble calcium bound phosphorus by their root exudates. So this has to be, this kind of, the legumes, the selection of suitable crops is very, very important. And then improve nutrient management practices, nutrient supply to match with crop requirement and offtake, top dressing, optimizing soil and nutrition factor, such as moisture, liming, soil structure, soil test-based recommendation, very, very important. Improvement nutrient application methods, band placement, speed application, etc. Improvement in physical properties of fertilizers and use of inhibitors to reduce the losses like neem-coated urea, nitrification inhibitors, urea supergranules, and that kind of things should be applied. Balanced fertilizers through inorganic, approaches and organic approaches. Balanced is soil test based integrated balanced applications of nutrients will be very important when to increase the efficiency. That I will show in the later stage. Integrated, as I was telling you, and that soil test based fertilizer recommendation, Government of India, the mission soil health card. Many of you who are from outside from India, you will be knowing that Government of India is massive, a mission, soil health card mission is there. In that, every farmer gets soil health cards of their field. Based upon that, fertilizer is recommended, and that is being adopted, and that will solve many problems of balanced fertilizations, reducing the reducing the excess use and that kind of things. Similarly, the conservation agriculture practices, these are some of the, and then the organic manure must be, this should be in an integrated manner promoted. The green manure which quick fixation of the nitrogen, and in a very short time, substantial amount of organic matter into the soils as well as the nitrogens. And then the biofertilizers. When we talk biofertilizers is another very important, along with the compost. There are different kind of compost have been developed, phospho compost, phosphosulfur nitro compost, different kinds of nowadays available that should be in the indicated manner. And then biofertilizers, we all know it increase the crop yield by 15 to 30%, it has the capacity to replace the nitrogen phosphorus by 25%. It stimulates plant growth, active soil biological properties, restore natural fertility of the soils, provide protection against drought and some soil-borne diseases. So these technology is very much available in India now, and our institute through our All India network projects have developed different kind of the products, whether it is mixed consortium biofertilizers or the liquid biofertilizer formulations. These should be, as you all know, the India, more than 85% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers. There is a problem of the sufficient time, sufficient inputs, and also the economic conditions, socio-economic conditions. So this as a part of the integrated nutrient management will be very, very necessary, that will take care of the efficiency of nitrogen and also the soil health, which is very, very we are talking in the present time. And just another example that I'd like to show, when we work on this is the work of the institute, and study more than 50 years a long-term fertilizer experiment, and you very much clearly you can see whenever there is nitrogen NPK plus farm yard manure, the manure whenever it is applied, you see the only nitrogens. These are the efficiencies when the NPK, how it is increasing. So it is very clear how the balanced fertilizers increases the nitrogen use efficiency, and also the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, plus when we give the organic manure, how it increases the efficiency. So if we like to increase, and which is very, very important, necessary, there must be applications of organic manure, and if we can also include into that the biofertilizers, this efficiency will be further enhanced, and that will reduce the dependency on the urea fertilizers without reducing the crop yields. And so another aspect is the soil organic matter. As we all know, in soil, the organic matter, particularly Indian soil, it is declining because we are not putting back. In 1970s, there was on an average 2.5 tons of organic manure being applied in Indian soils. But now, because of the mechanizations and other, and the populations of the cattle in the household is declining, as a result, the manures are getting reducing and reduced, and as a result, we're not applying. Now it is less than about, even not 1 ton, it is 0.7, around 0.7 ton per hectare per year is being applied. So, and as you know, the nitrogen in soil, maximum is the organic, more than 95% organic, hardly 2 to 3% inorganic. And in the organic molecule or in the soil, organically, the nitrogen is present. 5% of the organic in the organic matter, the nitrogen. So if the nitrogen organic is built up, the nitrogen automatically will be burned. So this is an example of the long-term fertilizer experiment. You see 1970 and 2030, it is how the organic matter is getting slowly and slowly more whenever there is nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium plus farmyard manure. Whereas wherever only the control, it is declining, and only chemical fertilizers, it is also declining. So there is without any organic matter. This is another example, just like to show you that in 1 hectare of land, there is 6 tons of living tissue of microbes, and microbes are the readily available, they provide the nitrogens, 6 tons. So if we build the organic matter in the soil, and that will improve the nitrogen availability to the plants. This microbial matter in the soil, they work like slow release nitrogen fertilizers. Conservation agriculture is, we are talking, and very, very important for the soil conservations, water conservations, nutrients, and many other advantages for overall improvement of efficiency of the nutrients. And these are, already earlier speaker talked about the crop residues burning, and this has to be stopped for many reasons, and because these are the precious, the wastes are the wealth, and that should be returned back to the soils for the nutrient enriching as well as increasing the efficiency. And this is very important when we talk about the precision farming, precision agriculture. Apply nitrogen in right time, right amount, right place, and right method, and that will help to exactly what amount is required. And so the greatest gain in nitrogen efficiency and environmental production occurring from precision management in time and space of all production factors to maximize the synchrony between crop nitrogen demand and the supply of mineral nitrogen from soil reserves and nitrogen inputs. This is another example, for example, split applications, just split applications. Normally farmers apply at one time, that should be splitted. And that has, increased the nutrient use efficiency by 15 to 20%. Neem coated urea, so 5 to 10%. And different other, so different smart nitrogen management. In this leaf color chart, green seeker, urea super granules, and the laser labeling, all different management. So water and nitrogen, these two things go hand in hand. And in this, as I was telling, the carbon building in the soil, and the nitrogen and water management, proper water management, very, because the leaching, I will just show you. This is a study we conducted. In this study, the bromide as a tracer for nitrogen was applied, and when there was maximum rain, and you see in the two soils, in red soil and alphisol and vertisols, in the depth 0 to 60 centimeters and 1 meter depth, and with time, as the rainfall during this period, maximum rainfall in August, first fortnight of August, and maximum leaching taken place. So in this, you just hold top dressing and save nitrogen. Top dressing is also very important. When to apply the top dressing of nitrogens? If there is rain is coming, so if the prediction of rain is there, stop the application of nitrogens. You apply when it is over, and that will enhance the efficiency. Similarly, lysimeter studies, it is very much clearly shown that a lot of nitrogens may get lost by leaching applications. So this has to be managed, minimized. This is, so the thing is, at any places, particularly in Indian context, the maximum critical period where the chances of a lot of rain is there, so probability is high. So we have to manage the nitrogen during those periods, particularly the top dress nitrogen. Integrated approach, this is a work from China, integrated soil crop system management for food security, and you can see that by different soil system management approach, integrated crop and soil system management approach, it can increase the 30 to 50% of nitrogen use efficiency. So the overuse and misuse has to be stopped, and this is a reason for low nitrogen use efficiency and also increasing degradation of the soil. So in this, soil testing based, site specific nutrient management, and 4R, very nutrient stewardship are very much needed. And the innovative fertilizers, all thing is that we are only applying urea, and urea having a lot of other problems. So the innovative fertilizers, those things are required, like controlled release of urea. We are working, in India, as you may be knowing, the neem coated urea now 100% in India. Nitrogen, apart from that, there are other products in other countries. Those things has to be brought into India also, tested, and other things. Nitrogen solution and nitrous ammonia, for example, ammonium polyphosphate solution, ammonium thiosulfate. These are the different products. Even we are talking now nano fertilizers. These having the potential in the Indian. Another thing is, this is a invention from our institute, Mrida Parikshak, a soil mini lab. This has a capacity of analyzing 15 different parameters. It is handy, can be used by youth, and that can be used for soil testing. Accordingly, apply the fertilizers before planting, sowing, and also during the crop growth. So the soil health card is an example to you, and you all know. Another thing is the irrigations. Very much, as I was telling you, the nitrogen and water. The conventional approach, flood and furrow, the efficiency is very low, around 30%, or is sprinkler and drip. If it is, drip irrigation 9 to 95. India is now also the crisis of water, the irrigation water. So that, to water and nitrogen, 85 to 90% efficiency can be made by the drip irrigations. And this is being now encouraged and promoted to address the issue of, higher water efficiency, economize the nitrogen use, enhance its use efficiency, and also now, digital farming for open fields to enhance water and nitrogen use efficiencies. I'm not going to, because the time is already, I think, off. Another, the nitrogen nutrition index as a new diagnostic tool for predicting grain yield response to fertilization for enhancing nitrogen use efficiency. This is another the recent techniques where the critical nutrient nitrogen content in the leaves will be determined, and that will help the applications at the proper time, right time, and the right dose, and that has the capacity, from the optical reflectance based yield estimate, and the spatial variation of nitrogen use efficiency can be made. So in the conclusions, quickly, the enhancing nitrogen use efficiency through integrated management. In fact, there is no shortcut and one short solutions for the nitrogen management, enhancing the use efficiency. Integrated approach, whether it is, the soil, it is plant, and different types of fertilizers, and the water, and different kind of the new fertilizers, innovative fertilizers, and all different integrated and soil test based integrated balanced fertilizations will be very much needed if overall in efficiency of nitrogen to be enhanced, at the same time the soil health to be maintained.
Okay, it is over.
So some of the future thrust, and as I already told you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I have crossed the time. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patra. You have management of the how to increase the nutrient or especially the nitrogen use efficiency. You mentioned that 3 challenges going to ahead: food security, climate change, environmental degradation. And you have mentioned that 1951-52, less than 1 kg per hectare fertilizer was used. It has increased 137 kg per hectare. And nitrogen use efficiency is less than 40%. So the question is how to increase the nitrogen use efficiency. You mentioned 8 main points of the nitrogen management options. These are biofertilizer, green manuring, water management, crop and variety, balanced use of fertilizer, conservation technology, including precision agriculture, liquid biofertilizer, mixed consortium of biofertilizer. So very nice presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Patra.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now our next lead speaker is Professor M.D. Jaletic, and Dr. Jaletic is the faculty of a position professor in the Faculty of Forestry, Belgrade University, Serbia, and he was immediate past president of World Association of Soil and Water Conservation. He is a lead head department of soil erosion and torrent control, and also a set of many assignments related to soil and water management. He published very good paper in the national international journals, and he advised and supervised the students. Now, Dr. Jaletic will speak on necessity for soil management for sustainability issue. So I request Dr. Mydrov Jaletic, please. Hello.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, this is a great pleasure to greet all of you in my name and in the name of the Faculty of Forestry of Belgrade University, as well as in the name of the World Association of Soil and Water Conservation, where I am immediate past president. I will present you the paper. I will present you the paper just to see. Do you see it?
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Visible.
Yeah. Okay. Entitled Necessity for Soil Management for Sustainability, which takes into account sustainable and unsustainable circumstances. It is always the question at present, care for natural resources regarding the pressure of the population, regarding the pressure on use of natural resources. It is an estimate that we will have at the mid of the century more than 9 billion people. And this is a slide in a global land quality with regards to land surface and population distribution, regarding land quality classes, total land surface and world population, where we can see that only small is on the best classes, surface about more than 2%, and the world population occupied about 6%. And the more is on fourth, fifth, and sixth classes of the land quality, where about total land surface is 34%, and occupying by world population about 54%. And important is this worst classes, 8th and 9th. You can see it is a total land surface is about 45% with the people world population of 30%. Issues for strategy on land use management, I always do it from unsustainable points to the sustainable. Nearly 2 billion hectares of land is affected by human-induced degradation of soils, putting the livelihoods of nearly 1 billion people at risk. We can see the degradation, the discolor on a world map here. Flash floods are natural and anthropogenic hazard. And when we mention anthropogenic, we always think on negative, but they're also positive. We will see in the presentation positive activity. This is a slide of European Commission Joint Research Center from Ispra in Italy, presented these human activities on soil through the manures and fertilizers, by toxic substances, pesticides and herbicides, accumulation and contamination, soil, using heavy machinery and causing compaction of soil, then on the slopes, kind of bad kind of soil utilization can go to the soil erosion. And very important, sealing. Europe is suffering of this sealing, also some parts of the world. Blocking of soil functions important to the ecology of the landscape. Preventive measures in the protection of torrential floods, integrated cleaning basins, technical measures and biological works, and sustainable management, which is the focus of this paper. I first go to the unsustainable development through the examples. This is part of Serbia, South Serbia in mid-50s, Grlička Gorge, which was one of the most endangered places in Europe by erosion. People were cutting leaves for winter cattle forage, and it causes here accelerated erosion in that period. For construction of objects in the profiles of the regulations that can stop high water level crossing. We had the great floods. This is natural disaster. Great floods in Serbia in May 2014. This is part of West Serbia. It was extreme meteorological event where in this part of the Serbia we had for 3 days about 400 millimeters, which is half of annual participation for Serbia for 3 days. Another images could be construction of settlement in flooded areas. This is slides from Morocco, from ISCO conference in 2006. Organizers lead us to Atlas when we see this green area settlements, but it is flooding area. Every 3 to 5 years, several hundred people died or dead in these floodings. And if they build the settlements just upper on a steepy slopes, it is difficult to build them, but it is more safety. Or here on these slides, on the top of the hills, establishing houses by these stones exposed to wind and water. This is situation in South Africa, in KwaZulu-Natal province, where the problem is overgrazing and they caused this situation, slide situation. Or construction of settlements in the potentially affected areas, as it is in Alps, this settlement in a landslide area. Or in Himalayas, you can see the buildings on the top, also exposed to wind and water. Or non-adequate tillage, which causes soil loss above the tolerant levels. Or this nice restaurant on River Stira in Serbia, nice restaurant, but can stop high water level and cause flooding. Soil erosion and torrent floods. Also through the examples, what does it mean in negative cutting or deforestation? It is, I will fast go to the summer. This is Stara Planina mountain in Serbia. Summer 2006, deforestation. May 2007, July 2007, August 2007, and September 2007. Deforestation causes this. Sustainable development and prevention of torrential floods. I presented to the positive activity also by the local population, and there are numerous examples for this, especially from the World Association of Soil and Water Conservation, ASVAC. I'm immediate past president of this association, and the mission of this association is wide use of soil and water resources on sustainable level. Under the World Association was established a very good program, World Overview of Conservation Approaches and Technologies, which here are examples from the world. It is Sri Lanka examples, Himalayas, Kenya, terraces, and also Kenya and South America. This is example from Bolivia of torrent control by technical objects and conservation technologies from Bolivia. How is it functioning? Knowledge from the field for the field. This is established through the tools to document and evaluate local soil and water conservation activities, the questionnaires on technologies, approaches, and maps. And then it is formed database, and access to the information through this database from the books, CD, and internet. How is it functioning in Serbia, where I am from? We are coordinators, our department and the Faculty of Forestry, and it is financed by the Ministry for Agriculture, Forestry, and Water Management. Collecting data is done by the water management enterprises, which mainly have titles erosion, Serbian erosion on English. And collection is also by Students' Forum of this association. These are examples, how is it presented? in VOCAT some of the part of presentations by this and some data also. This is prepared by the Center for Development and Environment in Bern in Switzerland for this program, entering questionnaires on technologies, entering questionnaires on maps. And this is map viewer for the Serbia, for the administrative units, communities. How is it functioning? Colorings are some parameters, not only in degradation point of view, but also in the effects of conservation measures. We have important activities with and very much involve participation of youth. We established Students' Forum of World Association of Soil and Water Conservation in 2005 in Belgrade University. In that time, I was the president of the World Association, and I also formed this forum in Skopje, capital town of Northern Macedonia. Now, in 2015, we established in World Association World Youth Forum, this organization in Yangling and Nanchang in 2015. Why we establish it? Because we count on youngers. They are our future experts, and they will lead and continue our work. This paper also, in sustainability point of view, takes into account a model of sustainability in hilly regions established for Serbia. I did it, which is divided in the group of the slopes and the group of erosion hazard from non-endangered to the severe endangered. And all of these places are land productions which take care from a social point of view, ecological, soil loss must be under the tolerance, and economically. Productions are erosion control crop rotations, pastures, classical orchards, orchards with classical terraces, orchards with self-terracing, and forests. This model for sustainable management, an ecological point of view, this is 61 sample plots in Topčiderska River. This line is before arrangement. This mid line is tolerant erosion regarding Višmer, and this is soil loss regarding model, which is under, and we are on the ecological point of view of sustainability. Economic efficiency, we did. Model 1 is that I presented. Model 2 is bees production, honey and flower powder on a line of Model 1. And Model 3 is royal jelly on the lines of Model 1. And these are parameters assessed for the 15 years in advance. International rate of return, payback period, benefit cost ratio, net present value, which are all cost effective as international rate of return must be higher than 12% regarding the International Bank for Development and Construction, gave these investments to these Eastern Europe and Balkan countries. Also, these parameters, benefit cost ratio is more than 1, and net present value more above the 0 for the 15 years in advance. Also, in this sustainability point of view, we did a case study, public participation in decision-making of sustainable land resources. I do it and present it here to this example of Grdelička Gorge. Why we choose this area? Because it was one of the most endangered area of erosion in Europe, mid-50s, and to help these people in establishing vineyards, orchards, in cooperation. You can see process of public participation in cooperation with Production Enterprise Cooperative Grdelica, Regional Chamber of Economy Leskovac, and involving local people. It was done through the direct contacts, conversations, debates, through the medias, and it led to the consensus sustainable land management. This was the choice of target groups, villagers, people from the Grdelica, this enterprise. Direct contacts, you can see very deep discussion with people, very important participation in medias, in newspapers, evening news, politics, and very important was local television because we had 10 minutes on their diary, and after that, acceptance of the people was 100%, totally success for this program. I always use a little sense of humor and says that this program is accepted also by youngers. You can see a nice smile from this child. And also by these people, you can see their smiling and their big stomachs. This is the influence of public participation on this program through the medias, through the involved stakeholders, and it led to the economic stability of the region, stopping migrations, erosion control, environmental protection, rising public awareness in decision-making on environment. Here are now some examples from the world. It is from Europe, Austrian examples, where they do risk in zones. They have zones in different colors. Every color means what have to be done in a protecting point of view because it is UPS countries. Red means nothing, and so on. This is also Austrian example, in a stabilization in a torrents, and it led to the sediment management. They have these objects dams that here are stopped. Greater blocks of stones and crossing down to the foothill come very small pieces, and it became the civil engineering material. Czech experience, we have very good connection with the Brno University. It is interesting protection of the settlements and the productive agricultural areas, but by small dams, not only in receiving streams, but also in tributaries. Chinese access with integrated watershed management. And here is also their ports for measuring erosion in Ansai area, Ansai province. This is a good experience from Serbia, an interesting object. Check dam in Grdelička Gorge, when you can see the part of the dam here in front by the part of railway, and the water with the block stones when came, these block stones cross this part, drop down in the front, in water drop down and cross with the channel to another watershed, so the village is saved. Very interesting object. In concluding remarks, we talked about unsustainable.
Hello?
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
In unsustainable development with especially planning production on sustainable principles. It has to be social necessity of the production lines for the people, local, economic benefits, which we see for some years in the future, and also soil loss must be under tolerant. Respect international binding and non-binding documents, public participation, and especially for Serbia, I think worldwide, more investments in erosion and soil control. And I finish always with the mountain stakeholders. They're mainly elderly people, but very, very connected to their natural resources. They very much care about their natural resources, especially water and soil, And you can find there in mountain areas some examples of their tradition, not found in the book. They protect their, in that point of view. Especially they're very hospitable, and we call this conversation with them a glass of conversation. It can be collecting data through this glass conversation, and glass is glass of water, glass of juice, or glass of plum brandy, but only one. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor M.D. Zlatic. You have mentioned many issues related to strategy for sustainable management. And first, you have explained the unsustainable development because of the settlement, more erosion of soil, and land sliding, non-adequate tillage, cutting of forest, and overgrazing of the forest area. Now, how to check these measures? Now, you have mentioned the example of WOCAT network of Serbia. And in this, you have mentioned that mapping of soil is very much essential. And the World Youth Forum, you have participation, and it is very essential to participate the youth of the country and those who are engaging in the sustainable development. Soil management for sustainable model, you have mentioned in the hilly regions. Economic efficiency of different models, you have mentioned, and process of public participation is very much important to get the sustainable model. And this soil management of soil sustainability is the main issue of the public participation. Thank you very much, Dr. Gillette. Now, our next lead speaker is Professor J. Ben Ashir. Dr. Ashir is an emeritus professor of Ben Gurion University, Israel. He has the experience with more than 40 years and in agriculture and environmental research. Professor Asher has published more than 100 reviewed papers in the soil physics, soil chemistry, crop modeling, and resource sensing. He is a renowned personality in the field of water management and modeling. So I request Professor Asher to give your valuable keynote lecture. Thank you very much.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, your topic is proximate sensing of nitrogen needs by spring heat.
Can you see my my PowerPoint? Not yet, probably.
Not yet.
Just a second.
Okay.
I think share screen. I share it, and you have to accept it, right?
It is not coming.
I did share thing. Share. How about now?
Now it is coming. Okay, now it is coming.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, so now it's, can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So
start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and respected audience. Today, I'd like to talk about, I would say, determine it as a complementary talk to Mr. Parta, that to Dr. Patra, that talk just a few minutes before me. And my talk will be on determination of crop fertilizer requirements, or I would determine it crops nitrogen requirement using a simple camera. I'll describe here the biological principles and the optical technology and show you some examples of our newly development in Israel. And we established a company which is Agri IoT for Internet of Things. And currently I'm managing as the CEO of the company. I'll start with the biological principles. So due to the structure of the chlorophyll molecule, 70 to 85% of the crop's nitrogen are in the chlorophyll. Look at the molecule itself. In the center, we have a magnesium atom, and around it, 4 atoms of nitrogen. That's why, as long as we have high chlorophyll concentration, 70 to 85% of it is made of nitrogen. I'd like to start my talk with the Liebig law of the minimum and related to the greenness of the lettuce plant. The example is given down here. You see on the abscissa, you see the water application. On the ordinate, you see the yield. Now, when the nitrogen is the limiting factor, we have 2 treatments here, low nitrogen and high nitrogen. When the nitrogen is the limiting factor, then you could increase water as much as you want, but it won't affect the yield because nitrogen is the limiting factor. If you raise the nitrogen to the high nitrogen fertilization, then we got increase in yield. That's basically the law, the Liebig's law of the minimum. And you see how it affects the color. Here it is, I would say, green, and here it is yellow-green, yellowish green. So these properties are being used by our methodology. Here you see another example. Again, when lettuce, pepper, and tomatoes, when nitrogen is sufficient, the greenness is very dark and it looks like it is almost at its peak nitrogen percentage, from 3 to almost 5. When the nitrogen is limited, we have something between 2 to 2.3% of nitrogen in the leaf, of course. So we can manage fertilization by identify and quantify nitrogen content in plants' leaves. The greenness of the leaves is increased or decreased according to the nitrogen status. That was the biological principle. Now let's talk about the optical technology that is related to the concept. Here we have again 2 examples of maize, one with sufficient nitrogen and the other is with low nitrogen application. And on the left side, you can see that the mixture of high red and high green reflectance give us the yellow. And when we have high green and low red reflectance, it gives us the green. So this is the combination of the leaves. In terms of reflectance, we can see here that when we have very high concentration of chlorophyll, say about 4/100 milligram of chlorophyll per square centimeter, the reflectance is very low, let's say 0.05. And when we have low chlorophyll content, such as 4/10,000, then reflectance, then it is yellow, and 4/10,000 milligram chlorophyll per square centimeter, then the reflectance is very high, almost 0.5, let's say something like that. So this is well distinguished by any camera, any still camera, or even simple cameras that we use with our cellular phones. And let's go further. So we identify several, I would say, physical disturbances that affect the accurate and the final nitrogen percent. The disturbances are light, source of light or sun, and the solution is to overcome the problem or the disturbances of light is go to take a photo at noontime, or sometimes even flash, but at noontime is the natural sun, so that's help us to overcome the disturbances of light source. The other disturbance is the object or the plant reflectance and transmission. The solution, and we don't have any other way to overcome it, to do calibration and validation between the camera and the plant reflectance against laboratory study. And we need several hundreds of laboratory studies before we can say, okay, the camera is well calibrated, I would say universally calibrated, and it's ready for validation and even for POC, which is proof of the concept and commercial distribution. So that's the second case, and the most difficult one is to do the calibration in the computer, and then in the computer we build our algorithm, and based on the theory. Then the camera is also a limiting factor or a disturbance. We have a sensor spectral response, different spectral sensitivities of the photodetectors. This can be a coupled charge detector or any other. So however, the differences between cameras is not very difficult, because we measure, each measurement we take with 5 to 6 cameras, again, in order to calibrate it. And we found that the differences, I'm talking about cameras that are embedded in a cellular phone. So only 3 to 5% of the differences can be applied. Can be identified. So by applying image pre-processing and automatically overcome these limitations, we can come up with what we call the exact estimation or the exact measurements of the nitrogen percent in the plant. So our sensor is not the soil, as I noticed that Patra mentioned the soil, measuring soil nitrogen content. But as an important mean to control and reduce the amount of nitrogen in India, which raised from 1 kilogram per hectare to 175, if I recall correctly, Here is Aurora. Hi. Then our sensor is the only plant. We don't take into consideration the soil, even we are interested in that, but for us, the plant is a sensor that can be described by a photograph that we take from a cellular phone. So, or from a drone, as you see here in wheat field. If you look at this scan, the original image of the wheat field contain many or several objects that are not green. So what we do in order that the first thing to do, we do pre-processing. We clean everything which is not green, and this is an example of the pre-processing. Everything which is not green, and we remain with a green. And then we do some continuous development, such as feature extraction and classification, in order to come to the spatial variability of nitrogen over the field. Here is the result. And you see how nitrogen is distributed over the field. It is very clear that the right-hand side field, which received insufficient nitrogen, is range between 0.5 and let's say 2%, not more than that. Even within this field, we can see already spatial distribution of nitrogen. The left-hand side field, the big one that received sufficient amount of nitrogen, we can see here the green parts, the greener parts, which is here, for example, and that range from 2 to 3, maximum 3% of nitrogen, while the yellow part, if I look on the lower scale, is range from 2.5 to 3.2% of nitrogen. And the average of the whole field, all distribution, is given up here. Nitrogen percent in the entire field is 2.5 plus or minus, let's say, the standard deviation of 0.6. Let's see the distribution or spatial variability, spatial distribution of nitrogen over a single plant, over a leaf. And here we have two examples again with the nitrogen application. The lower one here is the lettuce with sufficient nitrogen application, and here is an image acquisition of insufficient nitrogen acquisition. After pre-processing and feature selection, we remain only with green parts. If we go further for classification, you see how the nitrogen is distributed on a single, or actually it's a bit more than, it's two plants. We see here high amount of nitrogen, while we see here low amount of nitrogen. When we have the average of these two plants is 1.7 plus or minus 0.6 standard deviation. That's the outcome already that you see on your cellular phone. Here on the higher or the sufficient nitrogen application, you can see that the application, that percentage is 2% higher than the one that we have, almost 1.5% higher than the lettuce plant that received insufficient nitrogen application. Now, what we do with this information, we have only nitrogen percent. We have to go, here in this example is how we use the nitrogen percent in order to apply it for the grower and to give him a way to take decision how much to fertilize. So we have here typical or actually optimal distribution of nitrogen over wheat field. On the abscissa, on the x-axis, you see days after planting, or sometimes we change it now to days after emergence of the corn. On the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, you see the change in percent of nitrogen during the growing season. And the change is, once it reaches its final point, which is 4%, that's the maximum we obtain, then it starts going down, and the two lines above the step function are the confidence limit of the data. So we have now the nitrogen percent. On the top, we have the yield. Again, the same days of after planting, and the yield in kilogram per hectare. This is percentage, and this is kilogram per hectare, is going up with time until it comes to its optimal yield. This should be taken from the literature. So we have a model. Actually, I would even mention the model. It's a decent model from which we can estimate the optimal yield that we can expect under good conditions of nitrogen application. And we receive it in terms of kilogram per hectare. Now, the product of percent, nitrogen percent, and the yield give us the total amount of nitrogen that was uptaken or taken up by the crop when we took the photograph. For example, if we take, let's say, 60 days after planting, then we have here about 10,000 kilogram per hectare, and nitrogen we have 2%. So the product of nitrogen times the crop yield would give us something like 100 kilogram per hectare that was taken up at the very same day where we measured the percentage of nitrogen. So in our algorithm, and later it is now in application, our algorithm, once you take the photograph from the field, from the plant in the field, you send it through the internet cloud to the application, to the application and to the algorithms that is being stored in our institute, to obtain how much nitrogen was taken up by the plant some 60 days after the photos was taken. Further, I would say to look at this. If we find out that the fertilization was suboptimal and the yield is lower than the optimal yield that is expected universally in the by the model, then we have to increase the amount of nitrogen in order to change the direction from suboptimal application to optimal application. And the delta is the amount that we have to add. The exact point, where is my, okay. The exact point is the amount that is under-fertilized. And the delta between optimal and the under-fertilized is the amount that we have to add. So all of this is being calculated by our algorithm and sent back in 5 minutes, I'm saying 5 minutes, 5 seconds almost, to the grower or to the agronomist who is leading the growers in the field, where he can decide and take decision of optimal fertilization using the digital color image. So that's the basic theory that combines color greenness of the crop, every crop, calibration in the laboratory, and our computing system. The calibration is being done through artificial neural networking and through machine learning. So combining these two, we obtain precise relationship between what we expect in the laboratory and what we expect in the from the photographs. So the novelty of our approach is the ability to estimate nutrient uptake, actually P and K, and I'll relate a little bit later to P and K, to support agronomic decision. That's the novelty of our system. For example, I give you here the output of our algorithm. We take a photograph of a lettuce plant, which was our, I would say, experimental plant, and the photo is being sent to our through application that, by the way, is being controlled in Pune, India. They also they designed the application in their company, and we see here the percentage of nitrogen, potassium, and phosphate. Now, please notice that the relationship between nitrogen and potassium is 1:1, as compared to the ratio application of nitrogen versus potassium in India that we heard from Patra, Dr. Patra, is 4:1. So once you go with us, we can reduce dramatically the amount of nitrogen in order to obtain appropriate proportion between nitrogen and potassium. And then, of course, the delta, how much we have to add to the crop. And this is given here. You can notice that the lettuce is not fully fertilized. There are a strong degree of yellowness on the plant. So we have to fertilize, not too much, some 9 kilograms of pure nitrogen and 9 kilograms of pure potassium to the crop itself. So let me go further now and share with you a success story of our study. Our first POC, proof of concept, was made in China. And we had a farm which tried to work on greenhouses and with a very, I would say, very traditional growers. So here you see the traditional growers you can see in a distance, yeah. And on the right-hand side is how they worked with our application, and on the left side you see the traditional application of their of the Chinese grower, and the difference is very clear. By the way, they have to also to play with irrigation, because we do fertigation with the irrigation water. We apply the fertilizers, the nitrogen fertilizer. So you see the soil is dark due to the irrigation, as compared to the pale brown that the soil is actually almost not irrigated. So that's the difference between the traditional and the newly developed method to do to take decisions according to the recommendations that come in the application. Now let's see some of the major outcome of our method. You can see here on the left side photograph. This is lettuce that was taken up from our field as compared to the local traditional grower in the field next to it. In terms of weight per plant, this is, let's say, almost 140, 150 gram per plant, while here it's about half of it, 78 to 80 gram per plant. I should say also that it's much less than what we expect in Israel, because in Israel we take to the market at 400 gram per plant. And they took to the market at 150 gram per plant. That's much less. Now, how this was expressed in terms of income? The income of the grower compared to the income of the, according to our agri-IoT system, compared to the traditional growth, was the difference was about $1,400 per 1,000 square meter, with several cycles of lettuce in the field. So that's a very, very important difference between the two methods, which does not require from the grower any investment except taking I would say, I believe in India, we probably have 1 billion, that's a rough estimate, 1 billion cellular phones. So each grower has at least one cellular phone in his pocket. And so this is anyway something that is being used for many other things. So take a photo and send it to our center, to our server, and you'll get in 5 seconds, I said, depends on several things. In 5 seconds, you get the recommendation how much to fertilize. Let's go further and to determine the uniqueness of our method. First, its simplicity. It's a sensorless control. You don't have to buy any sensor. You have the sensor already in your pocket. And actually, the crop, the plant itself is our sensor. If something is wrong, if the soil is lack of fertilizer, then you don't have to measure it. You see it immediately on the on your smartphone. So that's simplicity. Cheapness, you don't have to buy anything. You don't have to invest anything, but you can see it immediately. And it's readily available for all farmers' size, so you can immediately monitor and find out any recommendation that comes from a combination of optical, physical knowledge, biological knowledge, combining them together and assemble them all in application, in a given application. So I think that comes to the end of my talk. Do I have more time? Then I have more slides.
Yeah.
So I'll show several other slides that I prepared. How can we overcome the errors?
Time is limited.
Time is limited. So I'll go to the comparison between camera and laboratory. This is the camera output kilogram per hectare, and this is laboratory output in kilogram per hectare. The slope is 1. I mean, is a unity, which means whatever we find in the laboratory, we found also in the photographs, in the supporting system. And also, this is for, this was taken for carrot, and this is for lettuce, the same thing with less, with smaller amount of data.
Please conclude.
Okay, I think I already concluded. So I'll go back to the conclusion and to remind you the uniqueness of our methods. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I was honored to be invited to this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. J.V. Asher. You have mentioned that green leaves is the indication of the nitrogen content in the leaves. Camera is universally calibrated and also validated by your company, and you have processed pre-processing and final results of this camera. And your decision support system is optimal fertilization using digital color imaging and supporting recommendation of for different days of NPK. And you have mentioned the success stories in China. Then your AGRTOT Group Limited has developed this instrument. It's very simple, cheapness, readily available, and also the monitoring and decision support system. Thank you very much, Dr. Ishi.
Thank you for the right conclusion. And I hope to be in touch with my very many friends in India who really requested me to join this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I request the organizer to conclude the session.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. So as all the speakers have delivered their talk, I request Dr. Nilay Bora, Organizing Secretary, to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Nilay.
Thank you. So, Honorable Chairman, sir, Co-Chairman and conveners, my sincere apologies for being very brief because we are short of time. So it is a privilege to offer the vote of thanks for this inaugural session. So our sincere thanks and gratitude to Professor C. Daji, President, European Society for Soil Conservation, for inaugurating the inaugural session with his address. Our thanks are to Professor S.H.R. Sadeghi from PM University, Iran, as guest of honor of this inaugural session and addressing the participants. Thank you, sir. So we offer our sincere gratitude and thanks to our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. N.S. Rathore, Vice Chancellor, MUPAT, Udaipur, and ex-DDG ICR, and also Dr. A.K. Patra, Director ICR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, and also President of Indian Society of Soil Science. Sir, it was pleasant listening to you during this inaugural session. Our sincere thanks are to the village speakers, Professor M.D. Laki and Professor J. Ben Asa, for their thoughtful and informative talks. Well, it is a privilege and honor to have Professor Dr. Ratan Lalji, World Food Prize Laureate 2020, and distinguished professor, the Ohio State University, as committing to be plenary speaker of this conference. We are also offering our thanks to Professor Lasenti, Dr. W.S. Dandenia, Professor S.P. Vista, Dr. Nopul, Dr. Gathala, Dr. Rita, Dr. Jaina, and Dr. Dr. for their contributions to this international conference. Our sincere thanks to the participants and for their response for the international web conference and also attending this inaugural session. Well, it is our proud privilege to offer vote of thanks to Dr. GBC as DDG NRM ICR and chief patron of ANRCM, Dr. D.K. Sharma as director CSSRI Colonel and patron of the ANRCM, who is also sharing this session, and Professor A.M. H. Alberto from Philippines, co-chairing the session, with Dr. P.K. Rai, Dr. C.S. Singh assisting them as conveners. Our sincere thanks to Dr. A.K. Singh, President, ANRCM, Dr. Sanjay Arora, Secretary, ANRCM, Dr. Sanjay Shami, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Vikas Sharma, Dr. Unchaman Kohli, Dr. Sushanta De, Dr. Y.P. Singh, Senior Vice President, Dr. T.K. Sivastava, Vice President, and also Mr. D. Rajasekaran, MSB Secretary, MSS Sector as co-organizing secretaries. Well, sincere thanks for their guidance and during the preparation of this conference to the executive members of ANRCM, members of the organizing committee, and all offering their cooperation and help for successful organization of this conference. Lastly, I offer my sincere thanks to ICR, State Agricultural Universities for their cooperation. Last but least, my sincere apology to any unintentional omission during this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nile Bora, Organizing Secretary of this International Web Conference. So we are completing the session, inaugural session. On behalf of ANRCM, I thank Professor Zalatic from Serbia, who has he given his consent to deliver the lead talk. Professor Zalatic, thank you very much. Professor Sadeghi from Iran, thank you very much. Professor Carmelo Desi was busy in some program, so he has to leave. So we are thankful to him also. Professor Ben Asher from Israel, where I was there for some time at Israel. We are thankful to him who has joined and gave a good lecture on decision support system. Dr. Patra, Dr. Rathore, uh, dynamic personalities in their field. They have joined in this session. Thank you very much on behalf of the academy. So we will be ending the session, and I hope you will be continuing to join if you are interested, and then we will be taking up the session next session. I am thankful to Dr. D.K. Sharma for nicely chairing the session. And I think, sir, if you want to sum up with the session and ask the conveners if they want to have some comments, Dr.
Okay,
Sharma.
yeah, because I have mentioned this, the highlights of the presentation at the end of each each of the
Yes, yes.
presenter. So there is no need for my side because I have already done this job. I ask our co-chair, Dr. Annie Melinda.
Annie is not here, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it is all right because I have mentioned.
Dr. Pradeep, if you want to add, give your comment, Dr. Pradeep Rai, convener of the session. Okay, I think here also there is some internet problem. Thank you very much. So we are going towards the next session. The next technical session is efficient soil, water, and energy management under diverse ecosystem. We will be starting just in a few seconds to see all the speakers are there. Just Dr. Professor Sadeghi.
Unmute me, please.
Yes, yes. He is chairman of the session. Dr. Vikas Sharma. Dr.
Unmute
Vikas.
me, please. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so everybody for sure has got a little bit tired, but now we are almost 45 minutes behind the time. So I think it is my task to, manage it. So firstly, I would like to request my, in fact, lead speakers, Dr. Vikas Sharma, Nant K. Agrawal, and Dr. Zainab Khaled, and also our oral presenter, let me read their name, Srija, Hada, Abi, and Sharma. Please condense their presentation as much they can, and please directly go to the point and to go to the point that they really want to present, and just remove the introductory parts of their presentation. So the session, as it was introduced by Sanjay Arora, in fact, is efficient soil, water, and energy management under diverse ecosystem. The session will be chaired by myself, and it will be, in fact, co-chaired by my friends and my colleagues, Dr. Vikas Sharma, and also Dr. Shafali Sarivastava, and also Mr. Navid Sharma. So as per is, in fact, a very small changes that it was asked by Dr. Sanjay Arora. The first speaker of this session will be Dr. Nand K. Agrawal, because so far I know he has got another appointment and he has to leave our seminar. So Dr. Nand Kishore Agrawal is a development professional with over 22 years of experience working for donor agencies, regional intergovernmental organizations, and NGOs in the field of natural resources, climate change, and poverty reduction. He currently works with International Center for Integrated Mountain Development in Kathmandu, and heads their regional project on climate change adaptation and resilience building in Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and India. His current works focuses on working closely with partner governments, research institutions, NGOs, and enterprises for development and implementation of solutions for climate change adaptation and resilience building in the Himalayan contents. So the set of yours, please, Dr. Nankeshwar Agrawal, please condense your presentation as much you can. Your time is started 10, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sadegi, and it was really nice to hear the intro. And I will really try to condense it because I am already getting late for my next appointment and getting calls after call. So I'll really try to. I'll come straight to the talk. Let me share my screen. But I just really want to thank the organizers and also Dr. Sanjay Swami for inviting me to this prestigious event, and I'm truly privileged to share the platform with so many well-known global speakers, and would be sharing my thoughts on what, based on my experience, what we are doing. So let me just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm just trying to put it in this form, the presentation form. Is it coming in presentation form, or is it coming only?
Yes, yeah, it is yours. You can manage it. There is no problem.
Okay.
You can do your own. Yeah, you can do by your own.
Okay, so I will be focusing on some solution-centric approach on resilience building. And
please slide mode.
Yes, I'm trying to see that how the slide mode comes, but it's not really coming that well. Okay. I will.
So slideshow, it is there on the top also.
Yes.
Right,
just give me a
also,
second. It should come. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, here, exactly.
Yes. So you see my slide now? Full slide mode?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, so this is about some issues, say how is the climate change in, say, what are the issues of climate change in the Himalayan region, and what are some simple solutions that we have tried. So I would like to share that. But just a little bit about my organization. We are an International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. We work with 8 countries in the Himalayan region. And mainly working in the Himalayan context, and also a little bit in the downstream. So in the Himalayan context is mainly, say, Himalayan countries are from, say, Afghanistan to in the east Myanmar. So 8 countries, including India, China, Pakistan, Nepal. So we take a lot of pride in talking that we bring together India, China, Pakistan on same desk to talk about. So this region is basically 240 million people live in this region, and 1.9 billion people are dependent on the resources that come from this region in the downstream. This is also known as Water Tower of Asia because 10 major Asian river systems originate from Himalayan region. So what is happening in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region? When it comes to climate change, we all know about the Paris Agreement, and which is, say, 1.5 degree world the leaders are talking about. But even that 1.5 degree is too hot for Hindu Kush Himalayan region because of the amplification by elevation dependent warming. Because as we go up in the mountains, the warming rate is much higher. So if we have 1.5 degree world, the temperature, average temperature in the Himalayan region would be around 2.1 degree. And if we go by RCP 4.5, the temperature would be, say, 2.5 plus minus 1. And if we continue at the current rate, the current emission trends, the temperature is likely to be 5.5 degree. This has been well researched, documented, and presented in a recent report released by ICIMOD. So this is that Himalayas are much higher risk of climate change, or say at the front line of climate change compared to rest of the world. So at say in 1.5 degree world, the glaciers are likely to lose 1/3 of the glaciers will likely be lost. And in the current emission trend, almost 2/3 of the volume of glaciers will be lost. So this is a major difference, we need to see that even if we are maintaining 1.5 degree, which looks actually quite difficult, but never know. And so that's the kind of challenges that we have. Just to show an example of how the changes have taken place in the Himalayan region for the last 100 years. So this is a picture from 1921. And if you just keep your eyes on any spot, any particular point in this picture, and you will see the change that is happening in the Himalayan region in last 90 years. This is the picture from 2009. So you can see the big change that has happened already and in the last 90 years, and this change is much faster now compared to the past. In terms of, say, other aspects, so Himalayan region is, say, the much more poverty prone. There are a lot more poorer people in the Himalayan region compared to rest of the world. Even within the Himalayan countries, the poverty rate is much higher in the Himalaya, and of course, compared to globe, it's different. In addition to climate and poverty challenges, we also have a major challenge of that men are migrating in search of employment. And we all saw recently that how much migration has happened. So almost 33% of the households in the mid hills of Himalaya have at least one person migrated outside the country. And so that is another challenge. And the fourth challenge is that, of course, socio-economic constraint. This is for entire South Asia, that women do not get as much opportunity for studying or for several other employment. So this is also a big challenge. So keeping in this challenge, what can we do at local level? So that's the kind of answer we were trying to seek from our work. And so we came up with this framework. We call it Resilient Mountain Solutions Framework, in which we focus on 3 dimensions of resilience building. So it's not only climate that is impacting the lives. Of course, there's so many socioeconomic factors are there. So climate resilience, socioeconomic resilience, and we look at the third resilience, that is future resilience. How do we plan for the future risk? And how do we also use the latest technology, futuristic technology, to enhance our resilience? So this combines basically these 2 aspects. So combining these 3 aspects, climate resilience, socioeconomic resilience, and be ready for the future, we came up with this particular framework. We call it Resilient Mountain Solutions Framework. What is the main message in this framework is that solutions need to be simple, replicable, and affordable. We all know that, particularly in the South Asian context, it is almost impossible for NGOs, governments, and other departmental organizations, frontline department, to reach each and everyone in the villages or rural urban slums. And particularly in the mountains, it's even more difficult. Therefore, we highly recommend going for solutions that everyone can do without really waiting for inputs from government or support from government. And then the solutions have to be customized, whether it is mountains or say other non-mountain area. It has to be very customized solutions. Another fundamental principle or non-negotiable for this, that government is the biggest development agency, and unless whatever work is done is fully supported by government, or government is involved in that, it's not going to be sustainable. We might create some island of happiness and success, but then government doesn't really take the ownership, so it doesn't get replicated. And that brings to my 4th point, that any solution that we implement, that has to be scalable. Unless it is scalable, it's not really going to work out. So some of the solutions, what we have been trying is basically co-design the solution. We keep some principle, we keep the gender and social inclusion aspects very important. Then ensure that the scaling happens. And then we have, say, 4 or 5 categories of solutions. One is that we create learning hubs. So in selected villages, we create learning hubs and then try to learn from those learning hubs, bring people to learn, and then see how those learning hubs can be replicated by country governments. These solutions are mostly nature-based, But at the same time, we also look at entrepreneurship, that how young entrepreneurs in the mountain areas can really benefit from the approaches that we are doing and develop a new model where private sector gets actively involved in the whole process. And using the technology, ICT-based agri-planning and solutions. So that's also something which we really promote strongly. I just want to come quickly to some of the solutions. So resilient mountain villages, we have tried it in 15 villages in 3 countries. You can see one simple solution, the second picture, where just this strip is there, color strip, and a woman in the village, by comparing the leaf with the strip color, can judge whether what nutrient is missing and try to implement that challenge, or say try to find a solution to that nutrient. So this kind of simplified version of solutions are very, very important. One simple solution we promote very strongly, and it has actually been automatically taken up by everyone who comes across, is what they call it jhol mol. It's a local liquid fertilizer using cattle urine, cattle dung, and also some plant species, leaves of plant species which are bitter in taste. It's fermented for a month and then it's ready. And there are different varieties of jhol mol that is there. Why it is not a rocket science, it's not a new solution. But the best thing about this solution is that people in the villages, they know about this solution, and with little bit of training, they easily implement it, and it doesn't require any external support. So we implemented this with 200 farmers. Now 2,000 farmers are doing it without any external support. And just imagine all those 200,000 farmers, they have reduced the use of chemicals. So kind of implication it has for, say, mitigation also. So from that perspective, it is a very useful solution. And some research we carried out that how this solution has benefited them in terms of productivity, even compared to the chemical fertilizers. So that's the kind of impact that it has, and that's why it gets picked up very quickly by everyone. Then we have another simple solution is spring shed management. Everyone must have heard about watershed management, but we see that in the mid hills, there are so many springs that are there, and that are drying up because of many reasons, including infrastructure development. So again, some work with them, with the local population to protect those springs, and also to regenerate those springs is useful. And to do that, we developed this 6-step protocol, and actually Niti Aayog in India, the main planning body of India, took this, and now there's already a national level policy based on our work, as together with some other work that was done in Sikkim particularly. So that's the kind of another solution. And this is my last solution that I wanted to present. There are several solutions, but I just picked up 3 relevant to this event. The pollination services. This is one of the most neglected area, but it is really, really very, very impressive, very useful solution. So the fact is that 3/4 of the food crops rely on animal pollinators. And then bees are the most effective animal pollinators. What is happening that because of climate change, alarming use of pesticides, antibiotics, and climate change, these pollinators, the bees, are diminishing. So what the model is that if some people, some farmers, some beekeepers place their beehives in an apple orchard of another farmer, the apple orchard farmer pays for this beehive that is kept in his or her farm, and at the same time, the bee farmer gets benefit from the honey also. So it's in additional income that comes to bee farmer. So that is one thing. But presence of beehives in an apple orchard could lead to, say, several benefits in terms of quality of output, the increased weight of the fruit, a higher yield, overall higher yield, almost 48% increase in the yield. And this is an example from Pakistan, but I understand this also we are doing it in Himachal Pradesh in India. So that's the kind of very interesting solution, technology-oriented solution. And nowadays we have technologies that we can create, we can manage these beehives sitting in our comfort of our office with the remote control, we can understand that what's happening in that beehive with the use of sensor, and also instruct or guide the farmers to supply food for bees that are inside, or reduce the moisture, or increase the temperature, something. It's all possible to do it remotely. So overall, my message is that it is really, really important that there is a lot of rapid growth happening. So we contribute to that rapid growth with these simple solutions, which are scalable, and that would have much more transformative impact rather than going for very big, big changes, and that are very complicated and not very easy for farmers and people to understand. So this is last slide just to summarize that it is really important to keep poverty issues, resilience issues, and gender and social consideration in mind while selecting these solutions. And unless we keep those things in mind, these solutions are not going to be effective and sustainable. So thank you. And I stop here.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agrawal. Really, it was very good, and I know that you really squeezed what you have decided to present. In fact, Dr. Agrawal started by the context of climate change in Himalayan region, and also he talked about the importance of the region and higher even sensitivity of the area to climate changes compared to other parts of the world. He nicely presented the diminishing trend in Himalayan resources led to several challenges, including socioeconomic issues. Dr. Agrawal accordingly proposed a resilient mountain solution framework, which mainly focuses on replicable, affordable, content-specific, governmentally supported, and scalable approaches based on some co-design, green business, simplified and customized manners, gender and social focus solutions were presented. I really enjoyed myself. Thank you very much. Big hands to you. Allah, we cannot contribute in such way. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sadeghi.
Okay.
And I need to leave actually. So please excuse me. I will be happy to answer any question via email or afterwards.
Thank you very much. It is you are very good of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So any comment, any question, if there is any question or comment, just one question is allowed in if any. You can write down it. You can write down in chat panel. Okay. So thank you very much. Have a nice meeting, Dr. Agrawal, and bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.
Okay, the next speaker is Dr. Vikas Sharma, who is a professor and head soil science at Sher Kashmir University of Agricultural Science and Technology of Jammu. He is an alumni of Punjab Agricultural University and also a postdoc from West Virginia University in the States. He is presently working on soil conservation, erosion, and assessment and management of soil carbon in the Himalayas region. So, Dr. Sharma, are you available right now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so please, the floor is yours. And please follow what Dr. Agrawal did, really. He condensed his presentation and you kindly do the same. Thank you very much.
Definitely. The onus is on me,
Yeah.
being one of the organizers.
Yeah. So you are allowed to take for your own time.
No, but I'm supposed to condense it.
Just joking, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sadeghi.
Yeah, please.
Put up my presentation. Okay, so there are a number of slides. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay.
There are a number of slides, but I'll be focusing on a few of them to drive home my point. And I feel that it's a good thing that Dr. Nand Agrawal presented before me because he stopped at where he was discussing about poverty elevation. And that is a very important factor in the Himalayas. That is also a driver of land degradation. Indirectly, you can say that. So I'll be focusing on soil erosion risk and mitigation solutions. And why these mitigation solutions are not working. That is also an important part in the Himalayas, because we have a lot of technologies, but they are not really useful for many of the individuals in the Himalayas. Okay. So briefly, I'll give an overview. We know that erosion is one of the major problems that is leading to degradation of land, and that is undermining the productivity of agricultural lands everywhere around the world. So this is more so in Himalayas, which are very young and fertile as of now. They are still moving and still developing. They have not reached their final stage yet. So we have a lot of landslides and other natural ways of degradation and erosion. But what concerns us is the anthropogenic activities, especially agriculture, as an agricultural scientist, and how to take care of the erosion in such situations. So you can see that around the world, the rate of erosion is near about 1.5 to 7 tons per hectare. But when we look at India, that erosion rates come to 16.4 tons per hectare per year. And now if we look at the Himalayas, so you'll see I took these three portions of the Indian Himalayas and the Himalayas in the Nepal to have a look at the erosion problem. So we'll see there are a lot of reddishness, red spots around here where the erosion is in excessive range. So nearly exceeding 80 tons per hectare per year in many of the areas in the Himalayan region. You can compare it with the figure that we talked about, like 7 tons per hectare in the world and 16.4 in India. And you can see that there's a big problem of erosion in the Himalayan region. So this is a bit more focused. So we are talking about Jammu and Kashmir, where I'm working. So we are losing nearly 5.5 million hectare of land to erosion just by water, and another 1.3 million hectare to wind erosion. So that is the Ladakh part of the erstwhile state. Now it's a separate union territory. And you'll see that in Jammu and Kashmir, the most of the erosion parts falls in the extremely severe category as compared to the rest of India. So now from the main Himalayan maps to at micro level, we have studied two different watersheds in the foothill Himalayas. And we have found that the rates are at par. That is more than 80 tons per hectare at certain points, and even more than 100 tons per hectare in the higher Himalayas. So these are two different watersheds. One are in the lower Himalayas and one in the upper Himalayas. So if you see and compare in the upper Himalayas, you'll see that there are a lot of red dots. Now these are the ones where the lands are very slopy. Now, agriculture is not playing a major part in erosion in the upper Himalayas in this region. But when we look at the lower Himalayas, the red dots and indigo dots in the middle, they are all the agricultural lands. And the yellowish parts are the ones that are under the scrub forest. So there's a huge problem of erosion in the lower Himalayas from agricultural lands. So this confirms that. So if we can have a look at this slide, so you can see that when you compare it, the erosion with the land use and land cover, you see that the green portion refers to the forest. This is less than 10 tons per hectare, whereas in the agricultural land, the erosion is going up to 80 tons per hectare. And now when we compare it with the soil carbon, because soil carbon is also a binding agent and is directly related with the fertility of the soil and the productivity of the soil, and is one of the primary indicators of soil quality. So when we compare that, we'll see that as we move from south to north in this particular watershed, where there's a lot of vegetation in the southern parts. So as we move from south to north in the agricultural fields, the organic carbon goes to less than 0.5%. And is one of the major reasons for low productivity in this particular rain. Of course, the other one is the lack of water. So as we compare the stocks, I can skip this, we've already talked. So erosion, land degradation in Himalayas in this part is largely due to water erosion. So water erosion is the driver. As you can see one of the photographs on the right, there is extreme case of land degradation in the foothill Himalayas. So one of the drivers for this high erosion is the high intensity monsoonal rates. Now this is also linked with climate change, because over the years we have seen that the amount of rainfall has remained stagnant in this region, but the number of rainy days has actually decreased, indicating that the intensity has been increasing over time. So which is again promoting soil erosion in the region. So now this soil erosion, as we all know, leads to land degradation, leads to organic matter reduction, nutrient losses, also reduce water storage. And water storage and water availability is also one of the primary concerns in this part of the Himalayan region. That is actually leading to low productivity. And when we compare this productivity with the rest of the country, that is India, so we'll see that the productivity is nearly half as much. Even though the same varieties, same fertilizer are available to these farmers, but the productivity of the land is very, very low. So one thing is the fertility, the other thing is the availability of water, and they are both because of the high soil erosion in the foothills. So coming to the thing that I was talking about, that Dr. Nand Agarwal was talking, that elevation of poverty is the primary reason, and we need to make the system more resilient. So because poverty actually leads to people not investing in their lands. So because these lands are not very, you can say, payable, they don't pay much to the farmers. That's why they are not looking after their lands. So the poverty is leading to lack of technical knowledge among the farmers, and this poverty also doesn't make them believe in the production system that they are depending upon, because this production system is not giving them much. They'll be rather be doing other odd jobs which are easily payable, or which from which they can get the remuneration very easily. So they are not looking after their lands, which of course, coupled with all the natural factors that are occurring in the Himalayas, lead to large scale erosion, and that eventually leads to land degradation. And now this land degradation again leads to low productivity, and that again makes a cycle, complete cycle. That means we go from land degradation to poverty, poverty to land degradation, because people don't have the means to look after their lands. They are not investing in their lands because they are sure that their lands are not going to give them much for them. So I'll skip this. So we are aware what are the practices that are to be used to alleviate this problem. We know that what are the best management practices for soil erosion risk mitigation. A number of studies have been conducted in this part by us. So we know that adding organic matter is one of the things, because we are losing a lot of organic matter. And then we know that crop management is another factor, residue management is another factor. Use of cover crops, because we can grow a lot of pulses in this part and legumes, and then of course reduce tillage. Now of course all these factors are directly related to what we call conservation agriculture. That is, we make use of minimum disturbance to the soil, have a permanent soil cover, go for crop management and all those things. So we actually took upon, I'll skip these slides. So we actually took upon to compare all these practices in the foothill Himalayas. The CT refers to our conventional tillage systems. We have a minimum tillage system, and ZT is zero tillage. Now, if you look at the runoff, there's no major difference among all these treatments in the foot. But when we took a look at the soil loss, we'll see that zero tillage system has significantly reduced the soil loss above our minimum tillage and control, while minimum tillage has done better than the conventional tillage systems. Okay, but when we look at the soil cover or land cover, so M refers to mulching, I refers to intercropping with legumes, and R refers to the residue retention. We'll see once again the impact is more on the soil loss as compared to the runoff. But in this case, we are also able to hold up some sort of runoff. Unlike zero tillage, where runoff was much more, and there was a huge loss of nitrogenous fertilizers from zero tillage treatments. So we tried to relate the amount of rainfall in this particular region with the soil loss. So only a few lines here drawn. In case of conventional tillage systems, we see that as the rainfall increases, there's a steep increase in the amount of erosion from these fields. Whereas when we have practices like zero tillage or practices where we have covered the crop, the increase is a linear sort. It's not parabolic and doesn't rise suddenly. So along with the erosion, we are also losing carbon. You can see this is over 6 events that we have studied, and we have seen that it's almost uniform when the carbon is being lost. But what caught our eye was the carbon in the sediments. You can see the red circle here where we are losing 1.5 to 2% carbon in the sediments. Now you will be amazed to know that the amount of carbon in the top 0 to 15 centimeter layer in this field is actually less than 0.5%. So that is a huge carbon enrichment ratio here in the sediments, because the top few centimeters of the soil is holding most of the organic matter in this zone. So this is the impact of tillage and soil cover on soil carbon. Once again, zero tillage has performed better here, and as well as the covering of the crops. I'll skip these slides and I'll come to the main points that I want to make here. So the challenge, of course, we have seen that there is huge problem of soil erosion and poor productivity in the region. So we need to protect the limited land resource for further degradation. That is our challenge. So improving productivity of land and eroding poverty in the region. So what we need to do is, we know that there are a lot of practices. They have been carried out elsewhere and they have been carried out here itself. But what are the issues that plague these problems? One is that of adoptions. This is one of the major issues, because we have been trying a lot, but there has been a very poor response when it comes to adopting technologies like zero tillage by the farmers. One of the reason here is that there is a very low initial yield, especially in case of maize in this region. Then again, the other thing that we are advocating is the residue retention in the fields. Now this residue is used by the farmers for their animals. Now they are not willing to leave that residue in the field. So that is another thing that we cannot, we can say, pursue them to take up. Then again, even when they are leaving the residue, the time gap between the residue decomposition and the next crop is very small. That way they are losing a lot of nitrogenous fertilizer, because there is not enough time for degradation of the crop residue, especially because of the large carbon and nitrogen ratio in these. So these are some of the issues, even though there are technologies available, but the problem is that we are, one of the major things here is that the loss of interest in land by the younger generation is playing a major role here. So, for example, we have taken up studies in multiple villages in the foothill Himalayas. We call it Shivaliks here. So we have seen that whenever we were going there, the people are more, they will hand over their land to us for carrying out the experiments, but will not contribute anything in terms of time to us, because they'll be busy in driving a bus or maybe working in a factory, because that pays them every day. And they are not sure about the outcome of the agricultural system, that it's just a, you can say, because they have the land, so they are tilling it. It's like that. They don't want to do anything about that. So this of course takes us to some of the policy issues that the government needs to take up. One is to maximize the value of the soil or the land for the stakeholders. Land holdings are very small in this region. One of the major things is that the most of the people that are in this region has got small jobs, odd jobs, government jobs, etc., because of lower population as compared to rest of India, and that leaves the land unprotected. So what is happening is here, actually that is supposed to be a good thing if people are leaving their land and going for other jobs. But the thing is, whoever is leaving the land is not actually leaving the land to others. He is just leaving the land and as a backup plan for himself. So one thing here that needs to be done is the land consolidation. But what is the problem here in India? Because there are a lot of legal issues. Once somebody hands over the land to someone for tilling, over a period of time, it becomes a right of the one who is tilling. And people are really afraid of such things. So what we need to do as a closing line, I would say that we need to incentivize the conservation agriculture. If we really want the people to take up agriculture, and then invest in people so that they can invest in the land. And finally, land consolidation needs to be done in the Himalayas if we need to adopt these technologies. The land which people have left untilled, or people who have left, they should not keep the land to themselves, but on a lease basis, there should be a policy so that the other people who are remaining behind in the hills, they can utilize that land by paying a certain amount of rent. That will make them a more remunerated. So I've got my clue. Dr. Sadeki is indicating. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Quick one.
Yeah, Dr. Sharma, in fact, you took almost 18 minutes for your presentation. Yeah, you talked about soil erosion risk and mitigation techniques in Himalayas. You first started by giving some figures on soil erosion rate in Himalayan regions in comparison with other parts of India, Asia, and even that of the globe. You partitioned the main triggering forces for soil and soil water erosion in upper highlands and lower Himalayan regions. High intensity rain, high slope, low organic matter, and nutrient losses were introduced as main determinant factors behind high rates of soil erosion in the region. Besides natural factors, anthropogenic factors sourced from bad socioeconomic conditions of the people lead land degradation vicious cycle. You finally propose some conservation agriculture and tillage system to mitigate soil and water losses in the region. Besides, the successful performance of the tillage measures and existing challenges and opportunities also were counted by you. Thank you very much. You had a very nice presentation. I really enjoyed, but I would like to have a question, please. Would you please tell me, how did you map soil erosion rate in the region?
Okay, we use the Russell equation and it was mapped using GIS and remote sensing.
Okay, could you in fact calibrate the RUSLE equations in the region, and also how about a snowfall region in the area? And because whenever you are calculating the erosivity factor, so the snowfall really is a big issue for the calculation.
Actually, we are not dealing with the snow here. I was talking about the foothills. We don't have the problem of snow in this part. So it's not calibrated for snow this point.
Okay, and what are your suggestions for mitigating soil erosion in highland regions where some other natural factors are functioning rather anthropogenic factors?
As per our experience goes in the Himalayas, agriculture, anthropogenic activities related to agriculture are one of the main concerns, because in forests there is not much erosion.
Okay.
Most of the other land is covered with forests, so that those areas are not. And the other things, of course, the modernization, construction of roads, these things are going on, and they are actually, you can say, disturbing the ecology. But of course, new systems, new policies of highway,
developmental activities,
developments, and all those things. The government is taking up green zones around the highways. So it's the things have changed over time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Vikas. If there is any question, any comment, it is allowed, please. So thank you, Dr. Sharma. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Zainab Khaled. Am I pronouncing properly?
Yes.
Yeah, Zainab Khaled is a PhD fellow in Lanzhou University, China. She is an environmental scientist currently working in disaster risk reduction. She is an early career scientist, and her research focus is on the vulnerability assessment of HKH. That there should be some region in the China, is it, or somewhere else,
No,
or
it's
Himalaya?
Hindukush-Himalayan region.
Okay. So communities in northern Pakistan. Her particular interests extend to natural resources management, indigenous knowledge, and climate resilience in rural mountain communities. The floor is yours. You are welcome. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am going. I have already been introduced, and thank you to all the previous doctors, scientists who have introduced the basics of what I am going to present, including the region. So I am going to skip through the introductory part and go straight to what I want to actually say. Uh, so, water, we all know the centrality of water and the importance of water and how climate is affecting it. So, if we look at water as a central entity, we see that water is being subjected to a lot of issues currently. The world is dealing with water scarcity. The world is dealing with water pollution, and we are seeing water resources being dried up or just simply mismanaged, which is exacerbating the issues within KKH region and overall the world. But here I would want to emphasize mainly on Karakoram, Hindu Kush, Himalayan and Karakoram region. And within that, I would talk about certain indigenous solutions that communities have taken up or that are going through some crisis at the moment. So if you look at water in the relational terms, you would see that when you look at how the water is being managed, you would see that we are probably dealing with tragedy of the common. Tragedy of the common was a concept put forward in 1960s by a scientist, Professor Hardin, and he said that if there is a commodity which is being utilized by the community, there is no sense of ownership to it, and it usually degrades very fast as compared to all the other things that individuals claim to. So water resources are mainly, that commodity that are going through this, and because of that, so many water resources we are losing so many water resources that's why we see that there is a loss of ownership to water resources, as opposed to a lack of it, because we are losing the resources overall. And with that, we are also losing, or we are in the process of losing, indigenous knowledge that comes with the management of these systems. So we have an example from, I would like to give an example from Balochistan, which is also a part of HKH region and is a province in Pakistan. That the water is placed so far away from the communities that most of the people have to spend one day to go and fetch the water, and usually it is women that have to go. So there was a project by UN where they put the water pipes and water taps in the schools, and which benefited the community in multiple ways. It improved the education, it improved the access. So when we are talking about these initiatives, we see that it is not only the efficient use but also the efficient placement of water and water resources. And we also see that access to water is a privilege in this world that we are living today. Hindu Kush Himalayan region has already been introduced to you, so I'm going to skip this. So I'm going to talk about three of the main water management systems. First is Cool. Cool is in the upper Himalayan regions of India and in Pakistan also we see this system. Basically, because of the geological makeup and the topographic restrictions of the area, we see that having tube wells and boring is not a viable option. So what people in the higher Himalayas or higher mountain regions do is that they dig out these water channels that bring water straight from the glacier to their communities. Now, this is not a new system, and in fact, if you look at the history, it goes back to the Babylonian times, and you see that it is very, very prevalent in the Himachal Pradesh of India and also in the Hunza Valley. And people have been using this for irrigation purposes, for domestic purposes, for drinking water, or to procure drinking water as well. These schools are usually built on along the natural gradient, so there is usually no machinery involved. But however, it is a laborious task, and different communities have adapted different resources for it. For example, this one here is a simple cool. Then we have a cool where wooden pipes are used to divert water. Here in this diagram, you see that water is diverted into a channel and then is going into the irrigation terraces. Then there is also the use of bamboo pipes, and there is also, bamboo drip irrigation system. I think Professor Swami would know, it's in Meghalaya, very common. And bamboo is also used in cool making. The last example or last picture you see is from Hunza. You see the topography, you see the mountain and how people are actually taking up this PVC pipe to transport water from the glacier to their community, and it is a very dangerous sight, as you can see. But of course, it is necessary for those people who have no alternate solution. They need water to survive, and the water that's with them is mostly from glaciers. And because of the topography, usually the water, especially in Hunza, they cannot excavate water from directly from the rivers or nalas. So they go directly for the glacier sites. Second of these is Kares. Kares again is water management or efficient water use system in Balochistan. Again, the history goes back to 3 millennial old system, and it's interestingly it is not only in Balochistan, but you also find it in almost 22 countries. And within these 22 countries, this system is known by more than 20 different names. And these countries are China, Chile, Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan, and some parts of North African and Arab countries as well. It's also known by Kanat. So you see here this picture here with the diagram, you see that usually a mother well is dug first where it reaches the aquifer in the groundwater, and then along the gradient, different wells are dug, and underground, underneath these wells, there is a water tunnel. And then eventually in the next pictures you see that these are the mouths of those tunnels where people can actually go in, and water is then comes out. And in another picture you can see that how it is out on the surface, and people are enjoying this, and this water is used in irrigation as well. The third is spring and rainwater management. Um, Dr. Dr. Vikas and Dr. Sorry, I completely forgot. I mixed up his name. Dr. Agarwal, sorry, Dr. Agarwal mentioned spring management in his presentation. And it's the same basically, where you see that a lot of communities used different protocols, different indigenous knowledge according to their own geography and according to their own surroundings, to come up with different ways to harness water from springs. They have different small ponds that they make to collect spring water, and then later use it. Then they also have water that comes from the snow belt. They are also collected in small ponds. The rainwater is also harvested using these ponds, and these are usually based on the communal basis, and everybody has a share in it. Roof water harvesting is also very common in Himalayan systems. Another very interesting approach is dew and fog water harvesting, where you see that communities they usually especially after the monsoon season, when the humidity is really high, you see that the farmers they prefer to plow their fields early in the morning when there is still dew on the soil, and after plowing this mixture gets mixed with the soil, and then it helps the soil to retain water moisture, and it contributes to the overall soil fertility and nature of soil. So these with these management systems, these examples actually tell about how different communities within the Himalayan region especially have had their indigenous knowledge systems in place that have been working for them through centuries. And it is now very, very sad that these communities are kind of letting go of these systems because of different socioeconomic pressures and climatic pressures, of course. Many of these communities have abandoned these systems because they had to leave for a better economic opportunity. For example, Kares is declining very, very fast in Balochistan because people have moved out mostly to Gulf region. Same like in for Cools, when you look at those communities, they are more on the mountain urbanization and mountain tourism, and with those people are now inclined to take up some tourism related businesses, and they are just letting go of these management systems and now demanding that government should come and take over these systems and manage them. However, being a very pro indigenous knowledge person, I feel like it is not a war, or it is not a debate where we have to indulge into indigenous versus scientific knowledge, or we should even indulge into which methodology is more appropriate, but rather we should see the world as a network of intricate and complex systems which all need to come together so that there is a sustainable future. And we must realize that all of these systems have sustained for some time until a stressor has come and they have collapsed or they have gone into the crisis. So I would like to suggest that instead of just preferring one kind of knowledge, we should work with all kinds of different knowledges that are known. And also within this process we are going to definitely come across other unknown knowledge systems in within the human setups. So we should couple them and then come up with some futuristic sustainable solution. Also, collaborative governance, I feel like, is another point where like Dr. Sharma also mentioned that eventually we will have to come up with some systems where government takes up the opportunity, and other presenters said that government is the ultimate ultimate development agency. So unless and until they take they come in the picture and they support these local people who are kind of stressed because of the external stressors that are just, and they don't know how to cope with them because their indigenous knowledge is does not allow them to comprehend these existing challenges. And for scientific community, I propose that an interdisciplinary research approach is the best, because um, when you include people from different fields of life or different fields of science, you get perspective. For example, people who are just pure scientists, and they are bringing in their scientific knowledge. Eventually, we want the society to benefit from that and to effectively communicate their scientific in situ research to the people outside. We do need good water managers who are also pro in social science and participatory approach, and who can also have a dialogue with government and also bring them on board so that we can have a more comprehensive and coherent system in
Thank you.
place which benefits all the stakeholders. With that, thank you very much for giving me opportunity and time to speak. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to address.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zainab. In fact, you were the only woman presenter till now, so you did also very well. In fact, your paper was very good, and your presentation was on efficient water management in diverse ecosystem was very good. You stated, in fact, something about the importance of water as one of the unique commodity in the world, and also you talked about the importance of water management through indigenous measures in Hindu Kush Himalayan region. You then introduced coal open channel irrigation system, wooden water channel, bamboo pipe, and adaptive PVC iron pipes installed in a very steep and stony region, kanat or karis, and spring and rainwater harvesting systems. As fully successfully examined technologies were also introduced by you, and also you finally proposed that these technologies have to be propagated and also well extension with some coupled approaches with new technologies, and also they have to be supported by collaborative governance of the government, and they have to be also supported by some interdisciplinary researchers. Could I successfully conclude what you presented?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for a nice presentation. And in case of any question, any comment, please let us know. So thank you very much. Again, big hand to you also. Now we are going to rushly to the next presentations that it is supposed to be presented by Srija, Hada, Abhi, and Sharma. Are all available here? Oh, Hadda is available. I saw. Okay, then. Sarija? Sarija? So I think he or I think let me. Okay, I didn't receive any feedback from him or her. And Abby, is he available? Abby and Sharma. So if Mr. or Mrs. Srija is not available, I would like to request Mr. Hadda, yeah, to go to his presentations entitled Resilience and Interactive Effects of Soil Depth and Slope Position on Soil Chemical Characteristics as Affected by Fencing Under Semi-Arid Tropical Environment. The floor is yours, please. Please take your time. And you know, we are already late, and it was supposed that we finish our presentation by 14.
Don't worry, I have don't worry, I have only 12 slides. I'll make a presentation less than 10 minutes.
Okay, so you remember that even in the normal condition, you should not take more than 7 minutes. But now you have to go for 5.
I will be taking exactly as per calculation 7.5 to 8 minutes.
Okay, jaldi karo yaar. Bahut late ho gaya.
Sure, sure.
Could you share it?
Are you getting my on screen?
Not yet.
Yeah. So I shall be presenting.
Please share it from the bottom part of the screen.
Oh, I am trying, but there is some problem in the. Now, are you getting my slides or not?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. You can try by Alt S bottoms as well.
No, I am putting up at the bottom.
Alt S. Alt S. No.
No, if I put directly to screen sharing, you are not finding?
No, it's not working right now. Okay, it's okay. Now it's okay.
Getting? Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so thank you very much, the organizers of the conference and chairman of the session, Professor SHR Sadeghi, Tarbiat Madras University of Iran. I will not take much of the time in addressing the things. So I shall be directly coming to the aspect on which I have to make a presentation. This is a joint kind of work which we conducted for my master's student, Dr. K.P. Thapa, and Dr. Sanjay Arora was with us at PAU at the time. So this is resilience and interactive effects of soil depth and slope position on soil chemical characteristics as affected by fencing under semi-arid tropical environments. So basically the rationale of the problem was the soil erosion of water is a serious problem, and then undulating terrain is there, large number of inputs to outputs which the farmers are being resource poor, they cannot apply more of the inputs to the outputs. And we are losing major plant nutrients to the extent of 106.5 kg per hectare per year. And because with the concurrence of the five-year plan by the government of India in the year 1991, already the zonal research station for Kandi area, now it is under the name of Dr. D.R. Bhumla. That's where the study was conducted by Krishan Bahadur Thapa. He is now in Nepal at the Nepal Agriculture Research Council, and Sanjay is already at Lucknow CSSRI. And the movement of wild animals, especially wild boar in large number, is a serious problem in the area. And the wild animals, they not only destroy the crop and vegetation, but also cause compaction in the surface layers of the soil. Thus, we could find a hypothesis, or the solution could be fencing could offer, which is with the barbed wire fence can offer a simple solution and reduce the movement of wild animals and offer the better resilience in the soil. And to continue with the methodology, we were able to have the main treatments fenced and without fencing, the 3 slope positions, upper, middle, and lower, and 4 depths of the soil, 0 to 5, each of 5 centimeter increment, 3 replications. We followed factorial randomized design, and we analyzed 72 soil samples. And all standard procedures were employed to determine the chemical characteristics. This is about the parameters of area, climate, and soils at Balawa Sampling. And this was of the last year when the study was conducted at that time rain. Now there's a reduction of annual rainfall to the extent of 15 to 20%. So we are getting now 850 centimeter. Earlier it used to be 1000 millimeter after this. Now there's a 15 to 20% reduction. And almost 80 to 75 to 80% of the annual rain we are having in a bimodal distribution. And that cause about 20 to 45% of the annual rain becomes runoff. And the texture varies from sandy loam to loamy sand in the area, and rest of the variability in the pH and large variations in the pH has been noticed because of the calcium carbonate content. And during the rainy season, there is a shift in the pH, so that causes the changes. Then if you look at the interactive effects of the soil depth and slope position on cation exchange capacity, and there were almost the non-significant effects of this, of the TR, DP, and means treatmental into the position, and these interactive effects were non-significant. However, if you look at the surface, 0 to 5 centimeter, under the fence situation, we have a higher cation exchange capacity, 21.9 in the centimoles per kg, compared to the without fencing situation. And rest, it is almost onto a lower level in the lower depths of the soil, both under the fenced as well as the non-fenced situation. And similarly, onto the organic carbon content, if you see the organic carbon content, that is also varying in the area. So this will be varying with, if you see without fenced condition, 1.16. However, under the fence situation, this is on a comparatively higher side, which is touching, I think, now about 2%. So this is how it is varying. Already, if you look, these slope positions were more of the, where we took the samples in the area on an average slope steepness varies from 8 to 10% in 150 hectares of an area. But we took the samples by 10 by 10 meter. That was the slope, the transect of the area that caused 100 meters scale of an area when we took the soil samples. Then coming to the next part on the total nitrogen. So this is all in proportion to their variability of the treatmental effects were significant, depths were also significant, the slope position also significant. However, there were no non-significant effects of the treatment into interactive effect of slope position, treatment and slope steepness, then the interaction of the treatment, soil depth and the slope position. They were all non-significant, but we have not tested. This is commensurate with the, as far as with the nitrogen content. And if we look at the available K and citric acid soluble, I have, onto the available K and citric acid soluble potassium. So they were on a higher magnitude under the citric acid soluble K compared to the available K. And the available K was affected significantly by the treatment and depth, as well as by the slope position. However, there was non-significant effect on the citric acid soluble K in terms of the slope position. That means the major loss of water has been taking place to the soluble, water soluble K. And we have analyzed in the liquid portion prior to this study and the sediments as well in the water portion, the major loss is occurring through the sediment portion compared to the water soluble portion of the major plant nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Already in that aspect, Dr. Sharma has explained, Vikas Sharma, that they are also getting a variability or the large proportion to the sediment compared to the runoff part, which they are getting to the soluble part. Then we can have the interactive effects of slope and depth position on calcium and magnesium. They were almost non-significant effects onto the calcium under most of the either the interactive effects or the individual effect of the treatment depth and the slope position in the area. Now we have to look, as Dr. Agarwal was telling, that what sort of resilience which could get. So here we are talking of the resilience in the soils. So how they can offer a better solution if we are applying simple solution that is barbed wire fence compared to the without fencing. And this we have analyzed with respect to the maize crop, and we found the different parameters, the slope in percent, X, the regression coefficients are varying, sand in percent, calcium content, X5 is different than the mean weight diameter of aggregates on X7. You will see that all the regression coefficients under the fenced over the without fenced were lower in magnitude as compared to this. However, the coefficient of determination is 99% under both the fenced to the non-fenced situation. So this clearly indicates that all the regression coefficients like the slope in percent, sand in percent, calcium carbonate content, then the mean weight diameter or the X7, the last parameter. So they were all affecting the production at a particular place. Now, the change from the upper to the lower slope position will be depending upon whether we are getting the material that is nutrient enriched or it is nutrient depleted. So if it is nutrient enriched at the lower slope position, we are getting the higher amounts of the nutrients. Maybe generally the major, we have analyzed only the major plant nutrients and the organic carbon contents. However, if we are getting the nutrient depleted, so naturally, so it depends on the enrichment ratio of the bulk soil sample to the loss of the material. So I shall be concluding the variations in the soil characteristics as crucial to the understanding of the productivity of the soils which has gone undergoing erosion. So naturally, as a result of erosion, both the fertility as well as the productivity will decline. So as per our hypothesis, the fencing could prove to be an important and pragmatic soil conservation solution in maintaining the better resilience of soil, curtailing the anthropogenic and other activities, and thereby improving the fertility and productivity of soil. And that I have already explained that how the organic carbon content and nitrogen, they are having the interactions. Thus, the fencing in the area that has maintained the better status of soil characteristics, organic carbon, total nitrogen, available citric acid, soluble P and P content. But there were not much effects onto the available and citric acid soluble phosphorus, because you know that phosphorus gets fixed in the soil, and the potassium also in the area is depending upon the presence of the muscovite or the other kinds of minerals. Generally in the Punjab soils we need not apply, but now wherever we are applying the taking the potato crop in the plains, not into the foothills of shivalics, there we need to apply the potassium. Thus, at the upper slope position, that has resulted in the more transportation of the finer soil particles by water erosion. As a result, more fraction of water-soluble nutrients was lost. Thus, at the upper slope position, than that at lower slope position, where finer particles moved selectively by water erosion due to the more slope steepness. So, with this, thank you very much for. I took, I think, probably the less of the time. If more, please, if you can have.
No
Thank you
way.
very much. Yeah, any questions? You are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hadda. It was a very good and concise presentation. Hadda presented a work collaboratively done by Dr. Aurora and Dr. Tapa on resilience and interactive behavioral soil characteristics as affected by fencing under semi-arid tropical environment. They reported the effects of fencing on soil chemical properties, and also they finally regressed the relationship between soil resilience and 7 independent factors like slope, clay content, sand content, calcium content, and so on. But Dr. Haddad, I would like to ask you, how do you define soil resilience?
Yeah, this is the capacity of reshaping, capacity of the soil to reshape itself. If we are losing, you see, from the surface layer, we are when there's a mechanical removal of the through the water erosion, the loss of water will be through the surface layer of the soil. Now here the additional contributing factor will be the slope steepness in the area. that the
Okay.
upper,
And
middle, and lower.
what is your benchmark? You know, there should be some benchmarks. What are those
Yeah.
benchmarks?
No, that benchmark will be always, the limits have been prescribed for the Punjab conditions by the Punjab Agriculture University. What will be available NPK, organic carbon status. That we know already that.
Okay. And how about collinearity among study independent variables? It seemed to me that some of the variables you use for your, in fact, regression equations, they may have some collinearity. Did you check?
Yeah. I have not presented that data.
Okay.
We have gone for fencing and then the other parameters, even for the physical parameters also, chemical parameters also. So then we have gone. I'll just reply. Give me 2 minutes only. Yeah. We have applied the principal component analysis also. Out of that, then we have chosen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and for your explanation and for your responses as well. So the next speaker, we move to Dr. Abi. Dr. Abi, do you hear me? Dr. Abi is not present. Abi? Okay. And so we are going to the last presenter, Dr. M.K. Sharma.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So, yeah, the floor is yours. Dr. Sharma is going to talk about hydrogeochemical investigation in Upper Ganga Basin, India. So you are welcome, Dr. Sharma, please.
Sir, are you able to see my presentation?
Yes. It's seen.
Sir, this is Dr. M.K. Sharma, working as a scientist in National Institute of Hydrology, Ministry of Jal Shakti, India.
Good.
So my topic is hydrogeochemical investigation in Upper Ganga Basin. Here, this is the Upper Ganga Basin. In this basin, we are covering Bhagirathi River, Alaknanda River. These joins at Devprayag, and after that, Ganga comes in picture. So here, we have taken about 4 sampling sites at River Bhagirathi, and 8 sampling sites at River Alaknanda, and 3 sampling sites at River Ganga. So in all, 15 sampling sites has been taken for water quality assessment and hydrogeochemical investigations in the basin. And if we see the water quality status, so almost all the parameters are under the permissible limit prescribed by CPCB criteria limit. But COD at 11 locations is in more than the maximum permissible limit, and TSS is also exceeding the limit. So if we see the variation of COD, that is chemical oxygen demand, so this is the simple variation of chemical oxygen demand at different sites in Bhagirathi as well as Alaknanda as well as River Ganga. And this is the variation in suspended sediment, again in the 3 river system. So here COD is going on increasing if we go downstream, that is from upstream, that is Gangotri to Hardwar. So the main cause of this may be anthropogenic pollution, and highest COD was occurred in River Ganga at Haridwar, because here effluent discharges are also joining from various industries located in the area like Sidkul. And in case of TSS, highest TSS we got at say Gangotri, and because of there the unstable and young mountain geology exist, and also deforestation and urbanization in the river floodplains also enhances the TSS. But as we go downstream, TSS goes on decreasing, and because of sediment deposits get deposited during the course of river flow at downstream. And there are the different chemical weathering reactions going on in the system, like carbonation, carbonate dissolution, and pyrite oxidation. This is the main chemical weathering reaction which is controlling the water chemistry. and coupled reactions, as well as silicate weathering. Silicate, the effect of silicate weathering can be seen is very, very minor here. And as we know that geochemical conditions have marked influence on surface water quality, and hydrogeochemical studies explain the relationship of water chemistry of any river system. Such relationship would not explain only the sources as well as distribution of different dissolved solids, but also give the factors controlling the water chemistry of these one. So the chemistry of world water has been explained by three processes by Gibbs, that are one is atmospheric precipitation, where we are having ample amount of rainfall. Then other, where the rock dominance is controlling the chemistry, and third is evaporation and fractional crystallization. Here we are having, say, very high salt region. So in case of Upper Ganga region, the chemical data has been processed using this plot. So you found that the chemical chemistry of water of Ganga river system is governed by rock dominance, that is more or less in partial equilibrium the material in the basin. And we have plotted the different scatter plots for different anion and cations that say that here calcium plus magnesium is dominating of all cations, and as well as calcium plus magnesium oblique sodium plus potassium ratio is high, but this ratio is low, sodium plus potassium of only total cation. So this indicates that there the carbonate weathering is taking place because of existence of high calcium plus magnesium. And we have plotted calcium magnesium versus bicarbonate. This indicates that calcium magnesium is not only balanced by only bicarbonate, there are some other ions also like sulfate and chloride. Then we have plotted calcium plus magnesium, carbonate, bicarbonate plus sulfate. This gives an idea about the ion exchange process. And here these points are coming towards right side, that indicate that there the reverse ion exchange process going on. Then here we are getting very less concentration of chloride in comparison of sodium. That indicates that there the very less contribution of silicate weathering throughout the region. So conclusively, we can say that high value of COD indicate anthropogenic pollution, and TSS is high at all location and decrease from higher elevation to lower elevation because sediment get deposited, and geomorphology of the because of geomorphology of the river and hydrochemistry of the river water revealed that calcium and magnesium are dominant cations, while sulfate and bicarbonate are the dominant anions, and weathering of rock is the dominant mechanism controlling the hydrochemistry of the basin. And carbonation and coupled reactions involving carbonate weathering and oxidation of sulfide are the main proton sulfide geochemical reactions controlling the rock weathering. And here one main aspect is emerging out, that as we are saying that Ganga water doesn't spoil, here the main aspect is here is high PaCO2 closed system, because in our earlier study we have established that from Gomukh to Gangotri there is the high PaCO2 closed system because of sulfide oxidation or pyrite oxidation, and that indicates that because of that aspect Ganga water doesn't spoil if you are retaining its time, say, for several months. So that aspect may be taken for suggesting what is the causes of non-restoring of or simply purification of this Ganga river system. Thanks. And this is the picture of Bhojwasa, just 4 kilometers downstream from Gomukh. There is a hut of NIH, Institute of Hydrology. Here, this is green hut of Institute of Hydrology. Here we are working in ablation periods since 1996 continuously on Gangotri glaciers, and we are having lot of data emerging out, lot of data, and on the basis of that we are concluding many conclusions regarding the meltwater chemistry of Gangotri glaciers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. It was very good and different presentation. You took us to a technical context of hydrochemical conditions in Upper Ganga Basin in India. You precisely reported the spatial distribution of different chemical characteristics of the water across the Upper Ganga large watershed. You also introduced the affecting factors controlling the chemistry of the water. You finally concluded various anthropogenic, physical, geomorphologic factors as main causes behind the chemical properties of the water throughout the, in fact, Ganga Basin in India. Thank you very much. If there is any question, any inquiry and comment, please.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so by this way, we are getting access to
Professor Sadegi.
Yes, please.
I think Srija has joined.
Srija. Yeah, good. So
if he has joined,
please, I'm requesting him, please. If he's getting me, please join us and let us know whether has he joined or not.
Dr. Sharma, please unshare your screen.
Okay, sir.
Better gentlemen.
Srija K, if you are listening, please unmute yourself. Please unmute. Her name is there in the participant list.
Sharija, do you hear me, Sharija? Sharija ji? Dr. Sanjay, I think
Okay, then if I think there is some problem. So we can, you conclude the session, sir.
Yeah, okay. I have already, in fact, concluded part wisely. As you saw, in fact, in this presentation and in this session, we had 3 lead speakers from different parts of the, country, of the world. One from Jammu, another one from Nepal, and another one from Pakistan, it's better to say, Dr. Zainab Khalid. And also we had 2 oral presentations, each of which presented a very valuable information and data. And as I reported already, in fact, they talked about many different aspects of natural resources management and water management in different regions. And some of them focus on some indigenous approach and indigenous techniques for water management, and some other people also they focused on the application and the usage of the existing potential of the region for proper soil and water resources management in the region. And also we had 2 presenters at the last of this session that each of which they presented very good technical papers and very good technical lectures, and they try to use many different mathematical approaches to get access to some relationship between existing variables and existing dependent variables in connection with water and also soil. And then they try to introduce a new concept of soil resilience, and also in comparison with the standard levels that they have already appointed out for the study region. And also Dr. Sharma, he finally took us to a very cold region of upper parts of Ganga Basin, and he showed us that how water characteristics and chemical characteristics varies from place to place. So I have no further explanation about this session. I'm so thankful to my colleagues, to Dr. Vikas Sharma, and also to Shafali Srivastava and Mr. Navit Sharma. I have tried to write down a very short conclusion about the session, and I'll send it right now to Dr. Sanjay. And here also, I would like to thank you, all organizers of the conference, and due to some appointments that I have got in other places, I have to say bye to all of you, and I am so sorry that I'm not accompanying you up to the end of this session today. But I'll try to join you by tomorrow again, but not completely, but I may join you for a short time and to say hello again to you all people. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity you provided to me. Wishing you all the best, and I think it is now the time of rest that it will be announced by Dr. Sanjay Arora or Vikas Sharma. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sadeghi, for sparing your time on the weekend. You must be tired since morning. You are here with us, and means speaking a lot in the presentation, as well as taking up the session as chairman. Thank you very much. Dr. Vikas Sharma, I am also thankful to you. Dr. Sadeghi is our friend from for past many years, and he has been cooperative always. Dr. Vikas Sharma was co-chairing, and Dr. Shefali Srivastava and Mr. Navneet Sharma, if they have some points to mention, it is open. They can mention about the session. Any comments, suggestions from Dr. Vikas Sharma, Dr. Shefali, Mr. Navneet? They can raise hand if there is problem of mute or unmute thing. You can raise hand. I will try to admit that. Okay. So we are a bit late. Thank you, Professor Sadeghi, once again. And
thank you very much.
We will meet tomorrow. If you have some work, I think you told me that you are busy somewhere.
Yes.
Professor Zelatic is with us. No problem. He will he will cooperate. Professor Zelatic. Now I request Dr.
I think Dr. Sanjay, he wants to say something. Please unmute Dr. Midrak microphone.
Okay. Dr. Zelatic, you can unmute.
Unmute yourself. Dr. Zelatic, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, is it okay?
Yes.
Yes. Just to say several words, because I'm really fond that I'm here with you, especially connection to India and this Asia point and China also. My daughter is in 1 year in China working there. But I have to say that it is a great honor to be with you. It was very early in Serbia at the beginning. So I was with you, and I have to say that I'm not sure can I be with you tomorrow. Yeah, and but I will try having some obligations. I think that it is very important conference and very good issues. Good session led by Sadeji. It was expected. Yes, and thank you, Sanjay. You are also a good organizer. We know it from last year. Yes, and I take this opportunity to say that I have probably to write something to your soil conservation journal in India. Have some words to write if it is correct title, if possible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You send the write-up. I request also Dr. Sadeghi, you can also contribute, sir.
Okay, if I find time, I'll do it. Thank you. For sure, I'll do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Kohli, Anshuman Kohli.
Dr. Sanjay.
Yes, sir.
In fact, the Professor Zelatic is going to take his breakfast right now.
Yes.
And you are getting your lunch.
In this webinar type of things, you can leave and join anytime.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
You are
thank
free.
you very much.
Okay,
Thank you to all of you. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Okay.
Dr. Anshuman Kohli. Yes, he is with us.
Yes.
He will be handling the post.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. It was a very nice session on the very first technical session of this conference on efficient soil, water, and energy management under diverse ecosystems. And now we are here because we have received a number of papers related to this theme, and based on that, the organizers decided that they couldn't actually accommodate all of them into the oral sessions, so several have been placed in the poster session, especially those who are our young scientists. So this is an opportunity for them to present themselves. We'll probably be giving them 1 to 1.5 minutes, and then they'll be just sharing their e-poster as a single slide. In fact, they have submitted these posters to us, and we'll be sharing them, and they'll just unmute themselves or maybe even start their videos and then start presenting. This will be in an extension of what what we heard in the oral session, because the theme is essentially the same. And as the list is with me, actually we have got in this session there were almost about 32 posters listed. These were the abstracts that were submitted, and 32 were placed to be presented in the poster session. Out of these 32 posters, we have received posters from about 15 presenters. So if they are there, I'll just call upon them one by one to start presenting. Okay. First one is annual and seasonal rainfall variability of Shillong, Meghalaya. Mirbana Lusic ke Sangma. Is he or she here? If not, then the next one, I request Dr. Satyendra Kumar.
Dr. Kohli,
Yes.
You ask them to raise their hand. Otherwise, all are muted. They may not be responding.
No. You unmute them then.
We cannot unmute all.
Okay. Okay, so please raise your hand. Mirbana Lusic Sangma.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
You have your poster. Actually, this has not been provided to me, but if you have your poster, you can share because this was listed as that.
Okay, sir. So I have to share. Sir, I have to share right now.
Yeah, you share right. Dr. Satyendra. Dr. Satyendra.
Sir, can you see my poster?
Not yet.
Hello. Not yet. Okay, I'll be sharing now.
We can see your profile picture, but not your poster.
All other participants should mute themselves. All participants.
Sir, can you see?
Yeah, we can see, but you should give it in a full screen. Okay, start presenting. Before you start presenting, maybe you can try to make it into the whole presentation, or otherwise I'll just like to add that there are some anonymous judges for these poster sessions, and they'll be judging your slides on the basis of the quality of the slides, your presentation style, the relevance of your topic, the novelty of your topic, and the response to the questions by the audience. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone and organizer. And today my poster title is Annual and Seasonal Rainfall Variety of Shillong. And I would like to give a brief introduction about this title. As we all know, that rainfall is the most significant meteorological parameter, and it is widely known. The objective of my present studies is to study the rainfall variability of Shillong, Meghalaya, and also to identify the seasonal and annual rainfall. The methodology, I have collected the data from the Shillong and that rainfall data, that monthly for 26 years, which is from 1992 to 2017. And here the parameter is rainfall. And I have estimated for the two parts, that is annual time series and seasonal rainfall time series. And under this seasonal rainfall time series, I made it 4 groups, that is southwest monsoon, northeast monsoon, winter season, and summer season. And the descriptive estimation, I made it for minimum, maximum, mean, standard deviation, and coefficient. The homogeneity test, there is so many tests for homogeneity, but I have tested for the Petit test, and that is NSH test. And the trend analysis for non-parametric, we have taken for Mann-Kendall and the sand slope, as we know that Mann-Kendall is the most commonly and widely used by the World Meteorological Organization. See, I would like to show this result, that variation, which we can clearly see this annual season and southwest, there is not much variation, but whereas in this northeast and winter season and summer season, there is so much of variation can be seen. And this is the descriptive analysis estimation for minimum, maximum, mean, and standard coefficient. And the table number 2, which is Mann-Kendall for Mann-Kendall static and sand slope for Shillong
we can't
station.
see your slides. Only the left portion is visible. Yeah.
Sir, this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Please show the portion which you're talking about. And
this table number 2, Mann-Kendall statistic and sand slope. Okay, so here we can clearly see for this northeast monsoon, it's northeast and winter season, it's showing a negative sign, which means it's a decreasing significant, decreasing non-significant. And here in this, when we go down here, we'll see table number 2 shows Mann-Kendall static means phi value derived at 95% level, which means phi value is greater than the sigma alpha, which alpha is generally taken as 5%, that is 0.05. So, and then the purpose of estimating Mann-Kendall's tau as statistic, Z-static, is to see whether there is an increasing, to identify the increasing or decreasing trend in time series of climate parameters. And the conclusion of my title is the homogeneity reveals for the Shillong is all homogeneous, and the share for southwest monsoon and for northeast monsoon and for summer season and winter season is 64.63, 13.22%, 1.38%, and 20.76%.
Try to conclude.
Yeah, and this is the conclusion for mine. Thank you. It's done, sir. Hello. It's done, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. It's done.
Yeah, conclusions.
Yes, its conclusion is done. It's fine, sir. It's
Thank
over.
you, Mipana. Yeah, please unshare your screen then.
Okay.
उनका तो हो गया presentation, छोड़िए. Thank you, Mirbana. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Satyendra if he's there. Poster number 2. Satyendra, are you there?
लेकिन सर उसमें
Satyendra, are you there? this is your poster, and you can start your presentation. Satinder? Okay. Then do we have Sahaja Deva? Tyagarajan G? Geetu Jacob? Sahaja Deva, Tyagarajan G or Geetu Jacob? If anybody is there, please raise your hand. Okay, Tyagarajan is available. So, Dr. Arora, can you please mute Dr. Tyagarajan? And I'm sharing his screen. Okay.
Dr.
Dr. Arora, can you
Kohli,
please?
Dr.
Yeah.
Kohli, we are already late. I think we
Yeah,
should
but
hurry up with the presentations. Poster.
what do we do now? Can you unmute Tyagarajan Ji?
All have been unmuted.
Okay. Tyagarajan was saying actually he had put up in the chat that he's available. So if he can start presenting.
Oh, I am asking him to unmute.
Hello.
Yes, he is
Am I
here.
audible, sir?
Okay, okay. But where is the
Sir, am I
screen?
audible?
Okay.
Dr. Kohli,
I have shared.
Screen is not visible.
Screen
Share the
is not
screen.
visible, sir.
Okay. Is it visible now?
No, not yet.
No, sir. No, sir.
Screen sharing is paused.
You unshare and then again share.
Okay. Is this visible?
No,
But
sir.
this shows my screen sharing is paused. I don't know why. This shows my screen sharing is paused. Who has paused it?
Don't know.
Alt plus T.
Try once again.
This shows that the screen sharing is paused.
Dr. Tyagarajan can himself share his screen.
Yeah, shall I try, sir?
Yeah, you can do yourself.
Is it visible, sir? Is it visible, sir? Hello?
Dr. Kohli, please unshare your screen.
Dr. Tyagarajan will share himself his screen. Yeah.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, no.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Tyagarajan, working as assistant professor in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. My presentation topic is optimization of irrigation and fertigation
Please
levels for
come
turmeric.
closer to your mic, Dr. Tyagarajan.
Yeah, I am using, sir. Am I audible?
Very faint voice.
Okay, I will try to increase the volume. Maximum I got put, sir. Optimization of irrigation and fertigation levels for turmeric in western zone of Tamil Nadu. So the objective of this study is to optimize the irrigation and fertigation levels for turmeric because turmeric is one of the major crops in the area in the western zone of Tamil Nadu. So in order to get a high value crop and a high yield, we have to optimize two levels. That is, one is irrigation and another one is fertigation. We have conducted a 3 years experiment in turmeric because the turmeric is a 8 month crop. So we have conducted 3 experiments with irrigation levels of 7 treatments and fertigation with 3 treatments. Coming to the results, the drip irrigation with 40% pan evaporation it resulted with a lower water use in all the years and with a higher water use efficiency. And the next best treatment is 60% pan evaporation. All other treatments recorded a very low water use efficiency. Coming to the irrigation levels, drip irrigation at 80% PE with a lateral spacing of 90 centimeter and 60% PE with a lateral spacing of 90 centimeter and 120% PE with a lateral spacing of 1 centimeter recorded significantly higher and a comparable yield. Economics, the treatment with 90 centimeter lateral spacing and 80% PE with 100% recommended dose of fertilizers given the higher economics. So from this study, we can conclude that drip irrigation at 40% pan evaporation with a lateral spacing of 90 centimeter gives a higher water use efficiency, and the drip irrigation with 80% pan evaporation with a lateral spacing of 90 centimeter and 120 percentage PE with the lateral spacing of 150 with the recommended dose of 100% NNK fertigation gives a higher yield and higher economics. Okay, that's all. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. Any questions? Sir? Hello?
Tyagarajan, could you just tell
Can I
me
answer
what
it?
is the rainfall in that area in which this work?
Sir, rainfall?
What is the rainfall availability in that area? Pattern?
Rainfall is around 600 to 700 mm, sir. Annual rainfall.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Shall I
Thank you.
unshare, sir?
Thank you. Please unshare.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and next, Sahja Deva or Geethu Jacob, if anybody is there. Dhuri Prandya Kamalarkar.
Yes, sir.
Dhuri?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I share the screen?
Yeah.
Hello. Can I audible?
Yes, you are.
Sorry, sir. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Pradnya Kamlakar Dhuri, and I am here to today present a poster seminar on effect of deficient irrigation on drip irrigated tomato crop under naturally ventilated polyhouse. This project was I am working as an assistant professor in a CIT Sangrawadi in Maharashtra. This poster presentation is related to my master project. The study was conducted on plasticulture form of MPUT Udaipur. in a naturally ventilated polyhouse. There are 6 treatments which I had done for calculations. First treatment is the drip irrigation with 100% ETC with mulch. The second treatment is the drip irrigation with 90% of ETC with
Raju,
mulch. T3 is the
dispatch
drip
register
irrigation with
number
80% of
చెప్పు
ETC with mulch. T4 is the drip irrigation with 70% ETC with mulch. T6 is the T5 is the drip irrigation with a 60% of ETC with mulch, and T6 is the control channel. The bed size is 16 meter into 1. The crops which I selected was a tomato and variety of Dev. The In that project, I have calculated the biological parameters and reproduction parameters and yield parameters of the crop. So this result shows that the production biological parameters, yield parameters, and reproduction parameters are higher in the treatment T3, that is drip irrigation with a 80% ETC with mulch. The plant height higher obtained in this treatment is 245.60 centimeter. The average leaf plants is 36.08. The flower initiation was started from the 41.43 days after transplant. First harvesting of plant was done in a day after transplant of 69.95. The number of flowers per plant is 50.30. The cumulative number of fruits per plant is 41.29. The percent fruit set is 82.08, and individual fruit weight is 72.07 grams. The fruit yield per plant is 2,976.05 gram per plant, and the maximum tomato yield is 119.04 tons per hectare, which shows that the deficient irrigation is beneficial and cost effective in the naturally ventilated polyhouse. We can reduce the water to the 80% level, which conserves the water, and the lowest value are obtained in T5 treatments, which is ETC with 60% of 60% of ETC. Okay, so is there any question I can answer?
Okay. So Pradanya, can you tell me what is the level of deficit irrigation? I mean, how much less water is applied in deficit irrigation?
Sir,
Other words, what was the saving of water?
Yes, sir. I have practiced this for actually I have calculated the water requirement of tomato crop according to last 10 years data, and that amount I taken as 100%. And when I applying the water, I used to calculate the time required for the water requirement per day, and I reduce the time according to deficiency. Means if I want to irrigate,
how much water could you save through this?
So actually 80
in terms of percentage to that 100%, how much water could you save?
20% water savings.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Please unshare your slide.
Okay, sir.
Gunaji Loinam, if he is there, or Riyasha Kar. Gunaji Loinam or Riyasha Kar. Arjita Punetha, Nandini Raghav, Nandini Raghav, Sarvapalli Vijay Kumar, Sarvapalli Vijay Kumar, Divya Thakur, if anybody is here, please put up in the chat box or raise your hand so that we know.
Dr. Gunajit is there. Gunajit Onam is there. Raishakar is there. Anybody, you can unmute and
If you say, then I can also put up your poster.
you put the poster one by one and then you ask them, Dr. Sir.
Okay. Okay.
Now there is Sarvapalli Vijay Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Gunajit Onam is here, sir.
Okay, wait. Now
please wait after Gunajit, after the Sarvapalli you can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, you have not allowed to talk, sir. That's why you have muted.
Yeah, Sarvapalli Vijay Kumar, please start. You have a poster or several slides?
And తర్వాత ఆర్టీఓ స్థాయిలో జరిగే జమాబందీ వాటన్నిటి మన వెబ్సైట్ ద్వారా పంపించినటువంటి రెవెన్యూ అధికారులు అధికారులు
your voice is not clear.
వాటిని ధరణిలో ఎంట్రీ చేసి
सारे कहाँ गए 1 2 3 4 क्यों अच्छा जिसने नहीं भरा उनको भर देना उसको इस वाले नंबर पे भेज
Dr. Sarvapalli, you are not audible.
Dr. Gunajit, Dr. Gunajit. Gunajit.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Your name is Gunajit?
No, sir. My name is Dhruv Sanandan Bhardwaj.
So wait, I have not called your name, na? Just now.
Sorry.
Gunajit, you unmute yourself, na? You are raising hand and you are not
Yes, sir, hear me, sir?
Yes, you share your screen.
Yeah, I share it, sir. Sir, have you seen my
Yes,
slide?
okay, go ahead.
So my topic is low-cost perennial water harvesting structure Jalkun for sustainable livelihood of the Nungrum village, sir. Sir, it is the northeast region. Sir, almost the amount of rainfall is about 2,000 mm, and the state Manipur has around 1,600 mm. But due to the water harvesting lack of suitable water harvesting structure, there is a lot of water scarcity that cannot be developed or adopting the integrated farming system model. So I am looking here that the Jalkun is a pollinating method which is actually used in the hill area only. But I'm using here in riverine area where sandy soil is largely hit there, and due to the sandy soil there is a high CPS and infiltration rate. So there is not feasible for any farm pond. So by using this method, I have using by pollinating film of this structure of low-cost perennial harvest system, which is collecting water from the canal or river. So by developing this, I have developing integrated farming system model, sir. The main objective is to develop an water harvesting in that area where where low-cost scientific method and were not feasible for the integrated water harvesting structure due to the high CPS rate, and to conserve this water and developing integrated farming system models. And there is a construction cost is Jalkun is about 10,750, sir. And economical analysis by using the integrated farming system, vegetable, fish, and animal, we have a BC ratio of 2.01. This is a fast year, sir. And coming to the conclusion, this perennial water through Jalkun in the Imphal East district was found to be sustainable, acceptable, and provide new livelihood to the farmer, particularly those residing in a river area where construction of farm pond is not feasible for taking up integrated farming system model. And finally, the proven technology need to be demonstrated and popularized in other parts of the region, having perennial water to increase farmer income and poverty reduction. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Riyasha Kar. Riyasha.
My name Anshul.
Hello.
Your name is Riyasha Kar?
Oh, this is Yogesh Singh Adhikari.
You wait, doctor.
Yogesh Singh Adhikari.
Riyasha Kar?
No.
I think Nandini Raghav is also there.
Yes, sir.
Yogesh Singh Adhikari, you have your presentation? PowerPoint?
Not today, sir. Maybe tomorrow.
So why you are calling? Anything you want to say? Nandini Raghav?
Yes, sir.
Please, you can start sharing your screen then. Nandini Raghav, please share your screen and present.
Okay. Is it presenting, sir? Is it visible?
No.
Not even now?
Dr. Kohli, I think we will take the presentations after session 2 because...
Yes. We can see your screen, but the slide is not visible.
Sir, it can be done. We can do this session after the oral session, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon. The title of my poster is Proficiency of Water Purification System Against Bacterial Contamination in Water. As we know, clean and pure water is emerging out as a major issue. The current study is focused on the capability of two water purification systems, namely UV plus RO purifier and UV purifier, removing bacterial contamination. And thus the special preference is given to E. coli and total coliform.
And the another objective considered here is to determine the sterility of purified water after 9 hours, 18 hours, and 24 hours of refrigeration. For this, we pass contaminated water through purifiers and check the bacterial count in purified water. The methodology used here is IRX quantitative system, which can simultaneously detect E. coli and total coliform. What we have to do is we have to collect the sample and pour that region called colilert that is able to detect EC and TC together. And then we have to seal that in quantitative sealer and incubate that at 35 degrees Celsius. After 24 hours of incubation, the tray with yellow color shows growth of torticoliform and the one with blue fluorescent color shows E. coli in UV light. For the first objective, competence of UV purifier, we check water immediately passed through the purifiers, and for both the purifiers, we found that none of the bacteria is detected in either of purified sample. And in the second water, to check the sterility of purified water sample after refrigeration, we considered 3 parameters: 9 hours, 18 hours, and 25 hours of incubation. In UV and RO purifier, we find no E. coli and total coliform after 9 and 18 hours, but there is growth of total coliform after 24 hours of incubation. Whereas in UV purifier, in only 9 hours there is no growth, but after 18 and 24 hours there is growth of total coliform as well as E. coli. The study we concluded that both the purifiers can be employed to consume the water immediately after purification, but UV purifiers cannot be used after if we want to use water after 18 hours of purification, and thus this study recommends the use of water purifier, RO plus UV purifier, but consumed water should be done prior to 24 hours of purification because of growth of bacteria after 24 hours of refrigeration or incubation. Thank you. Done, sir. Hello.
Yeah, okay. You unshare your screen.
Hello.
ठीक है, फिर क्या कर सकते हैं? तो चलिए मैं चला लूंगा इसको, कोई नहीं, अगर आपको उधर रहना है तो मैं चला लूंगा ये वाला.
Okay, so
पोस्टर चल रहा है, पोस्टर खत्म करवाने वाला हूँ.
Yeah, Nandini, can you please unshare your screen? Nandini, please stop sharing. Nandini, please stop sharing. Then do we have Divya Thakur, Shruti P, Vishal Sharma, or Dr. Chedilal Verma? If anybody among these is here, Navina Nazim.
Sandhya Rani, if you don't mute yourself, we have to remove you because many times I have to unmute you. Please cooperate to avoid any disturbance. And Navina Nazim, your presentation is not scheduled in this session. So why you are sharing the screen, I don't know.
Sorry.
Shruti P, Vishal Sharma or Dr. Chedilal Verma, anybody is there? Or otherwise, we can just close the session. I think no more presenters are there. Okay, Dr. Arwal, so it's over to you.
If anybody,
Hello.
Divya is there, Divya.
Divya Thakur.
Sir?
Divya
Sir, can
Thakur.
you share my slide on the screen?
You can just present yourself.
Okay, sir.
Share your screen.
Please start.
Yes, sir.
Please share your screen and then start.
Sir, I'm trying.
Sir,
Can you please share it on my behalf? It is not working. Hello.
Then you have to wait.
Yes, sir.
Can you see it?
Hello. Yes, sir. So this is Divya Thakur from National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee. And today I'm presenting on water quality assessment for irrigation purposes in Yamuna River. So as increasing human population and rising standards of living has increased the waste level and deteriorated with the water quality throughout the globe. And since India is a developing country and is agricultural and has economy based on agriculture, it is imperative to study the. Yes, sir. Hello. Am I audible, sir?
You continue. Yes, you continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have worked on two main objectives. First is to assess the suitability of river water for irrigation purposes, and to study the effects of the drains of water quality of Yamuna River. For this, we have collected 26 water samples from Paonta Sahib in Himachal Pradesh to E-Peripheral in UP. We have measured the physical parameters as well as the chemical parameters, including major ions. And then there is from the results of these ions that we get from IC and chromatograph, we have calculated certain irrigation parameters, and from this we came to a conclusion or to a result and conclusion that water in the study area is alkaline in nature, and is while the hardness vary from moderately hard from the region where we have started, that is Paonta Sahib to Palla, and towards when we forward towards the Wazirabad and Delhi region, the
Divya, please try to conclude as early as possible.
Yes, sir.
Do not spend too much time on the details.
Okay, sir. Sir, we have concluded that high ionic concentrations are mostly associated with the water downstream to Shamli, which is in UP, Uttar Pradesh. However, low Calais ratio and other irrigation parameters indicate the suitability of irrigation water in many regions. However, in the regions associated around the Delhi and Wazirabad, we have found a certain level of high sodium, ammonia, as well as nitrate concentration, which indicate the unsuitability of agricultural and industrial agricultural suitability of water, and shows the effect of mixing the drains from industrial regions, that is deteriorating the water quality of the region study area. Hello. Sir, we have also made these US salinity and Wilcox diagram, which show the high conductivity and salinity in the region, which again corroborated the same results, and says that the water in downstream Shamli is not suitable for the use of for human as well as irrigation purposes. Yes, sir. I'm that's done, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Yeah. So on the whole, what you say that around Shamli, the water is good for irrigation?
Yes, sir. according to these parameters and chemical analysis, water up to
What are the
Shamli is
constraints?
okay for
Physical
the
constraints. Can you just enumerate them? Which are the parameters
sir.
which are on the negative side?
Sir, these are the RSC values we have calculated, residual sodium carbonate, SAR, which is sodium absorption ratio. On the basis of SAR values and electrical conductivity, we have made a diagram in which this one, B, figure 2B. In this diagram, it is shown that majority of the samples, these are falling in C3 and C4 region, which conclude that the conductivity, due to the presence of high sodium concentration, conductivity is so much high, and whereas the salinity is okay for the use. And the next parameter is sodium percent, which is figure 2A.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I would like to move to the next one if anybody else is there. I'll just call upon the names Shruti P, Vishal Sharma, or Dr. Chedilal Verma. Is anybody here? Or anybody else who is listed in the first session? Dr. Aura, please unshare the slide. I think there are no more presenters here, and I'd like to thank all the presenters. Arup Chattopadhyay. Okay. So is your poster listed in this? Which one? Is your poster listed in session 1? Arup?
Hello, sir.
You are Arup
Vishal
Chattopadhyay. Is your poster listed in this session?
Sir, for poster presentation, Vishal Pandagade from Dr. PDKB Akola.
That is okay, but is your poster listed in poster session 1?
It is listed on serial number 3, Vimlesh Kumar Pandey.
Okay, okay. So yes, you can then present. Please share your poster and present it. Can you please share your poster?
Dr. Kohli?
Yes, yes, sir.
If there is no more poster.
There is one. Vimlesh Kumar Pandey is trying to share his poster.
Vimlesh? But he is not joined with his name.
But he just spoke on the screen that he's there.
Vimlesh, if you are there, unmute yourself. Otherwise, present after 5 p.m. when the next session is over.
Yes, sir. He's not there, I think.
Okay, then.
Then you close this session.
I think this was a very short session, but the presenters tried to make up what was not said in the oral sessions. And there were some very innovative things that came out in this, like some things about water harvesting scenario and about delivery mechanisms. So I think on the whole, it has been towards the contributing to the objectives of the conference. And without now spending more time, I think I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Aura so that the second session can be started in time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli and Dr. Anil Sharma, who was involved in posters presentations of session 1. Those presenters who are left with their presentation during this may join after some time, and then we can have another round of poster session along with the session number 2. Okay. Now I request the next technical session number 2. Dr. Y.P. Singh is chairman of the session. Dr. Y.P. Singh. Dr. Y.P. Singh.
I'm here.
Dr. Y.P. Singh, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready. Yes, can you hear? Can you hear me?
Dr. Zachary. Dr. Zachary, please unmute yourself. Dr. Zachary.
From 15th June 2020 to 14th of September 2020. First of all, I want to introduce that I am posted at ICR Chennai.
I think
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are. I am just calling other co-chairman of the session. I think he will join later. Ratna Sahe, Dr. Ratna Sahe.
We are also doing robotic system research, reading new rights and
बस आप अपना अनम्यूट करिएगा, मैं करा रहा हूँ आपको, बाकी सबके मैंने बंद, हाँ मैं बंद किया है क्योंकि सब लोग बोलने लग गए ना बीच में। नहीं, अब आपको मैं कर रहा हूँ, अब आप करिए। हाँ आप करिए। आपके पीछे से ही आवाज आ रही है। आपके पीछे से ही आवाज आ रही है, मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ कहीं और से आ रही है। उसको बंद करिए चीजों को। Dr. Zachary, please unmute.
Okay, now it's okay.
Okay, you continue, sir.
Okay, so first you will introduce about something. You will say something.
Yes, technical session 2, innovative approaches and policy responses for agriculture sustainability and livelihood security, is chaired by Dr. Y.P. Singh. He is a principal scientist at CSSRI RRS Lucknow and NAS fellow, and he is a recipient of many awards and has good publication in large number of publications, right from salinity management, sodicity management, as well as agroforestry system, bioremediation and bioamelioration. He has accepted our invitation to be the chairman of the session. I am thankful to him. Dr. Zachary from Kenya is also with us. There is some problem. I am trying to connect him, but he is available. He may join it later. Dr. Ratna Sahay and Mr. Rohit Oja will be the convener, and I request Dr. Y.P. Singh to start the proceedings of the session, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay Arora. First of all, I will invite my co-chair, Dr. Minuri, Dr. Ratna Sahai, and Mr. Rohit Oja. So, my main emphasis is to manage the time. I am very strict to that. I am very pertinent about the time management. So, the time allotted to each and every speaker, whether it is lead speaker or it is oral presenter, I would like to request to each and every presenter, please stick to adhere to the time. Otherwise, I will I have the ring. I will make a ring before 2 minutes, and then immediately I would like to stop your presentation. Otherwise, I cut it. So this is my sincere request to all the presenters, because we are already about 2.5 hours delay. So in this total times which is allotted to us, there are in oral presentation there are 10 presenters in 1 hour. So it means only 6 minutes per presenter. So we have to stick to that. Similarly, for the lead speaker, there is 20 minutes. So please all are requested to be adhere to that time. So first of all, I will invite, without wasting my time, I will invite to the lead speaker, Dr. Stefano Generalo from Kazakhstan. So I'll introduce about the speaker. Dr. Stefano is an environmental economist and research on climate change and agriculture in South Asia, based at the Norwegian Institute of Bioeconomy. And he was a senior researcher in the University of Central Asia, heading activities of water, energy, food, and environment. And he has published more than 100 research papers in his credit. So he's co-editor-in-chief of the Central Asian Journal of Water Research. So I will invite to Dr. Stefano Senio to deliver his lecture on gender impact from weather extreme in South Asia. Please, Dr. Stefano, please.
Thank you. So it's 6 minutes altogether, right? All right. So shall I share the screen?
Yeah, we can. We are hearing. Please
right?
go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I guess you can see my screen now, right? Yeah. Okay. So just to keep it short, in 6 minutes, that was a study that was been done like in South India, like 5-6 years ago, about weather extremes and gender impacts. When I was in Norway, I was there for a Norwegian kind of fund. So that was more about to discuss about the gender differentiated impact framework in South India. What we did, we tried to make an overview of the potential gender impact coming from climate change. So we compiled a lot of analysis there with in-depth and country-specific analysis, and we try to see what potential, not climate change actually, but climate variability, because as you know, you cannot like check climate change within a few years' time. So that was most or less the framework. First of all, was to map the inequalities. Then we did that with the experts and locals. Then we did a qualitative assessment. We focus groups, a quantitative assessment. We took the same guys, asking them individually, and then we came with some policy recommendations. As said, the mapping first started with a main focus on land ownership. You know, the major problem on land ownership in India. I was living in India, by the way, like 3 years, north and south. And then we discussed about income contribution, the decision on household labor, decision on crops, and access to formal and institutions and informal institutions. As said, the quality came with focus groups, and the quantitative, it's a statistical techniques called attribute agreement analysis. That was the area in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. That was 2 villages, Nalgonda and Kundur. And I'm giving you some kind of brief about the villages. So the villages there, one was like heavily dependent on groundwater. The GU is groundwater and rice, while the other one, the second one, was dependent on surface water mostly, and rice not that much, but cotton. All of them had good electricity access, somehow good farming machinery, and literacy status was not that high, but relatively high to other villages in the area. That's some photo of the focus groups. So what we did from out of the focus groups, we came out with some statements. You see the statements here. For instance, the house is owned by the female neighbor in one of the key cases. The land is owned, but they don't have control. They contribute about half income, financial matter taken by men. In half of the cases, wife and husband decide together. Most of the one of the cases, women belong to the self-help groups, and there is low representation of the women on community level. Then about the concerns, most of the women seem to get to their parents when they have issues with the food security, while the men take loan. And also some statements, what they're gonna do. So the statements coming from the women, they try to make livestock management on new cultivating approaches. So altogether, what we try to see is how is it probably different response across the villages. So what you see here, you see the villages, these the black lines with the villages, and the dots are the mean rate of agreement. So we see that each village has an individual response, and that's a message to take over. So when you just make a blanket kind of approach, it's very important to see how the villages respond. And that was a difference when we came out through the questionnaire individually. So we saw that the questionnaire is aligned very much with the focus groups. So we didn't have much kind of a difference, except for 3 cases about the domestic violence. So they didn't agree that we have so much domestic violence, and also about this crops decision. That was the main difference. So the conclusion is that the weather extremes impact differently gender, and that came with qualitative and quantitative analysis. The land ownership constitutes a major driver, as you know. Common training programs on agriculture should be prioritized. Each community may react uniquely, as I mentioned, and the climate change should be designed in consultation with regional and local authorities. These are more or less like things you know, but it's just that it has been like tested in a bit more kind of a research cohesive manner. That was a project, if you want to go through, it's called Climate Adapt from Norwegian Embassy. It was lasting until 2017. And that's a paper, if anyone of you would like to share with that we have already published in environmental development. Thank you. I hope that I was within the time. Stop share. Yeah, you are muted, Dr. Singh. You are muted.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Stefano. You have presented within the stipulated time, and before time, I am highly thankful to you because you are a very good presenter and you have presented a nice presentation representing the India, and your work are really very important, and your focus you have given on the women empowerment of gender aspect you have covered this, which nowadays India is giving more priority to the gender, and our women power in the and their role in agriculture is very important. So you have covered very good information you have generated and shared with our participants. So I am thankful to Dr. Stefano for your nice presentation. Now I request. So now I would like to request to Dr. Sudarshan Datta, who will present on the climate smart nutrient management approach in smallholder farming system. Dr. Datta is presently working as scientist at African Plant Nutrition Institute based at Bangor, Morocco. And his present responsibility include development of research and scientific evidences to define best nutrient management practices. And he is a program coordinator of the emerging cropping system program in the institute. He is a group leader of the soil health livelihood system of the institute. And Datta has published more than 100 peer-reviewed scientific articles in international and national high-impact journal. He is very renowned scientist. So I like to request to Dr. Datta, please present your deliver your lecture, Dr. Datta, please. So Dr. Stefano, please unshare your screen. Yeah, make full screen, please. So we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Dr. Datta. Dr. Datta, you are not, we can't hear you. You are not audible. You are not audible, Dr. Datta. Dr. Datta, please unmute. Please unmute. Dr. Datta, please unmute. उनको डॉक्टर दत्ता को अनम्यूट करिए.
Yeah, now I am unmuted. I was just trying to convey the same message for last few minutes. So anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Chairman, for your nice introduction. First of all, good morning or good afternoon or good evening, or depending upon wherever you are in the world. I am Dr. Sudarshan Datta. I am working as a scientist and group leader of the Soil Health Livelihood System of African Plant Nutrition Institute. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizing committee, especially Dr. Sanjay Arora sir and Dr. Sanjay Swami for giving me this option to deliver some of my thoughts in this regard. I will try to restrict my presentation within 15 minutes, and then we'll accept a couple of questions. So little bit background of my institute. It's a not-for-profit organization. It started its operation since March 2019 with a main focus on plant nutrition research and education in Africa. So our major research and education area is African, both North Africa as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we are based out of Ben-Guerir, Morocco, which is the campus of University Mohammed VI, an international university at Morocco. This is a picture of our institute, and some of you might be aware of our legacy institute, IPNI, and International Plant Nutrition Institute. Quite a few scientists have joined this special program on Africa, and we are located at this location of North Africa, but we have offices or satellite centers at West Africa as well as East and South Africa program are basically governed or controlled from our office of Kenya. In my presentation, first of all, I would like to introduce the topic for a couple of slides, and then I will go into the details of the management strategies that I am proposing as a climate resilient agriculture practice. This is a picture taken from NOAA, which basically gives the global trends in the temperature changes. And in the top picture, if you see that there is an increase from 1901 to 2017, but in the bottom one, it basically shows how the temperature increase intensifies during the last couple of decades, starting from 1998 and so on. This kind of climate change or increase in temperature creates a lot of extreme weather events. For example, hurricanes in North Atlantic and Caribbean, and also there is an increase in the carbon dioxide level. And those ultimately leads to some of these extreme weather events, which is you see like a flood or drought. And this actually the lowest picture is taken from Samastipur, Bihar, where it was a rice field that got dried up because of the changes or shift in the rainfall distribution pattern. So basically, if we see the climate impact, it's mostly the smallholder farming system which basically gets impacted because of its nature of practices, because they are mostly dependent on rain-fed agriculture, and they mostly are small and marginal farmers with a resource challenge scenario. This is a very nice table developed by Professor Dr. Ratan Lal and published some in Plant and Soil Journal, which basically gives a very nice indication that this is basically the reduction of the present crop yield or present total productivity in 2015. If there is a change in the global temperature as business as usual. So basically, you see that this is the sub-Saharan Africa or South Asia, which are mainly dominated by smallholder farming systems. They are mainly get affected by this, mostly by this climate change in terms of productivity. This is a very nice representation which shows that if we talk about not only food security, but also nutritional security, this gives an indication that with the elevated level of carbon dioxide, there is a decrease in the quality aspect, as for example, zinc, protein, iron, phytate, both for C3 as well as C4 plants. So basically, it is a challenge for both quality as well as the quantity as a whole. So basically, what we propose is to propose a nutrient management strategy that helps in increasing the productivity, and also at the same time that will help increasing the adaptive capacity at multiple levels, which means like it's not only a single entry point or the farmer's point where we need changes. The management could be anywhere else, anywhere in the value chain where we can propose the intervention. But the ultimate goal is to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and increase the carbon sinks at various point and scope of intervention. When we talk about the climate nutrient management with climate smart aspect, most of the time it is the fertilizer which gets the most attention. Everyone, it is getting a concern that excess use of fertilizer is a challenge. So this is somewhere else it's a kind of a challenge, but it's not only the farmers to blame not only the farmers application point. If you see the entire value chain, it starts from the production house, its transport, and also its application method. So there is a scope of improvement in any of these sectors to ultimately helps in improved fertilizer management practice. In terms of nutrient management in agricultural field, we see it's like the improvement could be like Dr. Patra mentioned in his keynote lecture in the morning about the increase in the nitrogen in the soil, and also he touched a bit about the carbon. So basically, in balanced application of nutrients helps in improvement of the crop biomass, which basically helps in increasing the more capturing of carbon in the soil. I mean, a lot of the long-term studies, like for example, the one in the left-hand side is distributed across different parts of Europe and like Prague, Madrid, so on and so forth. And everywhere you can see that the application of NPK or balanced fertilizer actually increased the soil organic carbon. Similarly, a study from Rothamsted also pointed out the same thing, that is the increase in soil organic nitrogen with the increase in the nitrogen application level. Also, there is another study which basically indicates that the nutrient management has a significant role in terms of managing or mitigating the carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide in cropland or in agricultural scenario. There is another aspect that I would say this is a study one of our colleagues, Dr. Semi Jingore, conducted in Africa, which basically says that if we increase the 25% of the total fertilizer or NPK, there is not only an yield improvement, there is a decrease in the carbon emission and higher carbon sequestration. And more interestingly, it actually reduces the amount of forest land to be used otherwise if there is no balanced nutrient application. Think about the nitrogen. It is feeding the world And also, if there is no Haber-Bosch process, like it is shown in the figure in the right-hand side, there will be a large number of people who get affected by hunger. So basically, it is playing an important role. So why there is a question of the application of nitrogen? It is because of this fact of nitrogen balance or its use efficiency. Like in this one, if you see, like in Midwest US, the balance is almost like a neutrality. But if you see North China, there is a huge positive balance. That kind of, by which means there's a large amount of excess amount of nitrogen that is being applied. So basically, if we consider the whole nitrogen cycle, we see that there is application of fertilizer and manure and other deposition, and then there is a crop output. And we, to get more of this green part or output, we need to use this blue part more efficiently. So basically, this nutrient use efficiency has to be optimized to reduce this orange component, that is volatilization and runoff. This is a picture from the global perspective, and you see like all these developed nations are having good agricultural history, like France and US. They had a tilt at the beginning in terms of late 90s, in terms of dipping, or in the early 1960s, 70s and 80s, deep in the nitrogen use efficiency, but rather they have later recovered that value. But in case of smallholder farming system, mainly India, China, Malawi, which is a very good African country in terms of agriculture, they could not recover up to that point. So there is the point or scope of intervention of nutrient management to increase this efficiency. So now what I'm talking about is to increase this efficiency through an approach which is called 4R nutrient stewardship, which is a global concept that can be used to regional level. That is application of right source at right rate, at right place, and at right time to accept the challenge and deal with the nutrient use efficiency improvement part. Some of these examples of nutrient use efficiency program includes, like, if you see this one, this is a different same rate of nitrogen applied through different sources, but if you see the amount of cumulative nitrogen emission, it varies with the time. It varies with the source. Similarly, with the method of application is also an important factor. So like surface application compared to incorporation. Now I'm talking about the rate and time together, which is Dr. Bijay Singh and his collaborator published the paper, which basically.
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Okay, I will try to do it in a couple of minutes. Now we see that there is a green seeker based application which actually gives the guidance about the right time. There is input of like additional value of nutrient application, which basically gives you an idea of integrated nutrient application, its effectiveness. So there are some papers which basically give you that potassium and phosphorus are basically in addition with nitrogen application, basically gives the idea of the stress management, which is associated with the nutrient challenge and climate challenge. We came up with the application of this a decision support tool, which is basically application of 4R nutrient stewardship with a global web platform. And this platform is basically, we call it a decision support tool nutrient expert. And it helps in improving the recovery efficiency as well as agronomic efficiency in production system. And also there is a study which basically gives an indication that it helps in greenhouse gas emission overall in the process. This is the last section of my presentation, which basically says that probably if we consider that farming system is a heterogeneous process, then we need to have a technology which cannot just scientists can understand. The technology needs to reach the large audience or large number of people. So basically it has to fit with the society or our target audience that we are dealing with, which is basically farmers. So our technology needs to be integrated with the farmer's resource endowment so that this technology can be incorporated in the value chain and also target the large number of audience. So we approach this nutrient expert and with different typologies, and we club them and cater them as per the need of this relatively homogeneous farming system. And this study is published in a peer-reviewed journal, which basically gives you an idea that nutrient expert with a combination of socioeconomic factors basically improves the yield and also help in reducing the loss of nutrients or helping in balancing the nutrients towards improving nutrient use efficiency. So in summary, there is a climate change factor which is happening, and basically there is a climate smart nutrient management protocol that is exactly needed to address this sustainable development goal or SDGs of FAO in terms of our United Nations program in terms of food and nutritional security or zero hunger. So we propose that this 4R nutrient stewardship and its practical application with nutrient expert and green sector basically helps to modify, helps in providing an opportunity to address the climate change or climate challenges over the business as usual. And the recommendation needs to be based on the farm resource endowment capacity. So basically, I would conclude with my presentation by a famous dialogue from Charles Darwin, who says, like, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, not the most intelligent, but it is the one who most adaptable to the change. So climate change is happening, and we need our nutrient management in such a way that would be most adaptable and most useful for the farming community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Datta, for really wonderful work you have done. And your presentation was extremely well, and that it was very valuable information. So I would like to request you, sir, if you find time, please provide at least 4 or 5 pages write-up, so that it will be very useful, very helpful to our society, because our main theme is also, you know, that biodiversity is part of the climate change also, that is correlated with somehow it is related with the climate change also. And it is very burning issue nowadays, and you are doing really wonderful job. So I would like to request you to please provide, if you can spare time, to provide 4 or 5 page write-up, then it will be very useful for our society and our participants and users also, and our new young generation people, so that they can be very well acquainted about the climate change scenario, what is going on in the country, not only in country but in African countries, abroad, everywhere. So you have compiled very good information you have generated. So thank you very much, Dr. Datta Sahib. Once again, I would like to thanks. And also thankful for completing your presentation within the prescribed and stipulated time. So once again, thanks, Dr. Sahib. Now I invite to Dr. Mahesh Gathala. Dr. Mahesh Gathala is very well known to us. He's from our colleagues. He's our colleagues. We work together somehow in India. Now he's working in Bangladesh. So I will introduce. He's a very renowned scientist in the field of conservation agriculture. Dr. Gathala is currently, he has been working with the Senate on a sustainable intensification program as a senior system agronomist, presently based in Bangladesh. Dr. Gathala has made strong contribution to strategic research, development and deployment of conservation agriculture based sustainable intensification, crop production and farming system on small scale mechanization, and many more things he's working on conservation agriculture. Dr. Gathala worked with IRRI also. So he's very well known to, because we were working together somehow in IRRI, and I was also part of that IRRI program. So we work together at many places, we meet together, and he's a very good renowned scientist. And now Dr. Gathala has worked on a coordinated more than 10 mega project in South Asia. So, and he has published more than 150 research paper in national and international journals. So I would like to request to Dr. Gathala, please present your experience related to conservation agriculture, or how that conservation agriculture can be useful for improving the environment as well as our smallholder farmers' income. Because India nowadays, India is emphasizing on how to increase the income of our farmers. Our Honorable Prime Minister is emphasizing on doubling the farmers' income, so that your technology, your experience can boost the income or our resource poor farmers. So please, Dr. Gathala, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, and good afternoon to everybody, and good morning and good evening, according to time. I'd like to also thanks to organizing, that's Academy of Natural Resource and Management, to provide me the opportunity to as a lead speaker in international web conference on resource management and biodiversity to achieve sustainable development goals. And today I will focus my talk on Eastern Gangetic Plain zones for smallholders, considering the food, water, and energy net, how that can be achieved by adopting the conservation agriculture-based sustainable intensification. That's I would like to give my glimpses that where I am working. I am based in Bangladesh, in Simit. Simit is as you know, all that's based in Mexico, headquarters. And we work for wheat and maize based science to improve livelihoods. We are based in all developing countries, including Asia, Africa, Latin, and South America. And then CIMMIT has a very strong impact on smallholder farmers in all developing countries. And having that, this part of personnel and scientists contributed significantly in CIMMIT programs, and you can see that's how that's Dr. Sanjay Ram, Dr. Pandey, Dr. Vassals, they achieved many awards from the CIMMIT as globally. My talk is this, but but nowadays how we are dealing with the storm of the challenges. So if you look at that, we have multiple challenges in our present, agriculture and farming systems. So we have more conflict and fragility, which will lead to, due to unemployment, unrest, and migration of laborers and all. That's due to food security and nutrition insecurity. That's we lead malnutrition. And malnutrition is a big issue in this region. Due to high population, that's their gender equality and urbanization and heat islands are coming very strongly in this region. Land degradation due to intensive tillage and the desertification and deforestation and all. So that's another challenge that we are, and loss of biodiversity due to we lost our very diversified farming systems and cropping systems, and now we are moving towards the monocropping system and single cropping systems and all. Water scarcity, we know all scenario. What is the scenario in northwest India, including Rajasthan, Maharashtra, and all? That's everybody knows about. That's how we are struggling with water, and this water mainly come from due to the inefficient use of irrigation water, especially over exploitation of groundwater, and then climate change. Does double impact of climate change, increasing temperature and reducing precipitation, and variation in distribution of the rainfall. Just I'm giving what is mean of EGP. EGP is Eastern Gangetic Plain zones. That covers 180 districts of 3 countries. That's Eastern Terai of Nepal, India, Eastern, and then Bangladesh. And that's more challenges even than in global challenges. So we have more biological as well as flood stresses and drought stresses, high populations, low cropping productivity, and then small holding fragmentations, and then low mechanization, intact and all due to small fragmentation. So these are more challenging to us in Eastern EGP. What is meaning of conservation agriculture based sustainable intensification? Earlier we were just working on zero tillage. That's we cover and understand that is the only conservation agriculture. But conservation agriculture is not just only zero tillage. Conservation agriculture is beyond the zero tillage. So here we are talking also in this conference, man, that's how we deal with the sustainable development goals through this saving of the natural resources. So conservation agriculture based sustainable desertification mainly is depend on conservation agriculture based management that's contains of three principles that we know, that minimum soil disturbance, rational soil coverage, and efficient cropping systems. And that also, for that we need to work on the efficient use of external inputs and natural resources, and economic, that options must be economical and profitable viable to the farmers. If the options are good for only environment but not economical to farmers, it cannot work. So it has to be economical viable for the farmers, and it must be on as a system perspective, as a holistic that will take care of farming system and cropping systems and social things and all. And once we have this, then we have more resilient, farming systems or cropping system. We will save more water for, future for energy and water. Definitely will get more clean environment that we are facing nowadays to burning of residue and intensive tillage and all, and conserve biodiversity. And all this approach will lead to be sustainable development goals for food, water, and energy nexus with additional benefits of environmental and social benefits. And definitely it will also improve the economic of the country or the region. What is conservation agriculture? Well, conservation agriculture based on three principles that we know, and then these three principles have their own benefit. So if we talk about cropping system, diversification, that will be give the benefit to reduce the occurrence of pests and disease by interrupting their life cycles, weed control to changing and breaking their cycles, adequately distribute nutrients in soil profile, reduces economic risk in case of event and negatively affected certain crops, and then it will provide additional crop residues for livestock as well as to add in the soil. Minimum soils also have reduced compaction and surface sealing, reduces erosion, and then improves soil fertility and structure, and then soil coverage, especially to mulch. It will provide better infiltration soils and soil water conservations, less evapotranspirations, so on. So these are the benefits that we can get through conservation agriculture through. In recent years, that conservation agriculture attract the policy, and research and development leaders kind of their interest. And if you look at that from last decade, now additionally 10 million hectare annually conservation agriculture is, adding in new areas. And at this time, this is recently published by Kasam et al. That's 180 million hectare globally that conservation agriculture practices adopted. If we look at that overall benefit, if we consider all three principal cropping systems, efficient cropping systems, efficient irrigation water, tillage and all, and this is the benefits that we can achieve through conservation agriculture sustainable. So it can increase 5 to 10% system yield. It can reduce 8 to 17% irrigation water. It can save 26 to 40% of labor, and energy is up to by like 46 to 60% energy can be saved, and it gives extra income from 16 to 56% income, and it's also reduce the CO2 equivalent emissions. This is the recent publications came out in Nature Sustainability, and it clearly says that from on station and on farm, more than 300 papers, research studies, and it clearly shows that in 4 parameters of grain yield, protein equivalent yield, water use efficiency, and net income, it gives better as compared to conventional practices. Though it depends on on farm and on stations, but it gives better yield and in advantage. This is another that it gives it works well in all cropping systems as compared to culture. So if we talk about rice wheat, rice maize and others, it works in all, though benefits is vary according to cropping system. It also works in all soil kind of tiles, in all ecologies. If you look at that, except coarse sands, and in coarse sand also where we have a rice-based systems, like in Punjab, where we have a coarse sand, where rice is a question mark is still under conservation agriculture. But other than that, conservation agriculture works well in all kind of soils. This is another paper came in Field Crops in 2019, and it shows that different cropping systems have different advantages. So rice cropping system have more advantage, but its benefits and its sustainability always a question mark in terms of water, in terms of natural resources, and in terms of external imports. But if we look at that, rice wheat and rice cropping system is not perfect, but we have to diversify it with rice maize, rice lentil, and double cropping system to triple cropping system through intensification as additional crop. This gives better yields and better sustainability. This is about total water use and energy, CO2 equivalent emissions. So it's again, if you look at that, rice cropping system is highest, in terms of energy use and in terms of CO2 equivalent emissions. So rice system is not that much of environment friendly because it burns more energy and all. But if you look at that, rice maize is coming as a new cropping system in Eastern EGP, which is one of the highest potential to replace. If you talk within cropping system in CT versus conventional conservation agriculture system, you look at that, it's give further benefits. So it's more labor efficient and it also gives more income to the farmers. This is another meta-analysis on 10 metrics that covers system yield, change in total energy, CO2 equivalent emissions, productivity, and energy productivity. It gives better, and these benefits increase further while layering the, or intensifying the conservation agriculture. If you look at that T2 partial CA, where that monsoon crop is under conventional system, and then winter crops and dry crops under zero till system or conservation agriculture system, it still gives benefits. But if you still further intensify, it gives more advantage. This is the same for like productivity, production cost and income, and then water and labor and all. So it gives all parameters, it's benefits. This is one study in, look at that. It's from Canal that Dr. Singh was saying that we work together, and this came out from the Canal, and this is clearly showing that farmers practice. If you look at the global warming potentials, if you will partial CA, it gives advantage still, but if you full CA with same system and if full CA with diversified system for future cereal system, it gives further advantage. So it saves, it gives like 18 to 60% reduction in global warming potential. Look at that in generally, it's well established already that when we'll increase the management level, it's also increase the, like cost of production as well as also global warming or CO2, emissions. But through conservation agriculture, we can take higher system productivity and higher productivity with less CO2 emissions. So that also gives environment friendly and more sustainable. Now I'm coming to physiological aspects. If you look at that, when we have a residue and no residue in surface, and physiological aspect that photosynthesis is higher under where we have a residue, and leaf water potential is also higher where we have a no residue or with residue. This is very important figure, and where we have a mulch with surface cover in no-till system at the time of maturity. And that's in Northwest India, and especially in this part, that's we have a terminal heats. So when we have a crop residue on surface, it's conserve more water in the soil profile, and that gives more evaporation. That will keep 3 to 4 degrees Celsius microclimate cooler as compared to conventional system, which will help to mitigate on terminal heat. This is the true example in 2014-15, where there was a heavy rain in Haryana and Punjab at the time of physiological maturity. Look at the difference that both crops were planted same times, but this plot was planted with rotavator and this side planted with happy seeder. So due to rotavator creates impermeable layer and it's very shallow, tillage, and it's compact in subsurface. It's not allowed to, in percolation, which will create a waterlogging situation when crop is burned. Where we have a conservation agriculture or no-till system, there is no crop affected. So that's the benefit direct. This is the benefit on crop residue recycles. So look at that, we have different scenario and where we CT versus partial versus full CA and crop cycle residue. So if we cycle more residue, soil organic carbon is also increased with time. So this is after 8 years. This is also 86 years in same from canal, and it's found that layering of technologies with CA, it gives better, all soil status, soil organic carbon, N, P, and K, and then soil quality index with increasing the level of conservation agriculture. This is physical parameters that we can talk. It's increased infiltration rate with time, and it also gives low subsurface compaction in soil in zero-till system as compared to conventional. This is about moderate to soil temperature and also soil conservation, that moderate potential. This is clearly shows that 5 to 6 degrees Celsius is moderate and is buffering the soil temperature in adverse condition, which will help to mitigate in adverse soil condition, and also have more water, which will increase the biological activities of the soil. This is similarly of soil structure as well as little water. It gives better in no-till system. It also gives better enzymic and soil microbiomass. And this is again after 8 years of study. It's published in 2019. That's dehydrogenase and carbon biomass and nitrogen biomass and phosphogenase activities is better under CA as compared to conventional system. It also gives all biological proteins, bacteria, fungi, and actinomycete as compared to conventional system in both rice-based and maize-based systems. It's increased from 26 to 92% and 28 to 98% in maize-based systems. Now I'm coming how to scalize, what are the problems. So first is philosophical perception that we have a myth that CA will not work everywhere, but we don't think about that. CA needs a adjustment and fine tuning and adapt at local. We need to work on that. Research articulation and targeting. CA doesn't mean that only agronomy and engineering works, but it has to include all disciplines, multidisciplinary, including social science, environmental, breeders, plant protections and all. Development infrastructure for like manufacturing of machineries, infrastructure for irrigation waters and so on. So capacity is mandatory to to provide, because conservation agriculture settlement is more knowledge intensive. So it has to be first give to driver all levels training and develop capacity building. Definitely policy is very important. This is another science-based that it's explore the, because in Punjab there was a big issue of burning of residue, and we explore the different options of that. And still that happy seeder with mulch with SMH is the best options to deal with the crop residue burning in Northwest India. This is published in Science, and this is policies that is important, and this came with time in conservation agriculture. How to that? We need to have a very successful business model to scale out conservation agriculture. And this is one of the best example in West Bengal, which came out. That's how farmers clubs bring all together to research, private sector, financial and government, and then give the single window services to all communities. And that gives a better adaptability and better confidence to communities as well to that. Transition to water to sewer. This is my second last slide. So long-term process research science evidence, participatory, that's we need a long-term, because secondary problems is coming and we need to be addressed on long-term. We need to validate our technologies at farmers field, not only stations, and component technologies like varieties, nutrient, water, genotypes, and so on. So we have to do all these adjustment at local level and site-specific level, and that research should be very targeted, specific, not like as a blanket for the whole region. Multidisciplinary team, that I already told, and then we have to have a science evidence-backed policy to inform our policymakers. Sometimes that we don't have like all policies for rotavator promotion as well as conservation agriculture that cannot go together. So we have to have a very science-based, evidence-based policies. And then successful business model I talk, and then capacity development is mandatory for that. So in last conclusion, that conservation agriculture system will to improve system in rice equivalent yield, water use efficiency, energy use efficiency, labor efficiency, and gross margins for smaller powers in the EGP with additional benefits of environments. Sustainable development goals for food, energy, and water access with additional benefits to environment, resilience, and social prosperity. Provide opportunity for rural youth employment and women's employment by engaging because the young youth don't want to be do as usual business because they want to do their smart way and their, as a business. So we need to engage them to in this kind of activities, and need to be adapted local farming systems and environmental geography, and institutional linkage and capacity are very, very important because we cannot work in isolations. We has to be work together and need strong governance and policy support to ensure full benefits of the success of conservation and sustainable intensification. Thank you, Dr. Singh. I hope I completed my task, and thanks. And I again thanks to Dr. Sanjay, both Sanjay and Sanjay, to providing me the opportunity in this platform. Thank you very much.
मेरा फोटो नहीं आ रहा. Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Gathala, for your nice presentation and very informative. And again, I would like to request you also. Hello, can you hear me?
Ji, sir, I can.
Hello.
Ji, sir, we
can
are
you hear
hearing
me? Okay. Yeah, sir. You have done really wonderful work in India, as well as nowadays you are working in Bangladesh. So you have a vast experience in the field of conservation agriculture, and you are man of really. We are proud of you that your experience is spreading like anything in the Eastern African, East Asian countries, in Eastern Asian countries, now in India and Bangladesh. And the people are nowadays are moving towards resource conservation because of this there are the climate changes also, and there are resource constraints also, and day by day the input cost is increasing and our soil productivity and fertility is deteriorating. That's why your input is very valuable for the resource poor farmers, as well as the improving the fertility status of the soil. So I will also request you to please give, if you can spare your time, you give your write-up for at least 4 or 5 pages write-up, so that we can include in our proceedings. That will be useful for us also, and it will enlighten our participants also. So thank you once again. Thanks to your nice presentation and very good deliberation. So now this lead speakers are over, and now I'll go to the oral presentation. In this oral presentation, my submission with the presenter is that please, every presenter is given only 6-minute time. So my sincere request is, first you have to present your not more than 5 slides. Not more than 5 slides. One slide, introduction part. Another slide is your you can say that the introduction, and then hypothesis. What is the hypothesis of your study? What you are going to present? What you hypothesize before you are starting your initiative, your project, or something like that, your experiment, and then conclusion. So I think it will be better to finish within the prescribed time. So please adhere to the time. Otherwise, I'll stop you before I will ring you before 2 minutes before your presentation. So please bear with us, because there are many more oral presentation. You can see the list of the presentation. There are 103 oral presenter in this session. So is it possible to complete? Poster presentation. There are 103 poster presenter in this session. So please bear with us. So just give your 3 salient features of your presentation. So now I request one by one. First of all, I will invite to Dr. U. Sundran, who will present on nutrient budgeting using Newton model for sustenance of soil fertility in humid tropical Kerala. Dr. U. Sundram, please start your presentation. Dr. Yusundaram. Dr. Yusundaram is not able to present. Or Ishar, Dr. Arvind Kumar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm here. Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Dr. Arvind Kumar Ishar, or who are you, please? Dr. Sundaran?
Yes, sir. I am Dr. Arvind Kumar Ishar. I am Dr. Arvind Kumar Ishar,
So
sir.
Dr. Arvind Kumar, you please initiate your presentation. Please, you start
Yes,
your
sir.
presentation.
So I would request you to kindly upload my presentation because I am here in Rajouri and we have 2G network and I won't be able to upload my presentation. Kindly
Sorry,
upload.
my friend. Sorry, my friend. We don't have time to upload your presentation. This is not
Sir,
the time to upload your presentation. Please go
Sir,
to next.
I have already sent my presentation, sir.
Then we can do that.
Yes, sir. I have
Otherwise,
already
it is not time to upload. Then I would like to request to Dr. Sanjay Arora, please open the presentation. Please share the slide so that he can start.
जब तक नेक्स्ट वाले को बुला लीजिए सर.
Dr. Arvind Kumar is here. Dr. Arvind Kumar आ रहे हैं ना?
Yes, sir.
डॉक्टर अरविंद कुमार का खोल दीजिए डॉक्टर साहब, आपके पास है उनका प्रेजेंटेशन.
डॉक्टर स्वामी.
Dr. Swami, please share the presentation of Dr. Arvind Kumar. Dr. Swami, please.
Sir, actually, I am in 2G network in Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. That's why I'm unable to upload, sir.
No problem, sir. You are right. You are right. But I would like to request to Dr. Swami. Dr. Swami, please.
I am trying just now. Just few minutes.
Yes, sir. This is my presentation.
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's actually the role of tribals in conservation of biodiversity in Piri Panchal ranges of Rajouri and Poonch districts of Jammu and Kashmir, India, sir. My main emphasis is to highlight the role of these tribals in conservation of various germplasms in the whether it is flora or fauna. Next slide, sir. Next, sir. Sir, kindly, yeah. Sir, this Rajouri and Poonch are the two tribal districts of Jammu and Kashmir, which are situated at line of control. And almost we have the all type of climates here. It ranges from 850 meters to 3,400 meters above this sea level. And we have all type of climate right from subtropical to temperate regions. Heavy snowfall we experience here. And our mid hills and high ridges are blessed with diversified treasures of flora and fauna. And Gujar and Bakarwals are the major tribes of our area who are nomadic in nature. And Bakarwals are having a knowledge of flora of not only in mid hills but also high altitude, sir. And they are passing on knowledge generation after generation. Sir, if you see this slide, which we are seeing, these are the important plant species which have been identified and are in use with the tribals of our area. The use of these plants varies right from all these common use as forages to these medicinal use. These are ethnomedical uses which have been reported by Shah et al. In 2015. Sir, these are the various plants which have been actually identified and are being conserved by the tribals which are Bakarwals of the area. If we see the first, it is a rati, which is seeds are used and which is used for mouth swellings, excessive salivation. Then there are various other types of these herbs and plants which are being used for toothache, head fever. Here at serial number 4, you can see these are some tubers of Erasima propianum, which is being used for delayed sexual receptivity in cattle, which is very important because when tribals are in the high reaches, there is no facility of medicine there. They use all these plants for the treatment of their cattle as well as for the kids and other these livelihood sources. Then there is another plant, Caltha pasturalis, which is called Jalpatra, which is used for menstrual disorders. Which most important one you can see at serial number 9. This is Diplocylus palmatus radhani, it's called, and its leaves are used for the treatment of snake bites. This plant is having very good potential in our medicine industry. Then, sir, if we go on another at 11, serial number 11, you can see this is a plant which is used for the treatment of kidney stones. The leaves, the whole plant is crushed and fed to the patient, and the kidney stones are crushed and they're passed out with the urine. Then, sir, next slide, sir. Then there are some other plants which are being used by these nomads. If you see at serial number 15, this plant is used for rheumatism and urinary disorders. And again at serial number 17, Iris cramoniensis, this plant its roots is used for the treatment of snake bites. Then if you see, sir, at serial number 23, this plant, its rhizome is used for the treatment of fractures, not only for humans but for the cattle also. This plant is very much important in these high reaches because most of the time when they experience breakage of bones in animals, they use this very much particular plant for the treatment of these animals and also for the human beings also. Then again at serial number 16, if you see that this is Verbascum thapsus, its leaves are used for stomachache and also for the treatment of snake bite in high reaches. Next slide, sir. Sir, next slide. This is the pictorial diagram of pictorial representation of some of the plants which have been identified and are being conserved and are being used by the tribals for treatment of various diseases and various ailments. You can see at this here that this is Morchella at serial number 6. This is Morchella, which is a very costly fungus, edible fungus, and is commonly available in the high reaches of our Rajouri and Poonch district. And then there are certain other plants which are very particular to these areas, and these are identified only with the knowledge of these tribals, and they are now being used for the preparation of various medicines, not only for humans but also for the these animals also. So
Dr. Arvind, please conclude. Dr. Arvind, please conclude.
Okay, sir. Come to sir conclusion. Last slide, sir. My emphasis during this representation is that the tribals of Rajouri and Poonch district in Piri Panjab are having rich knowledge of diversified flora and fauna of the area. And the vast knowledge of tribals need to be documented, and a database prepared for identification of these species vis-a-vis their in situ conservation with the help of these tribals. And incentive needs to be given to these tribals for conservation of this biodiversity in this area. Then a number of wild varieties of these cultivated crops like oats, barley, solanaceous crops, and apple are being grown by the tribals in Piri Panjab ranges. And these species can be utilized for breeding new varieties with desirable characters. And this can open a new era of this breeding in the field of agriculture for the utilization of these wild genes, which can bring upon various desirable characters in our cultivated crops. And these tribals can be well recognized for that particular role in the conservation of this biodiversity in our areas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arvind Kumar. Dr. Arvind Kumar, may I ask one question? Have you,
yes, sir,
have you been documented these species for medicinal very important medicinal values?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have been documenting these.
Do you have any document, any booklet or pamphlet or poster or any technical bulletin, something like that?
Yes, sir. We are getting these species registered with the help of this PPV FR Act of our country, and we shall be documenting all these, sir.
डॉक्टर साहब, डॉक्टर अरविंद कुमार, इतना जबरदस्त काम है आपका। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री महोदय जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात कर रहे हैं, और हम चाइना से जो हम इतना वी आर इंपोर्टिंग लार्ज नंबर ऑफ these medicinal plants, medicinal raw material for manufacturing of our medicines, and so you have a good potential of these medicinal plants in our country, in your region.
Yes, sir. Sir, there are about
you send your booklet, your pamphlet, your technical bulletin to our honorable Prime Minister. You will be awarded for that work, because we are in search of our scientists are in search of Uttarakhand and in Himachal Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir. They are in search of medicinal plants. So
I have a submission, sir.
You have a large number of medicinal plants in your basket. So why you are
Sir,
not popularizing these things?
I have a submission, sir. If you see the third slide, there are about 165 plant species which have been identified in our area, sir. 165 plant species.
So very good work you did, Dr. Ravi Kumar. I appreciate and clap your really wonderful work. You have identified very good species. So please keep it up and do something for documentation and dissemination and dissemination of your this technology or these plant species into our medicinal and medicinal field, medical field. That will be very useful for our medicinal people. Now,
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Our next presenter is Dr. Ravindra Kumar. I invite Dr. Ravindra Kumar, please. Dr. Ravindra Kumar. Dissemination pattern of available nutrients and biological properties of soil in different 4 blocks of Muradabad district of Uttar Pradesh under sugarcane wheat cropping system. Dr. Ravindra Kumar, please.
Dr. Ravinder Kumar, are you? I think he's not here.
Dr. Ravindra Kumar, if he's not here, then go to Samiksha Sidhai. Dr. Samiksha.
Sir, I'm here.
Hi. Dr. Samiksha Sidhai, can you hear me?
Excuse me, sir.
Dr. Samiksha.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, can I tell something about myself?
Please share your presentation.
Sir, excuse me, I'm not doctor. I'm just undergraduate student from agriculture.
No problem. Anybody who is presenting at this dais, is everybody is doctor. You are doctor in your field, so you are doctor. No problem. That doesn't worry.
Okay,
need
sir,
not worry. You will be present doctor after some time if you are not doctor at present. Okay, so you continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is my slide visible?
Yeah.
Yes,
Is the slide slow?
so you go on. Go on slide. Yes. Okay.
Namaste and good afternoon. This is Samiksha Sidhai, undergraduate student from Agriculture and Forest University. Without any delay, I would like to enter to my presentation. The topic of my presentation is good agriculture practices in Mandarin, Citrus reticulata blanco, perception and factors affecting awareness among farmers at Gulmi, Nepal. Introduction. GAPs are the practices that permit sustainable yield, ensure the livelihood of producer and processor, and protect the environment. Mismanagement, wide use of unhealthy citrus sapling, increasing dryness, poor soil management, etc. are causing citrus decline in Nepal. Lack of knowledge of GAPs among farmers make Mandarin enterprises less profitable. Compliance to GAP will result in increased production in terms of quality and quantity. The major objective of this work are to explore the knowledge level, perception of farmers towards the GAP, and various factors affecting awareness of GAP. The study was carried out at 2 rural municipalities, Dhurkot and Chhatrapur, and
Dr. Samiksha, everybody knows about this introductory part. Please go to your hypothesis and conclude your presentation.
Okay, sir. For the study,
everybody knows about this introduction.
For the study, farmers are categorized into gap aware and unaware. Respondents complying to 7 or more standards were kept as a gap aware, while failure to comply to the limit set were perceived as a gap unaware. Now we have results. Table 1 shows the socioeconomic and demographic characteristics continuous variable with farmers category at Gulmi, Nepal. Here from the table, we can see that the difference in average age of gap aware and unaware farmers, and then total land holding, total operational land, number of bearing trees, non-bearing trees, and then productivity price. All the difference are significant at 5 and 1% level. That means these continuous variable have significant effect in the awareness and unawareness of gap. Table 2 shows the perception of aware respondent towards gap at Gulmi, Nepal. Among the various selected statements regarding the gap, all the respondents agreed to the fact that gap produced fruit have nicer appearance and better quality. Fruit meet national and international standard and enhances exportability of the fruit, while 61.5% of respondents didn't agree to the fact that gap helps them to get subsidies from various governmental organizations. This shows the overall adoption of GAP standards. Out of the 10 standards, GAP related to planting materials were least adopted, while GAP related to human welfare were adopted by the majority of the respondents. Table 3 shows the influence of various socioeconomic variables on awareness of gap among Mandarin growers at Gulmi, Nepal. Here, the gap awareness is used as a dependent variable and sex, age, education, household size, type of agriculture, farm size, experience of Mandarin farmer, contact with extension agent, and participation in gap-related training were used as an independent variable. Among the various independent variables, contact with extension agent and participation in gap-related training were found to have significant effect for the awareness of gap knowledge. 1 unit increase in contact with extension agent increases the probability of being aware by 41.6%, and 1 unit increase in participation in training increases the probability of being aware by 76.5%. Now, conclusion. Majority of the farmers have adopted the effective training pruning, use of borax mixture, proper harvesting, grading, hygienic environment, and human welfare for improving mandarin production. The farmers perceived gap will improve fruit quality and appearance, meet international standard, enhancing exportability, but 61.5% didn't agree that it will help them to find subsidy. Participation in training and regular contact with extension agents significantly increases the farmers' awareness of gap. The difference in productivity of gap-aware and unaware respondent was found to be 3.39 metric ton per hectare. Hence, Mandarin could be highly profitable enterprises in Gulmi district through the adoption of gaps. In North-Sale, compliance to gap ensure the profitability and sustainability of Mandarin orchard. This study forages the awareness and adoption of gap, which incorporate the best and sustainable management practices for commercial Mandarin growers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Samiksha. So for
Okay,
nice
thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for you have taken very important plant species for I think that is very popular in Nepal, and with the introduction of your good agriculture practices through your socio-economic survey and the training program, I think the productivity of Mandarin days to come in near future, I think it will be definitely increased, and that is it is very important. Mandarin is not only in Nepal but in India also. Nowadays it is picking up in the large areas in our, I think in Punjab and certain part of Uttar Pradesh. This Mandarin is coming up in very nicely. So that your work is really remarkable, and once again I thanks to you for your nice presentation. Now next presenter is Dr. Faiz Mohsin. Dr. Faiz Mohsin. Dr. Faiz, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah. So please start your presentation. Dr. Faiz, please.
Sir, I have already sent the presentation.
To whom? To organizer? Okay.
Okay, sir. It is the performance of wheat and mustard in agroforestry system.
Yeah. Very good. You start.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Faiz.
Sir, this is the performance of wheat and mustard in agroforestry system under Sarai condition of Uttar Pradesh.
Okay.
The main purpose of this review to provide an idea about how eucalyptus and poplar behaves with associated crops, that is interaction between both components. And due to the of intercrops on growth parameters of eucalyptus, it is seen that trees. Hello.
हाँ बोलिए.
Yeah. You continue.
Due to effect of intercrops on the growth and parameters of eucalyptus, it is seen that trees along with intercrops gain much more better growth than trees grown as isolated in all the age groups. This might be due to better care, use of fertilizer, frequent irrigations, and schedule for intercrops. Next slide. Next, please.
Yeah.
This is the total litter production ton per hectare in the year. Litter production is also on the higher side in trees intercrops than trees which are without any intercrops. Next slide. Next slide, please. These are some fruits wheat intercrop with Populus deltoides. at different age groups. Next slide. This is all intercropped with wheat and eucalyptus. Next slide, please. Next, please. Yes. In the study of nutrient, it is reviewed that all the three nutrients increase as the age of tree increases. It is also seen that total addition of nutrient to the soil through litter fall is lower in isolated fields than the intercrop fields. Next, sir. In the study, it is also observed that nutrient content of soil after 5 years of duration is higher in sole, eucalyptus and poplar than the intercrop field. As the depth increases, nitrogen and potassium are decreased in sole as well as intercrop field. Phosphorus is dramatically different. 0 to 15 centimeter layer is less than 15 to 30 centimeter layer. Next, please. Yield of intercrops is low in the fields which are cultivated along with trees. And the effect of trees on monthly plant height of wheat and mustard is rarely observed. And the height of intercrop is very higher under poplar than intercrop than with eucalyptus. And the grain and stover yields of both the crops under eucalyptus and poplar decrease significantly as compared to open fields. Next slide, please. Next, please. Okay, sir. And this is some takes that खाना खाते वक्त ये प्रार्थना जरूर करना कि जिस खेत से मेरा खाना आ रहा है उस घर के बच्चे कभी के भूखे ना सोएं. Next, please. Sir, this is the effect of eucalyptus and poplar at various ages on growth and stover yield. The combination of agriculture crop with eucalyptus and poplar trees, poplar and sole cropping revealed that maximum income and various negative net returns of rupees 3943 and also negative net return rupees 8,731 was recorded in mustard oil. And thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Faiz, for nice presentation. May I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have evaluated many tree species with intercropping of different crops like mustard, wheat, and other many crops. So my question is, which agroforestry system is better as per your study? Which cropping system is better in terms of soil improvement as well as economic return to the farmers? So which agroforestry system you will suggest to the farmers in your locality in the Meerut region or in Western region where the tree plantation?
Yes, sir. In the Meerut region, we can suggest the poplar and wheat intercropping system.
Popular wheat.
Yes, sir.
Popular wheat is very traditional cropping system. Farmers are adopting this cropping system since long 20 years back when we were in Karnal. When we were in Karnal 20 or 25 years back, we saw that a large area and the poplar and mustard was popular and wheat was there. But I think if anything new, you add something in your new study.
Ji sir. They can also take aromatic plants with the trees.
Yeah, some high value crops. They can introduce some high value crops like medicinal and
high value.
Crops.
Yes, sir.
Under these trees.
Under these trees.
So that they can income more. They can generate more. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Faiz. So our next presenter is Dr. A.P. Singh. Dr. A.P. Singh, are you ready? Dr. AP Singh, can you hear me? If not, then next present is Dr. Syed Sahameen Ahmad Simnani. Dr. Syed Sahameen. Dr. Syed Sahameen, can you hear me?
I am trying to unmute him. Dr. Sami, unmute yourself. Yes, yes.
He's here?
Yes, yes, he is there.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Doctor, yeah, you are, yeah, very good. Very well audible.
Thank you, sir.
Please go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody, sir. Sir, sir, may I start?
Yes, yes. But make it in the slideshow.
Make your presentation full screen, PowerPoint full screen.
Okay.
On the left corner, you see right side, opposite to that side.
1 minute, sir.
Full screen. You make your presentation full screen.
Yes. Click it here.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, it is okay now.
Start.
Sir, good afternoon, everybody, sir, distinguished guests and experts. Sir, first, I would like to express my thanks to the organizing committee of Academic National Resource Conservation and Management, who have provided me an opportunity to be here, for which I am indeed honored and privileged to be share the platform of International Web Conference on Resource Management and Biodiversity Conservation. Sir, the main theme of my study is the revival of Kashmir Ambri apple. The Kashmir Ambri apple was the niche crop of Kashmir which was most dominant, and sir, it was the most dominant and most popular variety of apple cultivated in the valley of Kashmir before the introduction of exotic delicious, especially the delicious group of varieties. The apple has adapted itself to the various agroclimatic and agroecological conditions of the valley over the centuries. So it is resistant to almost all the biotic and abiotic stresses. Sir, I would like to start with just a short journey of apple. The apple has its the present day apple cultivated in all over the India. Sir, it has is the most widely grown species of this family Rosaceae of the genus family. The fruit is basically a temperate zone fruit, a deciduous fruit tree which sheds its leaves with the onset of autumn after the fruits is harvested. Sir, according to many historians, there are various evidences suggest that the botanical and historical evidence trace the origin of this apple to the Tin Sand Mountains of Kazakhstan, from where it spread through the ancient Grand Silk Road to the Western Asia and the Europe. From the Europe, sir,
Doctor, please give your Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Syed, please give your recommendation. Please stick to your recommendation. What you are going to do, what you are going to convey your message. This is the background of the apple. This nobody is interested about the history of apple, because everybody is eating apple since long back.
Okay. Sir,
so please, what you have contributed in your experiment, in your research?
Kashmir Ambri apple was the most iconic and niche crop of the Kashmir. It was known as the king of apples in the Kashmir. Sir, the major importance of the Kashmir Ambri, that it is the only apple variety which has its origin in Kashmir and is indigenous to India. So we want the main aim of the study and this project is to revive the Kashmir back on the farmer's field. So because of its very extra consumers preferences. It is very attractive with very sweet and crispness and has a very excellent fragrant aroma besides a very good keeping quality. The fragrance of the fragrance of the fruit is such that if we keep a basket of ambri in a room, the fragrance will spread all across the corners. So over the years, it was a very safe variety. It has secured a safe place on farmers' field because it had acclimatized to the various biotic and abiotic stress over the decades. The hotspot ambri growing areas in the Kashmir Valley are the districts of Shipyan, Pulwama, and some parts of Kulgam. So why there is a, I have already explained why the various reason for the decline in the dwindling of area under the Kashmir Ambri apple. So Ambri was the most popular and dominant commercial accepted variety in Kashmir till 1970s. The main reasons which have attributed to its decline in area or its long gestation period or juvenile period it takes to come into bloom. And another main drawback, bottleneck in its cultivation is its peculiar biennial bearing with definite on and off year cycles, which has led the farmers to rethink about the other crops after the introduction of delicious group of cultivars in late 1970s. With the introduction of delicious group of varieties in late 1970s, the growers as well as farmers' preference changed for the regular bearing and red colored apple. Delicious group are mostly they are regular bearing, self-fruitful and self-compatible. So growers also thought when the demand increased, they thought of shifting to the delicious group of varieties. This resulted in the horizontal decline in the this was a horizontal expansion of the area under the delicious group with a corresponding decline in the acreage of Ambri apple. So the exotic apples have almost eliminated our indigenous varieties, which has made us to rethink that we should revive our heritage crop, which was indigenous to the Kashmir and India. So that is the main logic behind the main, which was objective behind the study. Also, the delicious group of varieties over the years of cultivation, they have attained some self-unfruitfulness and some have become incompatible. And vis-a-vis, there are lot of emergence of new pests.
Dr. Sameem, please. Yeah. Dr. Sameem, please conclude.
Sir,
please conclude your
2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes.
We have not yet received the stress on revival of conservation of Kashmiri Ambri apple. What studies, what you have done for revival of this? What is your contribution towards revival of this Kashmiri?
Yes, sir. I am coming to that,
Ambri apple. You give 1 or 2 slides on that aspect.
Sir, I was giving the reason why there is a need for revival.
Sir, we don't
because
have
this
over
the low product of time. Okay, sir, 1 minute. Sir, low productivity of our existing orchards owing to the monoculture delicious group and emergence of various pests and disease, and it is susceptibility to various biotic stresses had led us to rethink on the revival of our indigenous varieties, which have acclimatized and well to our agroclimatic and ecological conditions. So, sir, I am coming to that. So, the initiatives for Ambri germplasm, as directed by your good self, sir. So, pioneering studies for the revival of Ambri were undertaken during 2011 to 2012 under the able guidance of Professor Tej Pratap, presently Honorable Vice Chancellor, GB Pant University, Uttarakhand. Sir, besides that, there were many revival programs were undertaken for the revival of our prestige crop in rice like Mushkabudi. There are fragrant varieties of rice, Mushkabudi, Kamad, red rice, and some land races of pulses and beans. So among that, Ambri was one of the projects for its revival. And during the project, 7 elite genotypes were selected through process of survey selection and identification of tree of merit from the Ambri growing hotspots of the Kashmir Valley. The budwood collected was then grafted on the M9 rootstocks, which is a dwarfing colonal rootstocks, at the KVK Gandhar, where I was posted as head and as well as scientist fruit science. So from there, we started our journey towards the revival of Ambri germplasm. The trial was laid, and the most novel achievement was that in 2012 we did the grafting, and after 4 years we observed the plants to come into bloom. Major breakthrough was that single intervention M9 rootstock, which is a dwarfing colonal rootstock, registered a significant breakthrough in the reduction of gestation period from 13 years to 4 years, which is the major impediment in the cultivation of Ambri today on the farmer's field. Long gestation period and biennial bearing. These are the most major impediments in the cultivation, which has led the farmers to shift towards the delicious group of regular bearing varieties of apple. If we overcome these two bottlenecks, we can restore the glory of Ambri apple on the farmer's field and on the commercial orchards of the apple. So this is the
Thank you. Thank you,
this
Dr.
the KVK was
Thank you, Dr.
facilitated
Syed.
on the Republic Day by the district administration of KVK Gandharbal for the revival of Ambri. So thereafter we continued the study and continued to produce the planting material for the Ambri. As a beginning, we supplied some plants to the Department of Horticulture in Gandharbal in the year 2018 autumn. So that was the beginning. It is dissemination on the farmers field. And now, sir, we have my two students at the Division of Fruit Science. We have initiated these studies on Ambri, where we are assessing the influence of colonal rootstocks, different colonal rootstocks on its bearing. It is the first year of the study, and the scholar is undergoing the MSc program. And that was the first study on the main Shalimar campus of our university, Sukast K. And we hope that we will make a good beginning, and a good germplasm repository will come up for the conservation and revival of our last glorious crop, the Kashmir Ambri apple.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
So the study laid foundation for establishment conclusion. Let me establishment of Kashmir Ambri apple germplasm repository as Sukast Kashmir for its revival through multiple. So various interventions I forgot to say. So major interventions which we can make to overcome the gestation period and biennial bearing are the use of colonal rootstocks, use of interstem various techniques like thinning and girdling, twisting, notching, pinching.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes,
Doctor, please.
Application of growth regulators is one of the major things which need to be applied, and we are in the coming years we will focus our attention to the use of bioregulators on overcoming the biennial bearing of this long gestation period. If we overcome these two things, it will be definitely restored on the farmers and batten on the farmers field again with a pride, as it is the Kashmir's pride. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Syed Samin. Thank you. Congratulations. Hope in days to come we will get this Ambri apple in the market with your untiring efforts. I think you are doing a lot of efforts to popularize this species, popularize this Kashmiri Ambri apple. So every Indian is proud of you that you will give a very good apple in your future.
Sir,
so
I am
congratulations.
the survey, sir. My research project is apart from student. I am also under the studies on. We are under the process further selection of genotypes.
Next time we will, when the corona period will be over, we will conduct this academy will organize a physical seminar. Hope that we will get that Ambri apple in the next coming our physical seminar in days to come. Okay, so hope that your efforts will become converted into a good fruit. So thank you very much, Dr. Syed Samin. Once again, I congratulate. And next presenter is Dr. Shravan M. Haldar. Dr. Haldar is there?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Haldar. Yeah, very good, very good. You are very advanced. So thank you very much. And now your time is start. And you finish your presentation within 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes
no
only.
problem, sir. within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chairman, Dr. Y.P. Singh ji, and Co-Chairman of this session. My presentation is bottom-up effect of different genotypes of bear against this fruit borer. This study done at Central Institute for Ed Horticulture, Bikaner, and recently I have joined as associate professor this Central Agriculture University, Imphal. So why chose this study? Because I have joined 2009 at Bikaner. That time I have seen one train came from the Punjab to Bikaner. That name is the cancer train. That's why I totally ban all the insecticide or not working on this, and I'm working on this host plant resistance study, or that is the basic tool for IPM. So in this, we have taken the antigenosis, antibiosis, and tolerance. These are the mechanism of this are no need to present. And this is the about the this fruit borer that around 70 to 80% the damage to the fruit of the plant. But in Rajasthan, that is not a major problem. But when we go into in this Gujarat area, that is the major problem, and in southern area. In Bikaner, that fruit fly is the major problem. So this study taken from the Godhra, Gujarat center of our CIA center. So result of this study is the bear genotypes we have found Sapeda and Tikadi. That is the two genotype that is the highly resistance to this borer. And then we have also found some are highly susceptible to this fruit borer, Banarsi Karaka and Banarsi Pandu. These are the some genotypes we have collected in my institute. In my institute, having 319 germplasm. We have screened first time preliminary, then we have taken 23 genotypes for final all parameters like antigenosis, morphometric, and biochemical characters. So in this, we have found that the Sapeda is the resistance that having the around 10 to 15% damage, then Daraki, then Ilaichi, then we have Tikadi. These are 3-4 genotypes or lines that is the resistant to this fruit borer. And we have found that what is the main character for controlling this resistance. So in this, we have taken some biochemical characters, allochemical that is also known as, then flavonoid, tannins, and phenol. That is the major role for controlling or resistance to the plants or this different lines of plants. Then we have found that you see this Sapeda is the highest content of this flavonoid, then BS71. 5 is also highest tannin and phenol, and the lowest was found in Suara and this Senor 5. These are Senor 2, 5. These are the lines that are highly susceptible to this fruit borer. So we have also taken some data related to the morphometric. It is also known as antigenotic. In this, you see the fruit length and fruit width is not a correlate with this, but some level are collected. But pericarp thickness and pulp, pericarp thickness is a major role for controlling this pest. And the pulp texture also major role, that is hard, medium, and soft, this type of found. So in this, we have identified the different type of lines, resistance lines like Sapeda, Ilaichi, Tikadi, Darki, and that these are the modulatory, and some are susceptible, and that these are the highly susceptible. So we have also correlated with these characters to the incidence of the fruit borer, and we found that the phenol, phenolic, and tannin content, and also pericarp thickness, 4 characters are negatively correlated. When increase the these content of this phenols, these biochemicals, then reduce the incidence of this insect. So these are the study, and this pericarp, pulp stone ratio, that is positively correlated with fruit borer incidence. So we have also found that which character is the major role to causing this this resistance. So in this, we have found that flavonoid content. This is the 91.4%. That is the major role for controlling this. Then next is 4.61%. That is the for phenol content. That is the major role for controlling this pest. So we have also loading the component in parameters in statistical analysis, and then we found that principal component first. We have found that this phenol content and tannin, flavonoid, and pericarp and pulp thickness are coming into the first, because that is the major role, and in principal component second, that is the fruit length and fruit width. There is no major role and no role for controlling this pest. And we have also this this analysis correlation normalization method we have taken. Then we have identified which are the lines are resistant, which are the moderately resistant, and which are the highly susceptible and susceptible. So outcome of this research, the reduction of fruit borer infestation may be due to antigenosis or biophysical characters. In this, sapeda, tikdi, darki, elaichi work can be classified as a resistance to this fruit borer, Meridacus ceroides, and this could be used for the breeding program as a resistance source. Certain biochemicals like flavonoid, tannin, phenol, content, and biophysical character like pericarp thickness and pulp stone ratio and pulp texture can be used for this resistance against and as a use for marker trace in plant breeding program to select the resistance genotype. Thanks. These are my previous other related publication. Thanks. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Haldar. Thank you for working on a very important crop, particularly for Rajasthan. But nowadays, this crop, I think this crop there has replaced slowly is replacing by that Thailand that Thailand apple bear.
Thai apple, sir. Thai
apple bear.
New
I have seen many YouTube
Yes,
pictures from Rajasthan. The large number of farmers are adopting that Thai apple bear. They are replacing this traditional bear, and now they are coming to that Thai apple bear. So, what is your opinion about that Thai apple bear? Is it okay?
That Thai apple is very nice, sir. We have also conducting a study. Last 4 years, we have make one project on this and running on Central Institute for Red Horticulture, and that is the good, sir. But sugar content is less, so maybe that in future that is useful for diabetes problem person. There can be used this Thai apple line.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So my another question, second question is that from where you collected these genotypes, these identified that these particular genotypes are fruit borer for controlling disease, fruit borer disease. So you have this. Is this your new study? Nobody has done earlier screening of genotypes.
Actually, this study not previously studied. That is collected in 2001-2 in my institute, but no one is work on this entomology related work. So we have identified
because the fruit borer is a very old disease in bear. It is not a new disease. It is a very old disease. And so this is, I think, what is new in your program? What is new?
Sir, my program is which character of this plant is major role to controlling this resistance. Actually, normal screening already done, but we have identified some biochemical antigenotic characters that is the cause to this pest or this control to this pest. So we have taken this now pericarp thickness. That is also major role. So maybe used in future breeding program. That is the
very good, very good, Dr. Haldar. You are doing a wonderful job. Thank you very much. And you have to continue your work, but I think you have to do something about this new apple bear which is coming up nowadays, because the productivity, income, because everybody is emphasizing on income. When I saw that video that they are selling 25 rupees per kg that apple bear, and the cost of cultivation, they are getting the cost of cultivation, whatever they have invested during first year, they are getting it first year itself from that apple bear. The farmers are getting even where there is a scarcity of water in certain areas in Rajasthan, and even with the drip irrigation system, they are recovering the complete cost of cultivation of that drip and establishment of the plantation within 1 year from this with this introduction of this apple bear. So this is a very good crop. Dr. Kohima.
My institute also working this and around.
Please, Dr. Kohima. Okay, Dr. Haldar. Nice.
Thank you.
Congratulations and congratulations for your nice work. Now,
Thank you,
Dr. Kohima Nupur. Dr. Kohima, are you ready? Dr. Kohima Nupur, can you hear me? If not, now we proceed to Dr. N.A. Deshmukh. Dr. Deshmukh. Dr. Deshmukh. Dr. Kohima.
Hello. Hello,
Dr.
I'm Dr.
Kohima.
Deshmukh, sir. Hello.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Deshmukh. Please go ahead and share your presentation.
Yeah, I already shared the presentation. I request to upload the presentation, sir. Hello, sir. Kindly upload my presentation that I already shared.
You have not. You have given the power, means.
If there is any technical glitch,
No,
if there
sir.
is any technical problem,
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Dr. Sundaram, please be ready for next presentation. And Dr. Sundaram is not here, then Dr. P. Raja will present. I think Dr. P. Raja will present. So Dr. P. Raja will please be ready immediate after presentation of Dr. Deshmukh.
Good evening, sir.
Dr. Deshmukh, can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am seeing the presentation.
You start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. My presentation is on new guava varieties which we have developed for the northeastern region of India. I am Dr. Deshmukh from ICR Research Complex for NEH region. Next, please, sir.
Very good, Dr. Deshmukh. Please continue.
Next slide, sir. Northeastern hill region of India, we know it has fragile ecosystem and it's required low input demanding crop which have high value to supplement the nutrition. And guava we know is known as apple of tropic because its adaptability is superfruit, because high nutrient pectin vitamin C content, and that's why it is known as poor man's apple. But in the entire region, people are growing guava in some of the pockets, but which are not having that much quality. If you see, non-availability of good varieties, non-availability of good package of practices are some of the bottlenecks for promotion of guava in the region. If you see the production potential other than Assam, none of the hill state has been leading in the production of guava, but it's encouraging that Assam is producing good quality of fruits. Next, sir. And looking on this background, next, please. Next, please, sir. Looking on this background, we have developed few varieties for the guava which suit to the hill ecosystem. One is Mega Supreme, which is having high yielding. Previous slide, sir. Second is Mega Magenta. Third is Mega Wonder. Fourth is Mega Seedless. I will say in short, Mega Wonder is drooping type. Mega Seedless is a low seeded variety which suit to these conditions. And we are producing this variety. Also, I'm happy to share that this variety has been recommended for release by Meghalaya Seed Committee, and also in CBRC and AICRP, these varieties are performing better in other locations also. Next, please. These are the performance. I just put this picture because we are testing it in hilly area also, and we are testing it in plain area also. Garo Hills, Northeastern Hill University, independently they test the variety and they propose Mega Wonder and Mega Supreme, one of the promising. And Farmers Field, we found Mega Supreme and Mega Magenta. These are the promising varieties over the locals. Next, please. Next, sir. Next, please. And I am happy to share at 9 locations, new release variety has been tested under AICRP, and one of our variety that is Mega Supreme that is performing far better compared to other varieties. That means this variety has potential not just to grow in the hill ecosystem, but also perform in plain areas, which has been compared with the many of the new hybrids which has been developed by some other institute. Next, sir. Next, please. Next, please. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear. Please,
Next slide, sir.
Next slide. Please change the slide.
step
these are I am putting this deliberately that we have standardized the steps for guava production under ultra high density plantation. The main emphasis for this is the farmers residing in the hilly areas, they have small lawn holding. So we propose to go for planting of not just 1 acre of area, but go for a planting 50, 100 or 50 or 100 plants, but go into the ultra high density planting, which will be give profitable and highly remunerative to the farmers. Next slide. Next, please, sir. That is a picture where we are showing that these trial we have conducted in our places and farmers field also in under ultra high density planting. The technology of ultra high density planting has been standardized by Central Institute of Horticulture, Lucknow. Our intervention with that technology is every year shoot pruning should be done during November, December, and in July, August to maintain the bearing of the plant. So that one intervention we have done for the guava, and they propose the spacing of 2 by 1 meter where the plant population is 5,000 plants per hectare. But looking toward the high vegetative growth, high rainfall area, in our condition, we have been increased the spacing from 2 by 1 meter to 2 meter by 1.5 meter. With this technology, if farmers having less land holding, he can plant 10 plants under ultra high density planting, and better fruit can be harvested as compared to the normal. That now I can summarize, sir. Guava is low input demanding, high value crop, can successfully grown to supplement the nutrition of tribal population, not just tribal population, all the population reside in fragile ecosystem of northeastern region of the country and as a globe as well. And new guava varieties which we have developed for this region along with the standard package of practices will be helpful for the farmer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Deshmukh, for nice presentation and selecting a very important crop that is apple for the poor nowadays. It has very highly nutritive. Guava is very nutritive crop. My question is that you are working on high density plantation, and your plant are showing very good flower, full of fruits, very good fruits. Sir. They are full of fruits, but डॉक्टर अरोड़ा साहब, हमारे मिश्रा जी जो फार्म मैनेजर हैं, आज इज ही जॉइनिंग अस? हमारे यहाँ भी जो
we can request Dr. Deshmukh to get transferred to Lucknow.
हमारे जो फार्म मैनेजर हैं वो मिश्रा जो हमारे यहाँ जो हाई डेंसिटी प्लांटेशन जो हमारे यहाँ भी लगाया है, and our farm manager is looking after that high density plantation nowadays. But we are not getting this much of fruit. But I don't know what technology you are using. So please give 1 or 2 page, or you give your pamphlet to our farm manager. You transfer to our Dr. Sanjay Arora or our secretary, so that he can suggest to our farmers that how we can get this much of fruit from high density plantation. Otherwise, our plants are about I think about 8 to 10 years old. But we are getting only 4 or 5 or 10 or 15 fruits. But your plants are full of fruits. What technology you have given for high density plantation? So please share this technology with us so that we can get this much of fruit at our farm. So thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, Dr. Deshmukh. Nice presentation. Now our last presentation is Dr. Sundaram. But anyhow, Dr. Sundaram is not available. He's so on behalf of
I am presenting, sir. Dr. Raja, I am a co-author. I am presenting, sir.
On behalf of Dr. Sundaram, I think Dr. Raja will present the. I invite Dr. Raja. So please.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. I am also an author in this paper. And this is good evening, and esteemed Chairman, Co-Chairman, and Convener, and all the distinguished delegates. And my presentation is on the nutrient budgeting using NetMon model for sustenance of soil fertility in humid tropical Kerala. Actually, you all know that excess of usage of nutrients will lead to a lot of soil as well as the groundwater pollution. And even our lead speaker told about that because of the weather extreme events, which is occurring more often than before, it leads to a lot of pollution, nutrient pollution. And here we are more concerned about the soil health. And I'll go to this, you'll have what is soil health? The soil study will need to keep the health to optimize the crop productivity. Here we have gone up to the farm level to study the soil samples particularly in the particular farm for the coconut and for the different crop system. And in Kerala, it's almost more than 1 lakh soil samples have been collected from 975 villages, panchayats in Kerala, showed the deficiency in magnesium, boron, and calcium. Around 80% of the soil samples had the magnesium deficiency, 70% had boron deficiency, and 50% had calcium deficiency. 88% soils are acidic because it's all the tropical system, and more than 70% soil have sufficient phosphorus to attain maximum possible yield. A nutrient like boron are not present in the majority of the soil samples because of the incessant rains. That is what even our lead speaker told, which washed out the topsoil erosion is completely taken away all the nutrients. So we need to know many match-specific micronutrient management plan for each blocks and panchayat levels to optimum the yield. That is what our Honorable Prime Minister also always addressing about the doubling the farmers' income. And coming to your this nutrient management planning process, we need to first determine available nutrients, that is mainly the menus and nutrient concentration, and determine crop needs, the soil test, and then the university recommendations. In fact, our own recommendation has gone and adopted by the Kerala Agriculture University also. And allocate the nutrients addressing the agronomic concerns, economic concerns, practical concerns, environmental concerns, and legal concerns. And then the important exports of the nutrients as also as per the requirement has to be done. It's also very, very complex act. Coming to your concept of this farming and your this interactions between the conservation of the soil fertility, and first is the inflow will come through in the form of a mineral fertilizers, on-farm and off-farm manure, atmospheric deposition, biological nitrogen fixation, irrigation water, and it's all. And then you have the soil resource labile pool. The outflow will be through the crop uptake, removal in crop residues, leaching, ammonium volatilizations, and then soil erosion. And this all your labile pool is mainly activated by your soil microbes, and then your losses will be through the soil erosions and then unnecessary volatilizations. And coming to your nutrient budgeting study was carried out using this nut mode model. It's very important, very famous model. And this is structured questionnaire has been given through the two models. One is a nut call, another one is easy call. One is the nutrient calculation, another is the economic calculation, which are both very important and interrelated in terms of the cost-benefit ratio of the things. And inputs, we put the mineral fertilizers, organic inputs, atmospheric deposition, biological nitrogen fixation, and irrigation water output. You have the crop residues, and other organic outputs, leaching, gaseous losses, erosion, and human excreta. Coming to the transfer functions, again, this model has given you we are using the leaching and as well as the mineralized nitrogen and also mineralized organic this phosphorus, and how this is the model which we have given it in the equation, how this transfer function is functioning under this nut mode model. Coming to the pictorial representation of the farm, this is around 2 hectare farms, which one is we are planning for the coconut, another is for the sugarcane, paddy, banana, and groundnut. And assessment of our soil and nutrient loss gives you, we have done through this, we also did the field experiments of the 325-liter tank, and which we have collected the overflows in a second tank around 300 liter by a multi-slot devices that allowed the overflow we have collected. And we also studied the plot runoff, and the dried sediment samples were analyzed at our laboratory. We measured the nutrient losses for carbon, nitrogen, potassium, calcium, and phosphorus by adopting the standard methods, laboratory methods. And this is about our experiments which we laid it in our farm. You can see it here. How we are collecting the samples from the surface runoff. And this is about the nut mode data processing module, where we are able to process all this point data to get our that constant 0.14 constant, and to find out what are the nutrient excess and nutrient deficiency. And this is about the nut mode tool generator NPK balance at our farm. At farm 1 and 2, which I have shown, one for the coconut and another for the paddy, banana, coconut, and all. Nutrient balance, you can see for here the NPK banana for banana, and here the brinjal and snake code is given for in the other diagram, this graph. And this is about the nitrogen, phosphorus, and this potassium. And all these three things has been given here for that how that nitrogen is, how it is excess in phosphorus as well as how it is deficiency in the nitrogen. Coming to the conclusion, the calculated nutrient balances at crop activity level indicated a negative balance for the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in crops like paddy, coconut, arecanut, and banana. At farm level, the chemical fertilizer nutrient management farm showed nitrogen balance as negative, whereas phosphorus and potassium was positive. The organic management farm showed a positive balance for the NPK. The results indicated the nutrient management practices are not appropriate and sustainable in chemical fertilizer management farm. The management options to mitigate this mining by manipulating all inputs and outputs in a very judicious way with an integrated system approach are suggested here, and also we have discussed. And the decision support system based nutrient management improves our simulated crop productivity by about 36 to 43%, and also the cost benefit ratio higher to the tune of 1.8 to 2.1. Way forward, nutrient management monitoring is with the NatMon toolbox at different spatial scales of micro, plot level, as well as the meso, that farm levels exhibited a trend of depletions of nitrogen from soil resource, whereas phosphorus and potassium positive is indicating the need for carefully redefining the nitrogen management strategies. And decision support system, especially we have used these NatMon models and also published a paper in the environmental monitoring assessment and so many very high impact factor journals to verify, and our research findings shows that using this model definitely will assist in improving the nutrient use efficiency, sustenance of soil health, and improvement in crop productivity and higher profitability to the farming community. And this is a very highly the need of the hour, and we went up to the farm level and to find out to give, and this one of our recommendation was adopted by the Tamil Nadu government as in a policy level. They have taken it in the policy paper also, and this is all about our study, and this is the need of the hour, which we have emphasized mainly on the. Thank you, Chairman, and thanks all the delegates for the patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raja. I would like to request to our soil scientist, any soil scientist who is interested to ask any question, because he is doing very good, wonderful work he has done. And is that model, that new NatMon model, can be applicable for all the type of soil environment? Is it? Or that is for particularly for that Kerala, that hilly terrain?
It can be taken elsewhere, sir. This is presently we are used for Tamil Nadu and Kerala soils, but this particular tool can be taken to the elsewhere in India, and this has been used even in abroad.
Okay, so I would like to invite our soil scientists, those who are interested to ask any question from Dr. Raja, please ask if anybody is interested to ask any question related to model he has developed, NatMon model.
This was not developed, so it was developed by
you can raise
tool which was already available in domain, and it's also made by the person called NatMon, and that's why this model is called NatMon model after that scientist, and we have used this model for our soil. And to know the nutrient balancing and the nutrient availability, and what is the excess and what is the deficient in different soils.
You have validated in your locality that model.
Yeah, we have used in 2 states right now, Tamil Nadu, and it proved even up to the farm level, farm micro and meso level, and it can be taken to any other places, sir.
Anyone? Any question? Anybody ask any question?
I am ready to answer any questions, if at all, from the audience.
If no, then I think this session is, I have finished that session within the.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much, Chairman, and also the organizing secretary for having given me this opportunity to share some of our findings. Thank you.
Thank you. So nice of you. Thank you very much for nice presentation. Now I'll share my words with the organizing committee, with Dr. Arora and Dr. Sharma and Dr. Swami. that the task you given me, I had tried my level best to finish that task within the stipulated time. You gave me only 2 hours, and I have finished that program within 2 hours. So I think you will be happy, and I'm thankful to the presenter who cooperate with me and consider my request for complete their presentation within the prescribed time. So now I would like to request to my co-chairman, Dr. Menuri, and our convener, Dr. Ratna Sahai and Dr. Rohit Ojha, if they are interested to share anything, if they have in their mind, they can share their feelings with the audience and the presenters. Dr.
Zachary. Dr. Zachary is there.
Can you hear me?
Dr. Menuri, Dr. Gicheri.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman, for this opportunity. I want to thank the organizers very much for giving me an opportunity to be part of this wonderful conference, and also thank all the presenters for this educative participation, which has made actually the day. I'm very, very grateful for that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Gacheri. And Dr. Ratna Sahai and Dr. Rohit Ojha, you are also welcome to say something about the presentation and about the session. If they have anything in their mind, they can share.
Ratna, you can unmute. Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Audible.
Sir, it was a very informative session, especially the lead speakers, Dr. Datta and Dr. Mahesh. They have given very informative information about that will be helpful at the ground level, which we are working with the farmers to improve the soil fertility and reduce the cost of input and for sustainable agriculture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ratna. Dr. Rohit Ojha. Dr. Rohit Ojha?
He is not here, sir.
Okay. So now Mike is, I think I'll hand over to Dr. Sanjay Arora for their comments.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for nicely conducting the session. I am thankful to you, Dr. IP Singh, for chairing the session. Dr. Zachary, who has accepted our request to be the co-chairman, I am thankful to him also from Kenya. He was, since morning, he was associated with us in this event. Thank you, sir, for joining. Dr. Ratna Sahai and Mr. Rohit Ojha, who has done a good job in convening the session and note down some proceedings of the session so that we can compile the information. So very thankful to you, sir, for conducting the session nicely and timely. And Dr. Raja and all other presenters, Dr. Deshmukh and lead speakers, Dr. Stephanos, Dr. Sudarshan Datta, Mahesh Gatala, and the oral presenters. I am thankful to all of them who were timely available and could easily share the presentation and have a insight of their topic so that for the benefit of the participant. Thank you, sir. So we will be conducting the poster session in the next few minutes, and Dr. Kohli will be taking up the session. Meanwhile, I have announcement for the participants. There is announcement for the participants that I have sent an email to all the participants with the link of the quiz. Quiz will open at 6 p.m. sharp and it will close at 6:15. 15 minutes time will be there. Quiz link has been sent. I will be sharing in the chat box also. You can directly click on that and have 15 minutes to complete the quiz, because this is a competition. The earliest you do with maximum correct answers, you will be awarded with e-certificates. This is a sustainable development awareness quiz. So you should participate. I have circulated through email to all the participants. They can check on their email. And now I will be giving the link on the chat box also. So at sharp 6 p.m., the link will open and at 6:15 it will close. So please participate, as this will not only give you some information, some new ideas, and some new things you will see from here in the quiz. And I hope there will be large number of participants of this quiz. So I request Dr. Anshuman Kohli to start the poster session for technical session 2, and we will be taking up the posters that are left over from the last session during this session only. So those who have, they can raise their hand. Those who are available, they can raise their hand. We will be calling Dr. Kohli. You can see there are number of hands being raised. So in the sequence we will be calling. As per the sequence, you will be called and you should be there. 1 minute time will be given to explain. Dr. Kohli will give you the details. Dr. Kohli and Dr. Anil Sharma will be coordinating this poster session. Dr. Kohli, you unmute.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. I was waiting for being unmuted. Okay. So this is the first poster. I have a request, Kuldeep, if he is there, to come and start presenting. Are you there? Dr. Arora, are all the participants unmuted? Otherwise, they won't be able to tell that
Okay,
they are there.
I have done it.
Okay. So, Kuldeep Singh, Rakesh Kumar, Anuradha Chaudhary, and Manisha. Anybody from these? Please unmute yourself and start presenting. Otherwise, I'll have to remove this poster and come to the next one.
Kuldeep Singh, you can unmute and
Kuldeep. So then let me go to the list. Poster number 1, then poster number 2, Swati. Actually, you have not sent a poster, you have sent some slides. They are not actually acceptable for this session. Anyway, if you are there, then please raise your hand. Otherwise, poster number 5, value chain management in oilseed crops by
Yes,
Keshav.
I'm present, sir.
Okay, so I'll just upload your poster.
Okay, sir.
So, I hope this is visible to you.
Okay, sir. Sir, please maximize it.
Yeah, this is maximized now.
Okay, sir. Very good evening to one and all present here. Today, I'm going to present this poster, and the topic is value chain management in oilseed crops. So first, let us see what is value chain. These are the full range of activities needed to carry the product from the original concept to the end consumer. So here we are dealing about agricultural products. So value chain in agriculture describes the range of activities and a set of actors that bring agriculture product from the production in the field to the final consumption. And value chain management. This management refers to the power and the ability to realize the control along this chain. So in agriculture, we all know that it's the fundamental instrument for sustainable development and poverty reduction, especially in this country, and the producer farmers need to directly we compete with other producers and also build competitive advantage by adding value to their product. So to achieve these goals, so controlling activity along the value chain of the agriculture commodity is required, and it is necessary starting from the farm to the retailer. So here we see the Indian oilseed scenario from National Mission on Oilseeds and Oil Palm 2018. We see that the annual oilseeds which are cultivated in India is over 26.67 million hectares and produce 30.06 million tons annually. So here it is a SWOT analysis of Indian edible oil industry. And here in strength, we can see that the diverse ecological situation of this country, strong research network, there is strong first line extension system. And in weakness, there is resource poor farmers. There is weak infrastructure and vulnerability to pests and diseases. In opportunities, there is scope for improving the efficiency of oilseed processing. And in threats, there is high demand for edible oil and then lack of linkage to assured markets and transportation problems also. So here we see there is this value, oilseed value chain. This is a basic value chain, and here the actors, there are the different levels in this value chain are the actors and the input dealers, producers, which does the production, small aggregator or large aggregators. There is processors, there is wholesaler, retailer, and consumer.
If
So
you
this
please
is the,
try to conclude, we have a lot of
okay,
other
sir.
presentations.
Okay, sir.
Come to the
So
conclusion.
so we can conclude from this study that the value chain management links various actors of this value chain in understanding the structure of the value chain and identify the strategies for improving the oilseed sector, especially in these countries, and also help the smallholder farmers. And it also connects the farm to the industry, and there should be market-driven production, and it should start from the farmer's field. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So who is trying to manage this value chain? I mean, whom you think should be managing this chain so that it is the best?
Can you please repeat, sir? I didn't hear clearly.
Who should be farm to the industry? Who are the players, key players will be
okay, sir.
managing
Especially the processors, and also there should be government programs which focuses more on the increasing the farmers' income, and these programs should help to bring more income to the farmers and less.
You mean the government should manage the value chain?
Yes, sir, and also
okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
After this fifth one, poster number 12. Poster number 12 by Ayushi Agarwal, if she is here. Poster number 15, biorational approaches for the management of various diseases of Indian mustard. Narendra Singh.
Dr. Kohli, quiz
yes?
time is 6 to 6:15. Quiz
yeah,
time.
I know. 3 minutes more. That will start at 6. No problem. Mithilesh Kumar for heterosis inbreeding depression. Is Mithilesh here?
Ayushi is there.
Ayushi is there. Okay, so I'll put up her slide.
Hello.
Ayushi, just a minute. We are putting up your slide.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay, the quiz has started. Those who want to attend the quiz can do that. And Ayushi, here are your slides. Impact of COVID-19 on Indian agriculture by Ayushi Agarwal. Please, you can start, unmute yourself and
So I have already
nearer to
unmuted,
the
but
mic and then
so
yeah,
can you
okay.
please
Come nearer
maximize?
to the mic, your voice is faint. Yeah,
Okay,
please
okay.
start.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so good evening, all of you. My name is Ayushi Agarwal. I am going to present this poster, Impact of COVID-19 on Indian Agriculture. So all of us are aware that world today is seeing an unprecedented situation, the outbreak of COVID-19. So I have carried out my research based upon the same topic, impacts of COVID-19 on Indian agriculture. So all of us are aware that to stop the spread of coronavirus, Indian government implemented a 21-day lockdown, which was subsequently extended for many times. And this corona impacted the Indian agriculture a way forward. So the objectives of this research is to, as enlisted, there are four
Ayushi, you have
objectives.
to be quick. Not
Okay,
so
okay,
much
sir.
of introduction, just come to what was the impact that you found.
Okay, sir. So
Please
the
come to
objectives are challenges, initiatives, and impact. And I will suggest some measures that can be used to keep the agrarian economy working. So challenges that were faced by farmers due to this corona outbreak were as we all know that the lockdown was implemented at the pinnacle of Rabi season. This was the time when most of the farm harvest reaches mandis and is ready to be harvested. But due to this lockdown, almost all the harvesting process was completely thrown off balance. Moreover, the floriculture and the horticulture industries, they were severely hit. Horticultural products, we all know that they have lower shelf life, and floriculture, they were in less demand because all of the industry almost got crumbled because most of the weddings and all the big part events, they were postponed. So also poultry ranchers, they were also severely hit because there was a rumor that chickens are the bearer of coronavirus. Moreover, the initiatives taken by government, the government used every arrow in their quiver that they can use. Government, as soon as the lockdown was implemented, our finance minister, Dr. Nirmala Sitharaman, she figured out the 1.7 trillion package, and it also advanced release of INR 2000 to the bank accounts of farmers were made under PM Kisan scheme, and amendments in the Essential Commodities Act and GI based Kesar in Jammu Kashmir was also provisionalized. But if we look overall, the Indian economy suffered harder. But like if we look over the financial year 21, the first quarter GDP that has been released, it is coming to be minus 23.9%, and the minus 23.9%. Apart from that, agriculture is the only, like I have shown the figure in the rightmost downside, you can clearly see that only agriculture is the brightest spot with the positive result, showing a growth of 3.4%. All other industries, services, mining, etc., all have shown us negative growth. So probably this is because of the government scheme, and because of the government implemented scheme, that agriculture remained the only bright spot amidst the minus 23.9% GDP. So that's all from my side.
Thank you, Ayushi. It's so innovative of you. In fact, we have several other presentations scheduled in this session, in which students have tried to deliberate on impacts of COVID-19 on various aspects of Indian agriculture. Ayushi, one specific question to you. You are a BTech student of GP Pant University. Could you tell me what was the effect, or what do you think would be the effect of overall? What would be the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on agro-based industries?
So yes, they will definitely, the agro-based industries will suffer a lot, but I think all other industries will be in negative, but still agro-based industry will remain the bright spot. It will be in positive. However, it will surely deteriorate.
Agro input industries and those industries which are involved in processing of those products. Both sides of the coin.
So
what would be the impact on both of these?
So agro-processing industries will definitely suffer a negative impact because there is a shortage of laborers because due to the mass exodus of laborers from different countries, from different states, and like and but hello.
Okay, thank you, Ayushi. Let's go to the next one.
Rachna Bansal is there. Rachna Bansal.
Poster number
14.
92.
Poster number 14.
Rachna Bansal, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Now, yes, speak.
Yes, I'm audible to you.
Yes, yes.
Yes, you're audible. Please start
Good
with your
evening, sir.
presentation and be brief.
Yes, good evening, sir. Myself, Rachna Bansal, working as assistant professor in the Department of Agricultural Economics, Anand Agricultural University. My research area was, actually it is a review paper. This is on impact of environmental externalities in agriculture and allied sector. As externalities are having, when one party is having the effect on another, but it is not reflected in the market prices, then it is known as externalities. It can be positive or negative. So the reviews related to the livestock were the saving of chemical fertilizer due to use of dung of livestock as manure in mixed farming system of India. If we are using the livestock animals in the farming system, then they are having both positive and negative impact. If they are doing the if we are using the dung of the livestock or as a manure in the farming system, then it is a positive externality, and we can save the total nutrients, that is 1.21 million tons, as well as chemical fertilizer 2.63, 0.31 and 0.82 chemical fertilizers were saved due to use of dung of livestock. If we talk about the quantity of diesel saved due to use of animal energy, because one animal is equal to 10 tractors, that is the replacement rate. So the number of tractors required to replace the existing stock, that is 5.5 million. So the total emission, the total consumption of diesel, that is the number of is 13.13. So this much quantity of diesel is saved. If we talk about the emission, that is carbon dioxide, as well as of the methane that is prevented due to use of animals, that is 4.17 metric ton, as well as 0.198 metric ton. If we talk about it in the terms of short core consumption expenditure, pollution averting expenditure. Okay. And talk about the pulse farming, then they are doing the nitrogen fixation and we are having the positive externality. Yes, I'm doing. So we are having the impact of externalities in terms of both positive and negative. That is the positive impact in terms of saving of urea application, reduction in transportation and labor costs, saving in application losses of urea, as well as saving of the government subsidies. In terms of reduction of the urea uses. So this is the conclusion of my positive externalities we are having with the livestock by history in terms of health hazards, as well as yield losses and the land value also decreased. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Moving to the next presentation.
Pooja Singh. Unmute yourself, Pooja Singh.
Question number 16.
Pooja Singh. I am asking to unmute, but she is unable to do that. Pooja Singh.
Her poster is on the screen. If she can come up.
Time
Pooja AP. E2 Jacob. Anybody?
ये अलग पोस्टर है. पूजा AP.
First name is Pooja AP.
They are there, but they are not unmuting.
They are virtually there, but not physically. Okay.
Hello, sir.
ST Yadav. Dr. Narendra Singh. Arunjit P.
काल की भी forecasting है काल check
Arunjit P. Manish Raj. Anita Arya. KK Shashimat Sohara. Devideen Yadav.
Yes, sir.
Devideen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, are you ready to present?
Yes, sir.
Arunjit is there.
32.
You upload Arunjit.
Okay, let Devideen present first.
Okay,
sir.
But you have given slides, not a poster.
Actually,
How can you
sir.
present the all slides?
Okay, sir. Let me allow to present. Actually, sir.
But you will get only 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
Please do that.
Okay, okay. Sir. Okay, thank you so much, sir. I am Dr. Devideen Yadav. I am working as a scientist at Indian Institute of Soil and Water Conservation. And today I am presenting the topic interactive effect of green manure and zinc fertilization on the physical and nutritional quality of basmati rice in the Indian rice feed system. And this research was conducted at IRI New Delhi during 2015 and 16. Okay, sir. So we all know that basmati rice is very important crops and their quality is very, very important, and the preferences by the customer is depend on the quality of basmati rice. So in this regard, we conducted one experiment in strict for design and having
Yes, it is not visible.
Hello, sir, it is visible.
No, no, no.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, it is slide is visible.
No, presentation is not visible yet.
Sir, please. Just a second.
Yeah, now it is visible.
It is visible, sir.
Now it is visible.
Okay, sir. Okay. So in this regard, we conducted one experiment and having 3 green manure crops and 1 summer fallow. And in subplot, we are having the 4 zinc treatments and control. So our objective was to improve the nutritional and physical quality of the basmati rice through the fortification. And in this regard, actually, sir, it is slow. So that's why.
You come to the conclusion.
Okay, sir. So we measured the physical quality like hulling, milling, and head rice recovery. And among the micronutrient parameters, we measure the zinc, manganese, iron, and copper concentration. So we found that when we applied this zinc treatment at flowering and grain filling stage with the combination of suspenia, so suspenia transformed the most of the micronutrient to the grains. And thus, that's why we produce the healthy grains and the physical quality of the basmati rice was improved. And you can see the interaction effect when we applied this Green manures is the micronutrient, mainly the zinc fertilization. So the micronutrient produce the highest physical quality parameters like hulling, milling, and head rise recovery, and also it produce the highest micronutrient when these are applied in combination. So in short, we can say that the efficacy of the zinc fertilization can be improved when we apply this along with the green manure like Sesbania in basmati rice. Thank you, sir. Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Arunjit P.
Arunjit P is here.
He is there, but he is not speaking. I don't know. Last time also.
Let us just call more names. If anybody speaks, we'll allow him.
Arunjit.
Shruti AB. Shruti AB. Pankaj Kumar Meghwal. You were raising your voice during the first session. If you are there, then you can present now. Rajneesh Kumar Singh.
Yes, sir.
Rajneesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll try to share your poster.
Good evening, everyone and organizer. My poster topic on hydrolysis of urea by immobilized urease, an integrated approach for urease stabilization and its utilization in environmental and industrial application. First of all, introduction. Immobilization process enhances the properties of an enzyme. Gold nanoparticles act as efficient support materials for enzyme immobilization because of their ideal characteristics: biocatalyst efficiency, including specific surface area, mass transfer resistance, and effective enzyme loading. L-cysteine is a promising compound to be used for the biofunctionalization of gold nanoparticle, which could be used for coupling of enzymes. Functionalized gold nanoparticles were synthesized by using L-cysteine, miswak leaf extract, and gold chloride solution that converted ruby red color that show the gold nanoparticles are synthesized. This UV spectra 525 nanometers. This is the FTR spectrum of L-cysteine functionalized gold nanoparticles, and this is the FTIR spectrum of the immobilized urease. This is so the same images. Sir, enlarge करिए. Hello. Hello.
आप बोलते
Can you
जाइए.
hear me? Okay, sir. Immobilization was performed by using 1.5% volume by volume butyraldehyde as a cross linker. Immobilized enzyme was characterized by FTR and TEM. Kinetic parameters of enzymes such as pH, temperature, storage stability, and usability study was done for both free enzyme and immobilized enzymes. Conclusions: the immobilized enzyme showed a broader range of pH and temperature, better thermal stability, higher storage stability, reusability. Immobilized urease, a better option for environmental and industrial applications such as hydrolysis of urea, milk adulteration, metal contamination in water, CSO3 mineralization. Thank you, sir.
Rajneesh, just tell me, what is immobilized urea?
Immobilized urea, sir, functionalized Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Functionalized gold nanoparticles covalently attached by urease enzyme. That aggregates called immobilized urease.
So this has the capability to hydrolyze urea.
Yes, sir. Urease.
How much water does it hold that it can hydrolyze urea?
Hello. Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
After Rajneesh, Dr. Amit, Anju Biraj, Shefali Gupta.
Anju B. Raj is there. Anju B. Raj, please unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Participants should raise their hand so that we can identify who are available.
Okay. Anju, you can start presenting.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
So, I am here to present the poster on the topic Seed Integration, a climate smart crop production practice. Climate change may adversely affect seed performance, including seed size, seed yield, seed dormancy, seed quality, etc. So, there is an urgent need to enhance seed productivity, and seed integration is a good method to enhance seed productivity. Seed integration means seed vigor inducing processes such as seed pelleting and seed priming. Seed pelleting is a pre-sowing physical seed management procedure which ensures easy planting, uniformity in size, uniform stress tolerance, and nourishment to the seedlings. Seed priming is a pre-sowing approach influencing the seedling development by modifying pre-germination activity preceding the radicalization. Coming to the significance of seed integration, it helps to increase germination rate, uniformity in germination, faster emergence of seedlings, stress tolerance, increased nutrient use efficiency, and increased yield. A work done in 2019 by me, it showed that for early seedling growth and seedling vigor in grain cowpea, seeds can be primed with and seed priming to hello.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Seed priming helps to mitigate the impact of elevated carbon dioxide associated temperature stress also. As I already told, it helps to improve the yield and stress tolerance, and also it enhances the antioxidant system in plant body, such as it improves the enzyme activity. So we can conclude that seed integration is one of the vital technologies in the management of biotic as well as abiotic stresses and guarantees uniform stand establishment under a stressed environment. Establishing seeds is one of the key elements in climate smart responses to food security, and seed integration is a good technique to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anju. One question. Let me know, how is it a climate smart production practice? Why do you call it climate smart?
Sir, during stress conditions such as drought, etc., seed priming helps to improve the germination rate. It ultimately results in it ultimately results in good yield also. So we can conclude that under this changing climate, we can use the seed integration to enhance the seed productivity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shefali Gupta, Richa Badhani,
Shefali Gupta is there. Just wait, doctor.
Yeah. I'll call 3 or 4 names.
Shefali Gupta, you are unmuted now. You speak.
Yes, sir. Sir, myself Shefali Gupta from Central Agricultural University, Imphal, College of Postgraduate Studies in Agricultural Science, Meghalaya. So my poster.
Yes, yes.
Should I present myself?
No, no. We are trying to.
Just a minute.
If you have, you can present yourself.
Okay.
Shefali.
Sir. Okay, sir. Just a second. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, Shefali, your poster is there, I think. If you can see the poster on the screen, you can start presenting. Shefali?
Yes, sir. So just a minute. So I can't see in the screen. Should I present from?
You don't share. I have shared your poster.
Okay, sir. I'll see. One second.
You just speak, Shefali. Poster is there on the screen.
One should share the screen. Both the screens are shared from Dr. Kohli and
Sir,
Shefali.
please let me share because I'm not able to see your screen.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, so today I'm going to present a poster on the theme COVID-19 impacts on agriculture policy responses and livelihood security. My poster basically focuses on livelihood security. My topic is plant breeding technique in era of changes. As we know, plant breeding plays a major role in agriculture, especially when it comes to production of crop with desirable characters. Here we can see there are 5 types of breeding methods, breeding techniques. First one is conventional breeding. Conventional breeding is a type of traditional approach what the breeders used to follow. It uses conservative tools for manipulating plant genome. This method is the safest, but it takes a lot of time for release of any variety. This includes several steps such as collection, evaluation, hybridization, selection, testing, release, and commercialization, etc. Second technique is mutation breeding. Mutation are sudden heritable changes, and mutation can be of physical, chemical, or biological type. Here, as we can see, that it is shown as radiation. Radiation is a type of physical mutation such as X-rays, gamma rays, beta rays. Using we can create mutation. And second one is chemical mutagens. Chemical mutagens such as EMS, nitrous acid, etc. Third technique shown is targeted mutagenesis. Targeted mutagenesis, it comes under the site-directed nucleases, as we will see here in new plant breeding techniques. What is site-directed nucleases? So here in targeted mutagenesis, it is shown ZFN. ZFN is zinc finger nucleases. Here, using zinc finger nuclease, a gene of interest is transferred to a plant cell, and that plant cell is grown into the tissue culture, and that tissue culture is grown into a complete plant. Fourth one is transgenesis. Transgenesis is the introduction of foreign genes into any plant.
Don't go to the basics. Just conclude.
Okay, sir. Next one is cisgenesis. And now we can see here EU legal basis. EU legal basis means European Union legal basis. The legislation of genetically modified crops, that is using new breeding techniques, came since 1990, and the debate is on since then. There are two sides of the debate: supporters and opponents. Supporters argue that we support genetically modified organisms or new plant breeding because the end product is similar to the conventional breeding. But opponents think that it is not similar to the conventional breeding because the processes used are different and it may lead to some harmful effects afterwards. Here we can see the conventional versus new plant breeding techniques. New plant breeding techniques are of many types like site directed nucleases. Inside it comes the CRISPR tail. CRISPR is the mostly used one. Then ODM, that is oligonucleotide directed. Cisgenesis, RNA dependent, DNA methylation, grafting, reverse breeding, agro-infiltration, etc. Now, what should be our main focus? Here, I would like to
Shefali,
conclude.
please conclude.
Yes, sir, I'm concluding. Here, I would like to conclude with the statement of EASAC that our main focus should be on the novel attributes. That is, our main focus should not be on the techniques or production. Our main focus should be on that it should not harm any human being or any environment. So we can think of compensating the loss as whatever we are facing due to the COVID-19 situation in agriculture sector. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Please unshare your screen.
Yes, sir.
Next is by Arunjit P. He's here. Yes, he is actually here. He has written in the chat. You just.
But he is not speaking. I don't know, either his microphone or some problem is there. Arunjit. You raise many questions on email, but you don't raise your voice. Arunjit. You first check your microphone, then you join. Okay. Then Richa.
Yes, sir.
Richa Badani.
Yes, sir.
If you have your poster, share it.
I'm sharing.
Yes,
Doctor,
sir. Is it visible?
Please share your. Okay.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay. Very good evening to everyone. Myself, Dr. Richa Badani from ANRCM. My work is on seabuck thorn, a very common plant, but not very common plant for everyone. The title of my presentation, poster presentation, is the nutritional aspects of seabuck thorn to improve the livelihood condition in Gangotri region. So recently, among various medicinal plants which have attracted the attention of scientists, it is seabuck thorn. The botanical name is Hippophae rhamnoides, which belongs to family Elagnaceae. And mainly, three populations are found in our Indian Himalayas: Hippophae rhamnoides, Turkestanica, Hippophae salicifolia, Hippophae tibetiana. China is the main grower of this seabuck thorn, and India, after China, India is the second largest producer of seabuck thorn. Almost each and every part of this plant is very nutritious, and particularly fruits and leaves are very rich in a variety of vitamins like vitamin A, C, E, K, and other bioactive substances. And the purpose of my study is to attempt to assess the biochemical composition of fruit berries and seeds of this plant species from Uttarkashi district. Actually, I live in Uttarkashi, and the site of my research was Gangotri National Park. So I chose 4 different sites: Sukhi, Dharali, Jhala, and Jaspur. And then I compared my data with the other regions of the Uttarakhand. Then second objective is to prepare the value-added food products by seabuck thorn, and third is transfer the technology to local people. So methodology, a very long methodology has been followed. So I'm not going to discuss each and every topic. Mainly chemical analysis, biochemical analysis is done to check the nutrient content of this, and on experimental basis, local value-added food products were attempted by preparing jam, juices, and jellies of seabuck thorn by standardizing the technique. Then technology was transferred to the local people to encourage them to adopt it in the form of a small village-level cottage industry. Then cost-benefit ratio was analyzed. Now, the results of my research indicate that all the contents of nutrients, all nutrient contents in this fruit berry very high as compared to other areas. I could not show my table in this poster, but I can show you the graphs as given in this. So graphs shows all 4 different sites showing the slight variation among the nutrients. And when I compared all these nutrients as compared to other areas, so maximum nutrients are present mainly Gangotri region. Okay. Now, when we prepared the value-added foods, so cost benefit analysis indicates that minimum 450 to 500 rupees approximately per 1 kg can be earned by the processing of this Ciba corn. Means we just need simple sugar and some small very slight preservative for the formation of
Okay, now Pallavi Kalita is there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Hello,
I'll
am I
share
audible?
your slide now. Yeah, you're audible. I'm just going to share your slide.
Okay, sir.
Sorry for the interruption. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, Pallavi, you can start your presentation.
Excuse me, am I audible?
Yes,
Hello,
you are
sir.
audible.
Hello, sir.
Pallavi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Pallavi, you are audible. Please start your presentation.
Am I audible?
Okay, sir. I don't know whose voice is coming, sir. Hello.
Miss Richa
Hello?
Badhani.
You continue with your presentation.
Okay, sir. Good evening, all the dignitaries and all the participants present here. Today, I am here to present my poster titled Characterization and Classification of Soils under Different Land Uses in Golaghat district of Assam. So here, basically, I have done the characterization, which provides the basic information of soil properties, which are the outcome of several soil forming processes operated in a particular area. So I have selected my home district, with an objective to characterize and classify the soils under different land uses. So Golaghat district falls under this latitude and longitude with an area of this much, constituting 4.5% of the total state geographical area. And for the purpose, we have selected 5 land uses, which we have named from P1 to P5. P1 was forest cover, P2 was collected from paddy cultivation, P3 was collected from tea plantation, P4 was collected from bamboo plantation, and P5 from vegetable. So all the morphological and physicochemical properties were analyzed following standard procedures, and the soils were classified as per keys to soil taxonomy. Here I have shown the embryonic diagram of the study area, where I have shown the rainfall, PET, and the temperature. So going to the results and discussion portion, I would like to state that it is not possible for this poster to convey all my data of all the depth of all the 5 pedants. So I have selected to present only the range of the soil property.
Please
So
come to the conclusions.
Okay, sir.
Please come to the conclusion.
Okay, so the soils were classified as P1, P3, and P4, which is P1 was paddy cultivation, P3 was tea plantation, P4 was bamboo plantation, was classified as Hippik distrudus, which was insectisol, and P4 was classified as oxyaquic hapludus, which was alfisol, and P5 was classified as equic udifluent, which falls under antisol. Thank you, sir. Hello?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Tanishka Bardhan, you were raising your voice in the chat. Are you there?
Unmute yourself, unmute.
Tanishka Bardhan.
Tanishka, unmute yourself. Yes.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Hello, sir. Okay. Sir, shall I share the screen or sir, it will be shared from your side?
It is on the screen. You can start your presentation.
Okay. So a warm good evening to one and all present here. Today I'm going to present before you my poster on the topic Aftermath of COVID-19 Pandemic on Indian Agriculture, Unprecedented Challenges and its Mitigation Strategies. So as we all know, the unending health crisis of COVID-19 has affected each and every spheres of life, and agriculture is not an exception. The Indian farmers were persistently battling against the skewed monsoons and different climate vagaries and different other agricultural problems. Their problems has been supplemented because of this induced lockdown, and worstly affected sections are the small and marginal farmers. So keeping this in background, a study has been undertaken with the objective to delineate the challenges faced by the Indian farmers due to COVID-19 pandemic, and the second one is to chalk out different strategies which have been introduced by the government to reduce the impact of COVID-19. Basically, it is a review-based research with descriptive research design. Secondary data was collected from different research articles, reports published by different organizations and newspapers and blog articles. And the search strategy, it included finding the major keywords in pairwise form from the Google. So now coming to the first result, these are the 5 studies which have been conducted on Indian agricultural scenario in India, and they mainly find out that the major challenges that Indian farmers are facing were the disruptive supply chain, the shortage of labor due to reverse migration, a fluctuation in the demand of agricultural crops, price fluctuation, restrictions in the export and import of trade, and one major finding by ANRCM is that the market animals of the crops like Bengal gram, wheat, paddy, potato, and green gram, they have been reduced by 78%, 59%, 18%, 44%, and 62%. So the affected sector was the supply chain, where we can see the like the travel restrictions, border closure, and the social distancing. They have caused the major problem. And coming to the figure 2, that is the value of agricultural export in India. This graph, this is a secondary data which has been taken from the source. The source of this is ICAR NIAPS report 2020. It has shown that worstly affected sector for the export areas were cotton, for basmati rice, for oil mills, and for the fruits and vegetables. Now coming to the second objective, that is talking out the government strategies. First and foremost was the ICAR issued the agro advisories for the farmers. The second, another most important thing is that CSIR has developed the Kishan Chava app, which is mainly focused on connecting the farmers to the supply chain, which was the major issue or problematic issue during this COVID-19 lockdown. The other strategies included giving the first installment of PM Kisan Yojana to the farmers, and RBI has also introduced a moratorium on the agricultural term loans for the farmers. So coming to the conclusion part, the sustainability in this new normal situation for the Indian agricultural farmers were mostly small and marginal. It means out-of-box thinking, and there is a prerequisite for government to support the farmers by providing the agricultural inputs in one way or another. So maximizing the productivity of agriculture is the pressing priority during this COVID-19 lockdown, which has been demonstrated its utility and resilience in the trying times. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tanishka.
Pooja AP. Pooja AP.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Share your, if you have the poster, share it. You are on mobile or laptop?
Actually, I'm on mobile, sir. If possible, can you share there?
Okay.
Yes. Is this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please start.
A warm good evening to one and all. Myself Pooja from Kerala Agriculture University. So I'm going to present on the topic resource management through foliar feeding for increasing pulse production. As we know, pulses are an important component in diet which contribute a major protein share, especially for vegetarians. But in general, pulses are having low productivity compared to cereals like rice, wheat, etc. Though pulses are able to cope up with adverse climatic conditions like drought, the productivity is very low, and it can be due to a variety of reasons like low input use, varietal constraints, socio-economic constraints, post-harvest technology related constraints, physiological limitations, etc. Among these, physiological limitation has an important role and it has to be corrected for achieving higher productivity. So the major physiological limitations include like indeterminate growth habit, C3 photosynthetic mechanism, source limitations, reduced sink activity, declining nodule activity, then low harvest index, etc. And these all physiological limitations will contribute to yield gap in almost all the pulses. And there are many agro techniques which can be employed for solving this problem. And among them, providing balanced nutrition and plant growth regulators through foliar feeding is a nice option. And in situations where the soil is unfavorable or in situations of loss of nutrients through leaching, for quick correction of deficiency, this foliar feeding can be practiced effectively. So actually, it is the application of nutrients or plant growth regulators directly onto the leaves. And when we apply on the leaves, it will get absorbed onto the leaves. Then thereafter, it will get penetrated through stomata, cuticles, etc. And then thereafter, it gets translocated into the system. So when we apply nutrients, it's necessary to add some additives along with this for increasing the surface area for absorption. Commonly used surfactants or these adjuvants are Stanovit, Olta 90, etc. And studies have shown that these foliar applications may bring about 15 to 25% of yield increase, and it's necessary to spray in accordance with the meteorological conditions for effectiveness. And the thing to be noted is that actually this foliar feeding is not to replace the soil fertilization, rather it can act as a supplement for improving the yield by solving these physiological limitations. Thus, let me conclude that foliar feeding shall prove as a blessing for Indian farming and pave a way for another pulse evolution to sustain the agriculture system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pooja. Could you just tell me which specific pulses were you talking about in this presentation?
Pardon, sir?
Which specific pulses were you talking about in this presentation?
Which specific pulse?
No, actually, I'm speaking about in general. In case of all pulses, the productivity is comparatively low.
But the review must have been for typically for some of the pulses. Which were the pulses which you have found in the review for which these are the solutions?
Actually, the main among these pulses, blackgram is the most specific one which will respond very well to this.
What nutrients would you like to spray to foliar feeding?
Actually, as part of this basal dose, we will go for soil application in blackgram.
Which nutrient for foliar feeding? Which nutrient for foliar feeding?
For foliar feeding, actually, we will go for water-soluble fertilizers like 19-ol, then all 19, then sulfate of potash, etc. can be used. Apart from this plant growth regulators like naphthalene acetic acid, salicylic acid, and other gibberellic acid, etc. can be used in the post-flowering or pre-flowering stage, so that the flower drop will be reduced, which will ultimately affect the good yield.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Navina Nazim.
Yes, sir, I am present.
Yes.
Naveen Nazim or what?
Navina Nazim.
Nazim, poster number 46.
Exactly, sir. So, am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
A very good evening to all of you. Myself, Navina Nazim, research scholar from SCOS, Kashmir.
Will you share your presentation?
Title tag.
I am doing that.
Awareness and approach of people towards biomedical waste and household waste management during COVID-19. First of all, let me give brief introduction about my study. The wastes that are generated during Diagnosis, treatment, or immunization of human beings or animals are termed as biomedical wastes. Biomedical wastes are very hazardous and too different from other household as well as industrial wastes. The main source of biomedical wastes are hospitals, labs, research centers, nursing homes, and so on. The management of biomedical as well as household waste is extremely very important, and this is the biggest challenge in present day times. In our Kashmir Valley, it has been found that in the last few months, due to COVID-19 lockdown, there has been a considerable increase in solid waste generation, especially in main towns like Srinagar, Anantnag, Sopore, and Manisai towns. So we conduct our study both in the urban as well as in the rural areas of Kashmir Valley to obtain baseline information about the awareness and attitude of people towards management of biomedical and household waste during this very COVID-19 pandemic, which is also the main objective of our study. The data collected was analyzed and tabulated using standard statistical technique. The findings of our survey had made it clear that the respondents are well aware of the importance of waste management, especially in the present COVID-19 threat. They are taking keen interest in environmental issues as they have started to experience the ill effects of ecological issue, but the only thing is that they are lacking in the practice of proper waste management. They are facing the problems like the shortage of storage bins, absence of waste segregation, lack of knowledge about the disposal of biomedical waste, insufficient collection and management. So it's concluded that there is an urgent need of giving mass awareness of biomedical and household waste disposal practices to the people of Kashmir. Further, it's also suggested that a careful throughout waste education and awareness strategy towards waste management should be developed in order to change people's habits, their behavior, as well as their traditions. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Ravina. What do you think people have become more aware about the disposal of their waste these days?
Because the cases are increasing day by day in our Kashmir also.
So there is no more littering around the Dal Lake?
There is huge littering around Dal Lake.
So what sort of awareness is it?
So people
okay,
are not,
thank you.
they are not becoming conscious. It's very important to provide health education and training to everyone, and directly or indirectly associated with the management as well as the biomedical waste handlings. See, for example, healthcare staff as well as attendants of patients, they should be well aware of the color bags, the different color codings that are meant for disposal of different wastes, so that they will not be mixing the other wastes with that of the these biomedical wastes. They should be well educated. There should be awareness.
The issue is that even if you can sort it out at your household level, where do you dispose it?
House waste?
There is no institutional system for collection and disposal of segregated waste in most of the cities. Okay, thank you anyway, Lavina. Let's go to the next presentation.
N. Murray, 9 number.
Yes, sir. I'm present.
9 number.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes. Can you share your screen?
Okay. Sir, if you can share for me, it will be good.
Okay, we will check 9 number.
Dr. I do not have his slide. Please share it if you have.
Yeah, I don't have it.
So, and Murray, you have to share it on your own.
Sir, then all right, sir. Then give me the after the next presentation, because I have to open my laptop and I have to share my.
Okay. You open my laptop. Let's move to the next. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So just wait a minute. Just wait a minute. I am trying.
Okay.
Poster number 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I am calling for other presenters who are listed for this session. If anybody is there, they can raise their voice or write in the chat box.
One Katika Sirkar, serial number 78 is there.
Okay.
She has already sent.
There?
Yeah.
She is there?
Yeah, in chat box she has sent a message. Then
if you can unmute, Katika, if you can unmute yourself, I will share your slide. Please unmute yourself if you are there.
N. Murray, your slide is on.
Thank you very much. Then I'll go ahead with the presentation. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Please speak.
Thank you very much for the time. The topic of my presentation is short analysis of organic farming in context of Nagaland. In Nagaland, 71.4% of the population is living in rural area and highly dependent on agriculture. And the state or the Northeast region as a whole. Hello? The state or the region as a whole is not affected with the green revolution, which involve use of heavy chemicals, and also often the region is regarded as organic by default. The objective of my presentation is to analyze the strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat of organic farming in Nagaland. The strength includes the organic farming practices is felt most compatible with the local indigenous existing practices of the farmers. The farmer fetch premium price for the organic produce in the market in the state, and the philosophy of the organic farming aligns with the traditional farming practice of the local farmers. The weaknesses of organic farming includes the lack of regulated market for the organic produce in the state. The farmers are not getting a good market for export and all. Lack of research and development on promotion of organic farming is also one weaknesses, and limited availability of supply chain inputs for organic production such as manure, biopesticide, biofertilizer, etc. And the opportunity includes the scope of organic marketing in India and in abroad. There is a growing interest and awareness of organic farming and an increasing regional and global organic market. As the state has a low use of inorganic chemicals, which is lowest among the state in India, conversion of farmland into organic production farm is much easier. Organic farming provide better opportunity and address the unemployment could address the unemployment in the state. The threats includes the environmental externalities such as drought, floods, soil erosion are expected to pose a serious threat. Decreasing trend of availability of organic source of inputs, and increasing incidence of diseases and pests. Conclusion: in order to bring agriculture development in a sustainable manner, it is necessary to utilize its diversified and rich available resources and locally suitable modern technology to achieve the global and sustainable food security in the state. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Nure. Sir, serial number 47, 49, 50, 69, 78, and 86 are present.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll start with.
So we'll take one by one.
Okay, 47. Serial number 47.
This is Katiki Sarkar. Katiki Sarkar. Katiki Sarkar, please unmute yourself and start presenting your posters on the screen.
Hello, sir. Very good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Katki Shrikar from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. Today, I'm here to present that rural environmental planning, an approach to environability. There is very alternative ways to face the challenges in environmental problems by certain other countries. But we need to incorporate few of these things in our strategies. Like I want to highlight those. According to, I can short it out into like 4 themes. These are like public policy and instruments, technological innovations, value added, and then regional development. According to public policies and rural environment, public policies and instruments, rural environmental registry should be maintained and environmental readaptation should be followed, and the environmental zoning and environmental fragility. These are the few techniques and that should be involved in our policies so that our environmental policies, like it will be strengthened and it will strengthen our ecosystem also. Whereas technological innovations included like water waste management, solid waste management, rainwater catchment, and pisciculture should be involved, so that these technological innovations can help to regain the environmental strength. And then value added in rural areas mostly focused on like health house, organic certification and production, manufactured products, green tracks forestry, and agroforestry system. These systems should be followed as a addition to the crops. And then regional development includes like rural tourism, ecotourism, birds watching, and educational tourism. Countries like Sweden, Switzerland, and Japan, those countries are very good in environmental index, but our country is lacking in it. So we need to focus on these areas. Growing along with our crops, we can give an emphasis on remaining things, so that it will be like value added and more strengthen our environmental policies. These to be incorporated. Rural environmental planning, public management, and public instruments guided the farmer in the new environmental compliance process of the farm, such as environmental registry and to legal framework and recently implemented policies and laws. And technological innovations such as improvement in irrigation systems and implementations, and rainwater catchment systems in the production systems already developed in the farm and researched for the better process efficiency opportunities. These are like a huge opportunities we should incorporate along with our farming practices. The thematic of added value was addressed in the projects like coupling of economy. We can focus on mostly that social responsibility and environmental conservation and economic return. These all should be attained through these following these strategies, and these are like challenges we can be faced through it. And then the regional development is a something newly emerged, that is ecotourism and educational tourism or rural tourism. We should focus on these things and landscape analysis, so that we can regain our strength, and we can make it as a eco-friendly and environmental sustainability can be achieved through these things. It was like how I prepared a rural environmental planning strategy for the development of eco sustainability. Thank you.
Anil Bhatt, 49. 49 number, Anil Bhatt.
If Anil Bhatt is there, he will have to share his own poster because we do not have it.
He's there only. He's there. He is there only.
Unmute yourself.
And also share your slide, Anil.
Sir, I have already submitted because I am on already submitted presentation. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
We are listening and
Shruti
Sir, I have already submitted.
Okay, I understand. Let us find out where your presentation is. I do not have it. Dr. Arora, please see if it is available with you. I have not got his presentation. Shruti Abi, are you there? Shruti Abi and Shiba.
Yeah, I am. Okay.
Yes. Shruti Abi.
Okay, Anil Bhatt is there.
Okay, but his presentation is not there. So let us find his presentation. Till then, Shruti Abi.
It is on the screen.
This is Anil Bhatt's presentation. It is on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please start.
Dr. Anil, you can start now.
Dr. Arora, please unmute Shruti Abi. After this, it will be her presentation. Yeah, Dr. Anil Bhatt, you can start your presentation.
Unmute yourself,
Yes.
Anil Bhatt.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Should I start, sir?
Yes, please start.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Though the presentation is very simple as far as the fact is concerned, because the agriculture sector, which is as per the Indian Economic Survey 2019, employs over 42.1% of the Indian workforce and contributes around 15 to 16% to the country's GDP. And it is having its unique ecosystem. So to cater the need and modalities for the agribusiness promotion, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, they revamped Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, RKY Raftar, and it was launched in 2017-18 for innovation, agri-entrepreneurship. So this initiative was a thrust to promote entrepreneurship and startup, and with an aim to strengthen infrastructure in agriculture. Though agribusiness incubation is very, we can say it has started long back in 2003, but still it is in early stages in the Indian agriculture system. That is why the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare thought to promote it. And our Prime Minister, he is also very interested for the promotion of the agri startups. So, but what happened? Though we were actually, I'm associated with the project which is sponsored by the Agriculture and Food Project. So that is why I am having experience. I can suggest, we are very sure that the Hello.
Your audio.
Yeah, Dr. Anil Bhatt, is it over?
Hello.
Yeah, are you done?
Hello. Actually, signals are very weak in J&K. That is why I was disconnected.
Yeah, okay. So
Okay.
please conclude first.
Yeah. I will take only 2 minutes more. So,
not 2 minutes. You have only 1 minute.
Two agri startups which are in dilemma because of Right, sir. I will complete in 1 minute. So we are having 2 startups. One which have established their startup and they are penetrating their product in the market, and another one is who wants the grant in aid from the government. So now for their survival, I have only few suggestions. That is, they can have the teamwork which will play an important role during the situation, and decision lies with the founder of the startup, because depend on the revenue profitability of the startup. Another one is capital efficiency. Capital efficiency is very important for the part of the another important pillar, because business and economy is very relationship between expenses incurred by the company to money used to and another one is the cost cutting and purchase order. These are the we can say few strategies which the startup need to survive in the post COVID-19 pandemic, because now the government startups which are actually in the medical field and they are preparing the people that the startups actually work on that so that they can.
Anil, please wind up. Thank you. Please unshare your screen.
So, sir, I have again disconnected. Now it is finished.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Thank you.
Bhim Sen.
Yes, sir.
From Nepal.
Yes, sir. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, I am going to 105, sir.
105.
I'm going to share myself, sir.
You will be sharing yourself,
please.
Yes, sir. Is my slide visible, sir?
Yes.
Yes. On slideshow. You will go on slideshow. Yes, now it is okay.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everybody. It's me, Vincent Shrestha from Agriculture and Forestry University, Rampur, Chittagong, Nepal. I'm here to present on my poster entitled Effect of Weed Management Practices on Yield, Economics, and Dynamics of Spring Maize at Dhadingbeshi, Nepal. Going into introduction, maize is the queen of cereals, which has global productivity of about 5.9 tons per hectare, whereas the national productivity in Nepal is only 2.8 ton per hectare. And behind this, which have been a major constraint in maize cultivation, resulting in huge economic loss to farmers, which has a great potential of causing 40 to 70% loss in maize. And the materials and methods, the variety used was Rajkumar hybrid maize, and the design used was RCBD, and the experiment was conducted at Dhading, Nepal, with 8 treatments and 3 replications. The 8 treatments were wheat-free, atrazine only, pendimethalin only, atrazine followed by 240, pendimethalin followed by 240, 2 hand weeding at 20 and 40 DAS, farmers practice, and weed check. Atrazine and pendimethalin were used as pre-emergence at 83 DAS at the rate of 1 kg per hectare, and 2,4-D was applied as post-emergence at 35 DAS at the rate of 0.5 kg per hectare. The spacing used was 60 by 25 cm, NPK fertilizer at the rate of 160, 60, and 40 kg per hectare. And going to results and discussions, there were altogether 16 different woody species belonging to 6 different families identified in the experimental field, and such as Oryza sativa, Cynodon, Genopodium album, Amaranthus viridis, etc. And the total weed density was found highest at all the dates of observation in weed check and minimum under the weed free. And after weed free, the minimum total weed density was recorded in atrazine followed by 240 at all the dates of observation. Similarly, for weed control efficiency, maximum and minimum weed control efficiency were recorded in weed free and farmers practice at all the dates of observation respectively. And after weed free, the maximum weed control efficiency was recorded in atrazine followed by 240 at all the dates of observation. And similarly for grain yield, the maximum grain yield was recorded in atrazine followed by 2,4-D, and which was statistically similar with free. And the maximum BC ratio of 2.70 was also recorded in atrazine followed by 2,4-D. And in conclusion, the conclusion of my research study is the sequential application of atrazine at the rate of 1 kg AI per hectare is pre-emergence, followed by 2,4-D at the rate of 0.5 kg AI per hectare is post-emergence, was the most effective, high yield producing as well as most economic method of weed control in maize. The next better option for weed control in maize was the pre-emergence application of atrazine at the rate of 1 kg AI per hectare only. Thank you.
I'll just now, we have got a list of some presenters who have raised their voice. So based on their serial number in the list, I'll just call them one by one. First of all, Arunjit P. I learned that he has sorted out his voice issue. So can you please start speaking?
Aradhana Chauhan.
Hello. Yes, sir. I am Aradhana Chauhan. Hello.
Arunjit P.
Chauhan 47,
Hello.
47 number.
Hello.
Yes, speak.
Yeah. Can you hear, sir?
After that, Arunjit P. will be ready. Aradhana Chauhan.
Serial number 47. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Should I start?
Okay, please start.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah.
start, please.
Hello.
Yes, start, please.
Hello. Should I start, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay,
start,
sir.
Please.
A very good evening to everybody. I am Dr. Aradhana Chauhan. Hello. Yes. Sorry, sir. Due to the net connection. Hello. Yes, sir. I am
Yes,
Dr.
start,
Aradhana
please.
Chauhan. Yes. I am working as assistant professor at RCU Government PG College, Uttarkashi. Yeah, my today's topic for poster presentation is the effect of surface sterilants on survival rate of Dalbergia shisho Roxburghii through tissue culture techniques. First of all, I would like to discuss about introduction of my present work. The
Please
selected
skip the introduction. Dr. Aradhana, please skip the introduction. Just give the salient achievements because we do not have so much of time.
Okay.
You have 1 minute to
Okay,
complete
sir.
your presentation.
The main objective of the present study is to achieve maximum number of maximum number of contamination-free cultures through tissue culture technique and to identify the best contamination, the best combination of sterilants on to establish contamination-free cultures. So, due to last few decades, the heavy mortality in shisham was observed. So, to overcome heavy mortality, mass multiplication is the need of the hour. So, for that purpose, tissue culture technique is very helpful. So, for initial establishment of culture, we have to maintain contamination-free cultures. So, for require high survival rate. So this phase is very crucial in tissue culture. So after find out the suitable sterilant, we can establish maximum number of culture for further multiplication. So that is the conclusion of my work. Thank you.
Thank you. Please unshare your screen.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
No, I'm not sharing this. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Arunjit P. Arunjit. I am sure he is not here. Or with some other name.
Written in the chat that he is sorted out his
Pooja AP is writing that Arunjit is kindly let him in. All have been admitted. Nobody is in waiting room. You just go ahead with other. He's wasting time just. Meenakshi, Dr. Meenakshi.
Okay.
Hello.
Can you share your presentation?
What was your
Just a
serial
minute,
number?
sir.
What is your serial number?
Serial number is, I think, so 98, sir.
So you have to share it.
Dr. Arora ji, I have sent this PPT.
Okay.
No, it is 94, sir. 94 and 95.
95, 95.
Yes, 95. Yes. Just.
Dr. Arora ji, we have a PPT with us. We can also
Okay,
share.
sir, you please share. Actually, I am unable to share it, sir.
Okay, just wait.
Okay. Can I start till then, sir?
24 and then...
Can I start till then, sir?
No, please wait.
Yes.
Okay.
Shruti AB is there? Serial number 33?
Actually, this the PowerPoint which you have sent is having some problem.
Okay, no issue, sir. I can tell without PPT.
Okay, please do that.
If you have,
okay.
then you share it.
Yeah, I'll tell without
Even if you want to
PPT.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, good evening to all. Today my topic for presentation is strengthening linkage between researcher and farming community through various web-based and Android application in Indian agriculture. Sir, this research work has been done in the National Research Center for Integrated Pest Management, and in this we have developed a decision support system on mango crop for UP state. Actually, in today's era, as we all know, the digitization of agriculture is causing a significant shift in farming and food production. over the last few years, and the use of technology is bringing many economic and social benefits to the Indian agriculture. And the first and foremost requirement what we feel of the farmers is to get the timely information in response to their specific needs. So we tried to develop a decision support system for the various insect and pest of mango, for Uttar Pradesh. The main objective of this research work was to provide a web-based application for management of pest and disease of the fruit crop, to make the end user specific need through the user-friendly design and ease, and to help the farming community by providing a single platform. Okay, sir. For this conclusion, sir, the developed ICT tool can help the farmer and extension workers to identify the pest and disease of the food crop and find its management when a scientific help is not available. The developed tool can serve as an e-advisory system for the workers of that particular area. And the major mango insect pest reported by the farmers of the study area, which has caused the largest damage to the production of the this fruit crop, was thrips, which was pronounced as ruzi in the local language. And the data on the multiple aspect is also collected under this project across 55 districts of Uttar Pradesh. And the result of this research work also reveals that the infestation from the various pests and disease varied across the different districts of UP. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah, Shruti.
Thank you, sir.
Shruti Abi, please unmute yourself and start speaking. You know, you had already written in the chat box that you are available. That's why I have put up your slide. Okay, if you are no more there, then Amardeep Kaur, are you there? Amardeep Kaur?
Karan Chhabra.
Amardeep Kaur is available. She's saying, please unmute me.
Okay. Amardeep, yes.
Yes, sir.
Share your
presentation. Yeah, I'm uploading your presentation, Amardeep.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Please start your 1 minute.
Okay. A very good evening to all the members present here. My topic of presentation is on repercussion of COVID-19 on Indian agriculture. As we all know that the agriculture remains a center pillar of Indian economy. In the year 2018 to 19, India's average agriculture export were 685 billion rupee. But now due to this pandemic, India underwent national-wide lockdown, which had a knee-jerk reaction because of the complete shutdown of export and the major breakdown of the market supply chain. And all this was due to the non-availability of the labor and transportation. In all this, the main sufferers are the poor farmers who have lost their maximum hard-earned crop. Due to this pandemic, although the government of India has announced some of the schemes for the farmers under the PM Kisan Yojana, but still much has to be done for the farmers so that they can revive from the present situation. So the government should make some profitable policies for the marginal farmers, and also some relief should be given in the crop loans to the farmers to revive such situation. At last, I would like to conclude that there should be a good mapping and optimizing supplies that would be the key for the future resilience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Amardeep.
Thank you, sir.
Next. Dr. Ananya Roy Chaudhary. Dr. Ananya Roy Chaudhary.
Akshita Maheshwari. Unmute yourself. Akshita.
Question number 69.
Akshita Maheshwari.
Number 69.
Akshita Maheshwari, poster number 70.
Okay.
Question number 70.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I don't have that. You'll have to share on your own.
Okay, sir.
Sandeep Kumar Bangarwa. If you are here, please be ready after this. Sandeep Kumar, question number 86 after this.
Sir, can you see it?
Yes, please start your presentation.
Good evening, respected learned attendees. I'm going to present on the topic COVID-19 impact, rise of reforms in Indian agriculture for sustainability. COVID-19 cases are on continuous rise, which have stagnated or depleted the development in agriculture. Agriculture in India is largest livelihood producer and is significantly contributing for GDP. As we can see, GDP from agriculture in India has decreased to 4546.56 billion Indian national rupees in 2020. But the current GDP growth rate of India, which is -23, while of the agriculture sector is +3.5, has shown that agriculture can salvage the Indian economy. COVID has cracked the backbone of the economy, increasing the food prices to 9.62% as compared to previous years 2.63%.
Please tell about your study, not the background, because time is short.
Okay, sir. Due to disrupted supply chain. Therefore, some reforms can be added to mitigate this crisis. Government has initiated extension of loan term and approved 63 lakh loans of 86,600 crore in agriculture and a capital limit of 6,700 crores for procuring agriculture produce is sanctioned to state governments. Some other practices that can be done are long supply chain involving multiple stakeholder entities are needed to reform, building a resilient, nutritious food system in the time of crisis, improving access to resources, credit, and basic healthcare, strict management, and efficient practices to prevent post-harvest losses. In conclusion, COVID-19 pandemic gave rise to some onerous challenges, but it is also an opportunity to expedite reforms in agriculture to augment its resilience and sustainability in present and future challenges. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Akshita.
Dhruv Sanandan Bhardwaj. Dhruv.
What is your poster number, Dhruv?
Dhruv, tell me your poster number.
Sir, my poster number is 75, sir.
Okay, so do you have it?
Sir, yes, I
That has
have
not
it.
been
Share it.
Okay, please share.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
After this, Karan should be ready.
Good evening, sir. My name is Dhruv Sanandan Bhardwaj, and I'm a PhD horticulture student at MIT Institute of Organic Agriculture, MIT University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. And it's been, I feel very obliged that I'm with such of the dignitaries and presenting my poster to such of the distinguished faculties present. My poster topic is a mango fruit, an agricultural commodity in the northern India supply chain merchandise, and it has been made under the guidance of my faculty ma'am, Director Associate Professor Dr. Nalindra Mawat. It has the following observations like synopsis, introduction, methodology, results, conclusion,
What are you
recommendation.
sharing, Dhruv?
Sir, I'm sharing my poster, sir.
Where is your poster? We can see only the folder.
Select your poster.
Open your poster and then share.
Yes, sir. Sir, is it visible?
No, your whole folder is visible. This PC local disk D.
Yes, sir.
You open your poster.
Yes, sir.
And then share the PowerPoint presentation, not the folder.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Unshare it and then open your presentation
open
and
it.
then share it.
Open it and then go to share screen.
Share screen, sir.
First of all, unshare it. Dhruv, first of all, unshare this. Then open the poster and then share the poster, not the folder.
Okay, sir. Share.
Unshare it first. Stop sharing. Yeah. Now share again and then share only the open poster, that PPT file.
Sir, okay, sir. The three has been come up to me: ANRCM scientific poster, OneNote Windows, get the app.
What?
Wait, sir. Sir, let me try again, please.
You open your poster on your mobile or laptop, whatever you have.
Sir,
and then go to this Zoom meeting window, then share from there.
Zoom meeting window and share.
Sandeep Kumar, if you have. Sandeep Kumar, if you can share.
Sandeep's poster I can share, I think.
Sir, can I mail to you, sir, please?
You wait. First you learn it how to share. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Sandeep, if you are there, your poster should be on the screen. Please unshare. Yes.
Sandeep, you have to speak something.
Sandeep, your poster is on the screen. Please present it.
I have chosen this topic because, as we all know, that India has the highest buffalo as well as cattle population.
Please speak loudly and
Please come closer to your mic and then
tell
speak.
your name. Dr. Kohli, the screen is not shared.
Okay. I'll do that again.
Sandeep?
Yes, sir.
I will do that again. Just a minute.
Okay, sir.
Please, संदीप की तो आवाज नहीं आ रही.
Am I audible?
Speak loudly. किस नाम से दिख रहे हो आप?
Sir, myself Sandeep Kumar.
Speak loudly.
जोर से बोलो.
Yes, sir.
Yes, now
Yes, sir.
Not my
The
poster.
slide is visible.
No, sir. This is not my.
This is Dhruv's slide. This is Sandeep Kumar Bangarwa.
No, sir. This is only Sandeep Kumar, sir.
Yeah, Sandeep Kumar Bangarwa
So
is.
what is your poster number?
The poster number is 86.
What?
86. 86.
86.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now this is 86. I have Dr. Swami. You have sent me this poster under slide number 86. Sir, it can be 87 also.
Okay, let me check.
87 is also Vic and Maha.
May I
Should I put this one?
May I share it myself, sir?
Yeah, sure.
दीप कुमार बंगरवा का होना चाहिए ना.
Mahashankar Majumdar, you present.
Yes.
They are just wasting.
Not only Sandeep.
Mahashankar Majumdar, you share your screen.
Yes, sir, I am present.
You share your screen.
Hello. Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Vikram Kumar and Mahashankar Majumdar.
Yes, sir. But I cannot share yet. Someone sharing this screen, sir. I think Adiba Kohli.
Okay, I will remove. Okay, now share.
Sandeep Kumar Bangarwa, your poster presentation is in session 3rd.
He is not Sandeep Kumar Bangarwa. He is only Sandeep Kumar.
Then, Dr. Sahab, this PPT is correct.
Yes.
Sandeep, if you have your PPT, then you share yourself.
Yes, sir.
After this.
Session 2nd में
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन वो
हमने तो नहीं लगा दिया इसका.
अब मैंने नहीं देखा कहाँ है वो. कहाँ है? मैं तो देख लिया इसमें है.
My screen is sharing, sir.
इसमें है.
May I start, sir?
हाँ, फाइल मैनेजर में.
Mahashankar.
Yes. शेयर कर लो.
Myself, Sandeep
Zoom,
Kumar. My
zoom.
screen,
Send to Zoom.
I am sharing my screen, sir. This people.
महाशंकर जी आप स्टार्ट करिए. Now it is Sandeep Kumar. Yeah, this Okay, is Sandeep, you can start. Come closer to your mic and start speaking.
Myself, Sandeep Kumar from the Banaras Hindu University. My topic is strategies for upscaling the fodder production to sustain the livestock demand. I have chosen this topic because as we all know that India has the high population of buffalo as well as cattle, and also ranks second in golden sheep population. We are producing about 20% of the world's livestock. But our problem is that we have only the 4% arable land is under the fodder production. So we have a deficiency of about 729 of green fodder, million ton of green fodder, as well as 157 million ton of dry fodder annually. To cope up this challenging situation, we have to intervene through the agronomy, plant breeding approaches, policy approaches, as well as infrastructure, institutional support. So for the
Okay, Sandeep, thank you. Mahashankar Majumdar ji, you can start speaking after sharing your slide now. Please unshare the slide of Sandeep. Mahashankar Majumdar ji, please
Yes,
share your screen.
Sir, please. Device. WhatsApp. WhatsApp.
Should I or you will share on your own?
Media. Document. CSV document. हाँ इसमें देखो. PPT. Sir, I will already send my PPT plus. Can I?
No, I can share. Then you do not share. Okay, please wait.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. You can see your slide now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Myself, Mahasankar Majumdar, Scientist B, Central Seal Board, MSS of Guwahati. Today, I am going to present a poster on rearing performance and cocoon characteristic of Muga silkworm on its primary host plants for sustainable development. Sustainable development means the present needs without hampering the natural system ability to provide the necessary ecosystem services and natural resources. We believe that the Muga culture originated in the Brahmaputra Valley of Assam and also the Northeast India. About 6% of the natural silk produced in the world obtained from the Muga, the Anthera assamensis helper. It is the sole product of India. Muga food plants are perennial tree and are available in wide range of geographical region in northeastern part of India. While Parsia bombicina, the shom, and the Lycia monopatella rocks, the swallow, are the primary food plants of the Muga out of 24 food plants. The success of Muga culture mainly depends on the accessibility of food plants and their leaf nutritional status beside environmental condition during rearing period, resulting quality in terms of the preparation of silk content. The objective of the work is that variation of rearing performance of Anthera assamensis with reference to host plants, shom and swallow, comparative analysis of host plant, effect with reference of shom and swallow growth, life cycle and production parameters of Anthera assamensis. Methodology, we use some biochemical analysis of the cocoon characters, and we use some the formulae for the biochemical analysis of this methodology, and we we average full length of average of 10 full growth of larva, average larval duration, ERR percentage, single cocoon weight, single cell weight, SR percentage, average fecundity, hatching percentage, and we see that in the rearing in some plantation gives a better result to us. So it is the opportunity to to us that if we go for rearing in some plantation, we get the good result. If you see the photograph evidence that in some plantation, the larval, we can see that throughout the year we can do rearing in some plantation.
Please conclude.
Yes, sir. And but in swallow plantation, we cannot grow for the throughout the rearing because in winter season it is a defoliation of leaves. The present investigation showed that during spring season, Muga silkworm fed on some plantation April to May showed better result in terms of economic traits and yield about 7,000 cocoons per DFLs. Better coupling behavior, average fecundity, and also the hatch percentage. So thank you everybody, and thank you for giving me chance to for the presentation of my poster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mashankar.
Shahimat Sohara, share your presentation.
Yes, sir. I will share now.
Poster number
31, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please speak.
Okay, sir. Good evening, one and all. My poster topic is on high-tech agriculture and the scope of agriculture entrepreneurship. We know food and water crisis is one of the most prevailing issues of the modern world. Nowadays, the technology has developed so far, and the use of modern technology which leads to an agriculture entrepreneurship to success. So, agripreneurship, we can say it is a major concern is to identification of the market demand and developing the protocol to be followed in the production. So the major objective is we have to identify are there any scopes to start the enterprises in the field of high-tech agriculture. The high-tech agriculture, it can be either precision agriculture, greenhouse technology, rain shelter, vertical farming, aquaponics, hydroponics, or aeroponics, or either soilless usage of soilless rooting media. If precision farming techniques means with the minimum input we are getting the more output. So we can incorporate the remote sensing techniques, GIS, GPS, etc., and to enhance the production, etc. And in case of greenhouse technology, it protects the crop from the extreme climate and adverse climate, and we can expect more yield out of the greenhouse technology. And the we can use the new technologies like greenhouse automation here. So it will give the scope, it opens up the new scopes for the entrepreneurs. And in the case of vertical farming, it is said that the around 10 raised to 9 hectare additional land is required to produce the sufficient food for the growing population by the year 2050. So the vertical farming, we can utilize the vertical spaces inside a structure, and we can grow the crops in a stacked layers. So, and another one is the rain shelters, many kinds of green leafy vegetables, etc. We can cultivate in the rain shelter and produce more. And another, the high-tech farming, high-tech agriculture technology is the aquaponics. Here, the some examples of enterprises working on the aquaponics technology is given, like Solution Farms, Nainital-based Nainital Aquaponics, Arpan Farms, Chennai Crofters, Eden Aquaponics, etc. And this Chennai Crofters is mainly used IoT-based technology, that is with the help of Internet of Things. They are just controlling the parameters like pH, nutrient level, EC, etc. And another one is the hydroponics, and I have given some examples of enterprises working on the hydroponics like Lactera, Agritech, Recycle, Jenga, Fresh and Green, and Future Farms, etc. And here it is given the IoT based hydroponic structure. Here IoT based system, the pH, EC value, water luminosity, etc. can be monitored with help of different sensors. And another one is the aeroponics. This also opens up new scopes for the entrepreneurs to work on that. And we can use, say, the soilless rooting media wherever the soil is problem, or if we can, by using the soilless rooting media, we can cultivate inside the structure also. I'm concluding the poster presentation that emerging technologies makes agriculture more attractive for unemployed youth, and the increase the productivity on how well these technologies helps the community. And the technology adoption depends mainly on the cost effectiveness and ease of operation of the system. And when such methods are available for crop production, entrepreneurs can come up to make use of it for making drastic change in the agricultural field. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you think that hydroponics or aeroponics can feed the nation without soil?
Yes, sir, because nowadays our... Hello, sir.
Yes, yes, go ahead. Yes, go
Because
ahead.
the land is now... hello?
We are listening. You just tell.
Sir, because of... Okay, sir. Because of the urbanization now, the buildings are more and the land availability of the land is reducing. So here, I told about the vertical farming. This just vertically we are cultivating, and we can integrate the hydroponics and aquaponics culture in with the vertical farming. So it will we
Land
can
is agriculture.
we can just pop up with the
Agriculture land is 141
agriculture
million
land
hectare
is reducing.
in India.
Yes, sir, but the population is just keep on increasing, and to meet the this grammatically growing population, we have to produce more. But land is everywhere building is coming, and the agriculture land is just getting down. So
Okay.
we have to find another way if we are not having the sufficient land to cultivate. So this method integrate we can integrate all these method green we can keep the hydroponics culture in within the greenhouse. So we can integrate all these high tech agriculture technology to feed the nation.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you, sir.
Please stop sharing and then.
Karan,
Arunjit, please once
Yes, sir,
again
Karan.
ask him to
Karan,
present.
Yes, sir, I am here, sir.
share your screen. Karan,
Yes, sir, I am here, sir.
share your screen.
Sir, I cannot share the screen. Actually, I am in a Baramulla, Jammu
Can you
Kashmir.
wait for a few minutes?
Okay, okay, sir.
So what is your poster number, Karan?
96, sir.
$96.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 96.
Shruti Abhi. Shruti Abhi.
96.
Shruti Abhi. Unmute yourself.
Sir, I'm Shruti. Am I audible?
Can you share your screen?
No, sir, I am connecting via my
What is
phone.
your
Can you
poster
share my
number?
poster? Number 33.
Jalashmi Rawat, can
Number
you share?
33.
Poster number of Shruti?
33.
Yes, sir. Jalakshmi Rawat,
Can you
53.
share?
No, sir.
33, I am sharing 33. Not any.
Sir,
Just a
share
minute.
my
33
screen.
I am sharing.
Share my poster. Jalakshmi Rawat, 53.
First of all, Shruti AB.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, Shruti, start speaking. You have 1 minute. Shruti, start speaking. Your
Sir,
poster
it's
on the
not.
screen. Can you see your poster?
Okay, sir. Okay. Good evening, all. Myself, Shruti from Kerala Agriculture University. I am here to present a review poster on nitrification regulation, a mitigation strategy for nitrogen pollution in agriculture. So as we all know, over the years after Green Revolution, there has been a tremendous increase in the consumption of fertilizers, especially nitrogenous fertilizers. According to FAO, from 1960 to 2010, there has been an increase from 20 to 100 billion tons over these years. So what will happen if we increase the fertilizer consumption in this manner? It will lead to nitrogen pollution. Means once we apply nitrogen fertilizers to the soil, it results in the formation of ammonium ions, which will be converted to nitrate ions by biological oxidation known as nitrification. So of the nitrate ions formed, only 30% is taken up by the plants, and rest 70% it will be lost to the environment via gaseous loss as elemental dinitrogen or as greenhouse gases like nitrous oxide, nitric oxide, or it can be leached to the water bodies and can lead to eutrophication. And these two environmental impacts, that is mainly due to nitrification, can be regarded as a cause for nitrogen pollution. So now we will see which are the strategies that can be adopted for regulating nitrification and thereby reducing nitrogen pollution. And the factors includes the substrate availability, that is the ammonium ions availability, then the environmental conditions prevailing in the soil, and the presence of nitrification inhibitors, and also the population of nitrifiers or the microbes present in the soil. And the two broad strategies that can be adopted includes, first one is management to control the availability of ammonium ions to the soil. First one is timing of fertilization. For specific fertilizers, so that depending upon the crop stage, soil analysis as well as plant analysis. And the second one is we can avoid following, means continuous cropping. When we go for continuous cropping, the competition between plants for the available nitrogen will reduce nitrification and associated losses. And the third one is intensify soil nitrogen cycling, means we have to increase the input of nitrogen from organic manures and biological nitrogen fixation rather than that from chemical fertilizers. And the next one is use of slow and controlled release fertilizers. Means when we apply these fertilizers, the nutrient release from these fertilizers will coincide with that of the nutrient uptake by the plants. And the examples include neem coated urea, polymer coated urea, urea supergranules, etc. And the next strategy is inhibition of nitrifiers. And we can go for either using the synthetic nitrification inhibitors, that is chemical nitrification inhibitors, such as allyl thiourea, nitropyrin, dicyandiamide, DMPP, etc. So another innovative and new technology is biological nitrification inhibition. That is, according to Subbarao, it is the ability of certain plant roots to impart soil nitrification by production of some biological compounds. And it is widely reported in the tropical pasture grass Brachyria, and also in our grain crops like sorghum, rice, wheat, etc. Now, how to utilize this BNA? That is, we can either go for a breeding approach by integrating these BNA potential to our record crops, or we can grow for a system approach in which we can include these crops in our cropping systems. So let me conclude my poster. So nitrification regulation is critical to keep the nitrogen within our ecosystem without losing to the environment. And among these approaches, BNI or the biological nitrification inhibition can be utilized from a breeding perspective as well as system perspective to regulate nitrification and control nitrogen pollution. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shruti.
Shubham Oja.
Question number?
102. Share your presentation, or I will share.
I have it. Don't worry.
Okay, I will share. Okay, you are sharing.
On the screen.
No, it is not visible. Yes. Okay. Shubham, speak loudly.
Okay, sir. Good evening, welcome to the
Good.
I am Moja.
Speak loudly.
Of MTech Agriculture, Department of Soil. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I'm audible, sir. Hello. Hello.
Yes, you speak loudly.
Hello. Okay, sir. I am Subhoja and I am the student of
Do not read whatever you have, just speak whatever you want to, very crisp, because you only have 1 minute. Okay? Just tell how you measure unsaturated hydraulic conductivity using this line source field ripper method. Okay?
Okay, sir. Sir.
And come near to your mic, then speak. I think your voice is not there.
Hello.
Okay. Shubham, if you are not audible, then we go to the next. Karan Oja. Karan Chabla.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am here.
Share your screen.
So actually, I am not able to share. That's why.
What is your poster number, Karan?
Poster number 96.
Aurora, let them tell your poster number. If you don't have, then only they will share their own poster.
96, sir. 96.
Okay, that I do not have. So, if anybody has it, then can be shared. Poster number 96.
Okay, I am sharing. Karan Chabla.
Yes, sir.
I am sharing just now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is all visible.
Yes, yes, it is visible.
It is visible but not readable. Karan, what do you want to show? Just say in case.
Yes,
Cannot
I will.
read anything, just speak.
Yes, I will speak myself.
Yes.
Good evening to all respected dignitaries. Myself, Karan Chabda, currently working as SMS in Krishi Vigyan Kendra Baramulla. Actually, this is the research of my post-graduation times. In this, the topic is the impact of growing environment on phenological development, growth, and yield of barley cultivars under semi-arid regions of Haryana. Under this, the objective was to evaluate the growth and all the yield related parameters at each 15 days interval times for the two crop growing seasons in the 2 years, at least for the from sowing to crop maturity for every 15 days interval. So there were 4 dates of sowing, and the 4 cultivars of barley were Haryana-based cultivars of barley were grown for 4 times at different respective dates. And it was observed that under the phases, it was observed that the early sowing and the optimum sowing date, that was the 3rd November and the 18th November, it took large maximum number of days to grasp the and to accumulate the diameter and all the other things, all the other observable parameters to conserve, and it took large number of days in comparison to the late date of sowing. And similarly, under the among the varietal differences, the variety that is V4 BH885, it took large number of days to grasp more more yield parameters. And rather than the plant under the plant height and number of tillers, it was observed that the maximum plant height was observed for the early and the optimum dates of sowing, and among the varieties, only the BH 902 was there, which was the heighted and among the other cultivars. And similarly, for the number of tillers, it was observed that the more number of tillers were observed for the variety BH85 in comparison to the other varieties. And among the dates of sowing, the first date of sowing grabs the more number of tillers per meter square. Then thereafter, the leaf area index and for the diameter accumulation, the leaf area index was rather than more grabs at the 90 days after sowing, and maximum LAI was observed for the D1 and D2. And among the cultivars, the maximum LAI was observed for the variety V4 BH885, and similarly the maximum diameter accumulation was accumulated by the variety V4, that is the BH885. And similarly, then for the grain yield, and if we are going for a biological yield, the maximum yield was observed for the early and the optimum date of sowing. And among the varieties, the BH885 absorbed more yield and the biological yield as well. And finally, it was concluded that for the 3rd November and the 18th November crop, it absorbed more number of radiation, and the more intercepted radiation was there. So it took large number of days, and the more yield accepted by these certain dates of sowing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, anybody else?
Yes, sir. 53, poster number 53, Dr. Jayalakshmi Rawat.
Okay, just a minute. Poster number 53.
Can you share, Jayalakshmi?
I will.
No,
Poster
no,
is
sir.
not. Actually,
Can
your
you see?
poster is not visible to me. I mean, this is
53.
Yeah, 53. But what I have is just your format that was given to you. You see, 53.
Okay.
This is what I have.
Then, I can speak only without any presentation. Can I speak, sir?
Okay. Okay, if Dr. Sanjay Swami, you have his slides, you can share. You have sent me, but this will not open on my system.
Sir, we are not having right now.
Okay. Then Dr. Jayalakshmi Rawat, you can speak without your slides.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. Myself, Dr. Jalakshmi Rawat from RCU Government PG College, Uttarkashi. My poster presentation topic is plant used in traditional healthcare of livestock of Uttarkashi, Gadwal Himalaya. As we know, Gadwal Himalaya region has a great wealth of medicinal plants and traditional knowledge. Health and economy are the key features of our life. Livestock are the important part of our economy, and therefore their health is as equally important. My objectives, poster objectives are to study ethno-veterinary medicinal plants used by farmer community to cure animal disease in Uttarkashi. Next next objective is to study local traditional herbal treatment. Third one is documentation of ethno-veterinary plants. During the survey, it was noted that these ethno-veterinary plants used to treat various veterinary diseases such as basic first aid for food poison, indigestion, snake bite, bone fracture, antibacterial and antifungal activity over cuts and wounds, udder and teeth swelling. The information provided in this study would bring new insight on the development of environment-friendly, effective medicine to control veterinary disease in future. And in addition, this study may be highly useful to protect and conserve medicinal plant as well as traditional knowledge of farmers of Uttarkashi district of Gadwal Himalaya.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Paireddi Navina.
Arunjit.
Paireddi Navina, your poster I am just uploading.
Hello, sir. Arunjit.
Arunjit का लगा दो भाई, बहुत देर से वेट कर रहा है.
Okay, Arunjit, just wait. Let's see if this presenter is there. Then I will upload it. Paireddi Navina. And Genitha Emmanuel.
Hello.
Yeah, please present.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. So myself, Navina, PhD scholar, JNKVB, Jabalpur. And today my presentation topic is shelf life study of fruits and vegetables using chemical and natural preservatives. As all of us know that shelf life of perishables and semi-perishables is very less compared to non-perishables. And we can reduce the formation of total soluble solids using some preservatives. And so fruits and vegetables I have taken are bananas, tomatoes, and cucumbers. And for increasing the shelf life and for reducing the formation of total soluble solids, I have treated these bananas, tomatoes, and cucumbers with calcium chloride, sodium chloride, and lime juice. And measurements I have taken are pH, total soluble solids, weight loss, and shelf life. And due to pre-treatment, compared to control and lime juice treated fruits and vegetables, shelf life of calcium chloride treated fruits and vegetables with steeping time of 5 minutes and 10 minutes, and sodium chloride treated fruits and vegetables with steeping time of 10 minutes is more. And also pH and the formation of total soluble solids and weight and reduction in weight loss was less in calcium chloride and sodium chloride fruits and vegetables compared to and just treated fruits and vegetables, sir.
Okay.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Navina.
Okay, sir.
Arunjit, share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Arunjit, your slide number is? Poster number
24, sir.
Okay.
After this, Vishnu Prasad Das should be ready.
Arunjit, please speak.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
sir. Over the years, search for food and farming have transformed the agriculture from the initial hunting to settled cultivation to commercialized farming, where we have variety of specialized farmers, for example, paddy farmers, wheat farmers, banana farmers, etc. But along with this, there is a system of cultivation of practice in and around the farmer dwelling unit, that is homesteads. The multi-storied configuration is one of the most distinctive characteristics of home gardens or homesteads and is regarded as the factor responsible for its efficient resource utilization. So I am here to present resource capture and utilization through canopy stratification homesteads, a blueprint of sustainability. Myself, Arunjit P. from Kerala Agricultural University. The major contributing factors to sustainability in homesteads are its horizontal and vertical structure, soil conservation, resource use, biological interaction, and its multiple production system and the ecological characteristics. In the case of horizontal structure, we know that it's more number of crops are arranged in scattered or orderly manner. According to a study by Ravindra in 1997 in a homestead system containing coconut as a main crop, the crops like banana, cassava, elephant foot yam, and vegetable cowpea can be successfully grown as intercrops in coconut home gardens with half the recommended dose of nitrogen and phosphorus and full recommended dose of K without any limitations of moisture, nutrient, and space. The vertical stratification, according to Jose and Shanmugaratnam, there is a four-tiered structure. In the first layer, there is a ground layer within 2 meters, and second and third layer will be intermingled, and the fourth layer to a height of 10 to 25 meters. And in the soil conservation, both erosion control and nutrient cycling and fertility maintenance are observed. The erosion control is due to the factors like multi-colored canopy structure with dense root structure along with dense root system and the high species diversity existing in the homesteads with thick litter layer. This will be contributing to the protection of soil from the falling raindrop, resulting in the lower rate of erosion. And in the nutrient cycling in the homestead is apparently closed, and it also maintains the soil fertility also. In the case of resource use, there is a efficient utilization of light in the homestead or home gardens. The top layer were the shade intolerant species and the lower layer shade tolerant species. For example, ginger turmeric can be grown. And in the case of water recycling, during the period of heavy rainfall, these water recharging will be occurring in the homesteads. In the case of sacred groves, which are part of the homesteads, where there will be a apart from the conservation of the biodiversity, there will be more storage of water and water harvesting also. Mulching standards for climbing plants, for example, pepper when we are trialing on coconuts or any other multi-purpose trees is an example for the standard for climbing plant parts. And the nitrogen fixation, biological control of weeds and diseases are also present in the homestead. And there is a multiple production system existing in the homesteads.
Thank you, Arunjit. What actually is being done in stratification? Do you do some sort of pruning or what is being done?
And it also having microclimatic as well as macroclimatic regulation. In macroclimatic,
that is okay.
the carbon
Please answer
sequestration.
specifically what is done for this canopy stratification. Physically,
sir, can you please ask again once
for
again?
Canopy stratification, what is being done? Some sort of pruning or training or what is being done?
Yes, sir. To manage the shade, we have to prune.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Sir.
Means shape management can help, na?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Sir. Okay, sir.
Now next one.
Vishnu Prasad Das.
Yeah. So poster number.
Unmute yourself, Vishnu. You are raising hand, but you are not unmuting yourself.
What is your poster number?
Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
What is your poster number?
Sir, my poster number is 30 in the first session.
Okay, just a minute.
Can I share my poster, sir?
Yes. Yes, if you have, then share it.
Yes, if you have, you can.
Okay, sir. I am sharing, sir. Sir, is it visible? Hello.
Yes, visible.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. Thanks a lot to Dr. Sanjay Swami, sir, and Ansuman Kohli, sir, to helps me to present in this session. After this session, I am waiting for that. And myself, Vishnu Prasad Das, I am currently doing PhD in BCKB under Professor Vishwapati Mandal, and I am going to present my MSc work. Conservation, Agriculture, Climate Smart Approach for Carbon Enrichment. Here, basically, I am not going for an introduction, and my main purpose to that, it is this poster is going reflects how how efficiently, that is the efficacy of conservation agriculture in imparting recalcitrance, that is climate resilience. Expansion of intensification of the agriculture is the clear evidence of SOC declaration, all of you know. And conservation agriculture, it is a new form of agriculture, resource saving agriculture came into picturization with an aim to conserve the natural resources with sustainable management. My objective is to evaluate the efficacy of conservation agriculture on enrichment of soil organic carbon, and the hypothesis is addition of carbon through crop residue under limited tillage environment in conservation agriculture may facilitate the carbon sequestration. And it was particularly conducted in the long-term experiment of conservation agriculture, which is carried out in Pusa since 2006. It is one of the oldest, probably the first oldest experiment in conservation agriculture on the East Indo-Gangetic plain. And my the soil is experimentally totally calcareous in nature, and the treatment detail are: first is control, where both rice and wheat are grown in conventional tillage. In partial conservation, one crop is in conventional tillage followed by another in zero tillage. Then zero tillage without residues, zero tillage with brown manuring, and zero tillage with 100% residue. Now comes to the result. First of all, the impact of conservation agriculture on vertical distribution of carbon stock. Here in 3 different depth, all these depth carbon stock, distribution of carbon stock follow the same trends. That means zero tillage plus residue, 100% residue result in a significantly superior carbon stock as compared to the conventional one. It is because of the addition of crop residue coupled with zero tillage. But in case of conventional system, there is rapid oxidation of organic carbon, thereby leading to less carbon stocks. Now come to my second figure, that is proportion of oxidizable carbon to total organic carbon under CA. And here we saw that from conventional to zero tillage, there is a gradual decrease in the percentage, that is around from 46.6 in control to 38% in zero tillage with residue. It is simply signifies that more allocation of stable pools, more allocation of carbon in stable pools rather than the labile pools under zero tillage. And it is more in control because in conventional tillage it breaks the aggregate structure and macro into micro and the silt and clay fraction, thereby it exposes the protected carbon, physically occluded carbon into for microbial easy accessibility of oxygen and enzymatic activity, thereby it go on oxidation. But and the stability is more under zero tillage with brown manuring, because it is nothing because of the green manure crop which is having more rapid rate of decomposition due to narrow CN ratio. Carbon buildup over control, that is conventional under conservation agriculture. Here this figure is clearly show you that the carbon buildup in active pool, passive pool, and as well as TOC, it is more in zero tillage with residue as well as zero tillage plus brown manuring, whereas the active pool buildup is more in zero tillage with brown manuring, because when brown manuring having narrow CN ratio and wide mineralization rate, when it is added in the soil, then it will easily decomposable, and it produce also some water soluble carbon, and there is more labile carbon fractions. Thereby the active pool is more in zero tillage with brown manuring, whereas the passive pool is almost 99%, which is more in zero tillage plus residues, and it is the oldest, so it may be the reflects the stability. And also you see the carbon buildup rate, which is zero in active pool, that is 0.79 mg per hectare per year in case of zero tillage with residue, but in highest in zero tillage with brown manure, that is 0.88 mg per hectare. And it now I am coming to my figure 4, that is influence of conservation agriculture and stability of carbon. This figure particularly reflects the climate resilience of conservation agriculture, which is I am going to deal, that is the main topic. Means here you see as the tillage intensity, that is degree of conservation in agriculture increases, that means with increase in intensity of tillage, the carbon enrichment ratio, that is the red one, is decreasing, and it is decreasing from 1.22 in control, and it is increasing with increase in degree of conservation agriculture, that is 1.86 in zero tillage with residue. So this red curve, that is carbon enrichment ratio, it proves the as there is enrichment of carbon, so there is obviously the upkeeping of soil health is in better condition under conservation agriculture, which will definitely helps in which reflects the sustainable production of crops. And now active and passive pool, the active passive pool of carbon, it is simply the reverse of conclude. Okay, sir. And major findings are the addition of crop residues along with reduced tillage intensity to provide a better niche for the
You have
microbes.
already told this, come to the conclusion. Okay.
Yes, and from my study, I concluded that the treatment with zero tillage plus residue retention is considered as the best land management practice, not only to improve the soil health through carbon management, but also to mitigate the greenhouse emission and also reduces the pollution which arises due to the crop residue burning. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Vishnu Prasad, I think this was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Please keep on sharing. Why do you remove it without that? Okay. Anyway,
Okay, sir.
But I would just like to ask, to my understanding, conservation agriculture is just one thing. What is degree of conservation agriculture?
Okay,
Shouldn't
sir.
we have used another term like, I mean, conservation tillage can be used, or but how can you say degree of conservation agriculture?
Yes,
When
sir.
you go for one plowing, you cannot call it conservation agriculture. CA
Yes, sir.
means no soil disturbance, permanent cover,
And
and some
minimum.
crop protections.
Yes, sir.
Can you
Sir,
respond now?
okay, sir. Sir, actually, this system is carried out with different treatments, but I classify the treatments into the scenario. Like I convert into degree of conservation agriculture. That means it including both your tillage intensity as well as residue addition. Say, for example, in control plot, the tillage intensity is higher as well as no residue retention. So that way there is a scale we develop.
What was there on the x-axis in that graph? What had you plotted on x-axis?
Sir, where, sir?
Degree of conservation agriculture in that graph. There's
Sir.
something on x-axis.
Yes, sir. In x-axis, I put tillage intensity.
Okay. So instead of writing degree of conservation agriculture, you should write tillage intensity.
Okay, sir.
Isn't it? Otherwise,
Yes.
an excellent presentation. Thank you, Vishnu.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Next.
Anybody left with presentation? Please.
This was for poster session 1. But
Sir,
if
I'm
anybody
left,
else
sir.
from poster session 1 or anybody from poster session 2?
Dhruv, sir, I'm Dhruv. I'm left with poster, sir.
Okay, Dhruv, your poster number, please.
Sir, 75.
Dr. Arora, sir, I have sent his PPT.
Okay.
Just now I have sent through email.
Thank you.
He is not able to share.
I am sharing.
Thank
I
you,
am sharing.
Thank you very much.
I am sharing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to you.
Just a minute.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I have your Dhruv now. I can do it.
Dr. Kohli, wait. I am.
Yeah, it is there on the screen. Dhruv.
Yes, it is visible.
No, sir, not yet.
This was a PPT
Dr. Kohli,
slide.
it is visible.
Yes, sir. It is visible now.
I can see what I am sharing.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Kohli, please see if it is visible.
Visible, Raksa, visible.
Then go ahead.
I cannot see it. Yes, now it is available. Okay, Dhruv.
You have to wait it because from Lucknow to Delhi and from Delhi to Meghalaya it takes time.
Yes, sir. I'm highly pleased for your cooperation, sir. I'm highly pleased. Thank you very much.
Yes, please start. Dhruv.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll start. Good evening, sir. My name is Dhruv Sanandan Bhardwaj, and I'm a PhD horticulture scholar at MIT Institute of Organic Agriculture, MIT University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. And I hereby present my respect to all the distinguished faculties and dignitaries present in the international conference ANRCM. Here is my poster entitled Mango Fruit and Agricultural Commodity in Northern India Supply Chain Merchandise, which has been authored by me, that is Dhruv Sanandan Bhardwaj, and my faculty, ma'am, Dr. Nalini Ramawat. The poster goes as here under. It includes various subheadings like synopsis, introduction, methodology, conclusion, recommendation, and results. The synopsis covers the mango, which is also known as the king of fruits. India accounts for the 40.5% of total production share.
No, please leave the introduction and come to your main point. Come to your findings.
Okay, sir. I'll come to the findings. Sir, it includes the methodology portion, whereas in methodology, the supply chain model, which has been used by the farmers and the merchants, is being devised in the result section. The other one, sir, can I get it the full screen, sir, please?
Dr. Arora, please go to view and full screen.
View and full screen. Okay.
Full screen mode.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Still not visible.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So the methodology includes the types of research such as action research, data collection through primary and secondary data, empirical statistical results, ANOVA test, Pearson's correlations, and Fisher test. Results include hypothesis operations, hypothesis outbound, inbound logistics, supply chain implications, which have been accepted at various levels in the farmer and trader level, along with the supply chain at the consumer level. The results are the supply chain merchandise in the merchant level, that is the traders which are exporters and importers in India, as well as the NRIs present in different countries of the parts of the world. It's been depicted with a flow chart on the result section in the middle section. The other one section includes the mango orchard modification in today's modern farming practices being encouraged by the farmers, and the second chart in the middle section propose that. The third chart represents the Fisher and the Pearson's model, and the calculation itself, along with the price rating at the packaging and storage level by the farmers and the wholesalers who actually audit at the mandis in the APMC market in Azadpur, New Delhi, in Rishikesh, in Saharanpur, and or the other parts of the northern India. The third and fourth one are the chart depictions of the respective Pearsons and the Fisher correlation, which have been made under the guidance of my Dr. Nalini ma'am in the Excel format. The conclusions are here as follows. India is running under weak supply chain, but due to the present government practices and the government support, the infrastructure is being developing at many bounds, and the supply chain is improving at a very faster rate, because FCI and Niti Aayog, being headed by Mr. Amit Shah, is been doing a lot in this fair, and I have personally visited to the Niti Aayog and FCI operatives areas, where the mango, especially the fruit known as the king of fruits in India, is being taken as a prime fruit in the several mandis of the northern India, including Azadpur, Saharanpur, Rishikesh, Garhmukteshwar, near Garhganga.
Please conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll conclude it. The recommendations which have been inculcated by me under the guidance of my faculty ma'am are that we need to strengthen the Indian Export Council to double the income of farmers by 2022, and that can be done with improvement in orchard practices and the management practices at the processing and the storage level. The future research will focus on the focus group discussions, WTO phytosanitary standards, gap accounting procedures, which is again has been signed in 2001 by the government of India, and which is still under in the improvements. The focusing on the individual components, including the marginal and the advanced modern farmers. So these are the future research and recommendations which have been incorporated by me under the guidance of my teacher. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dhruv.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, anybody else?
Anybody left with today's poster presentation may raise hand. Khushbu Chandra, you want to present? Raise your hand.
Dr. Arora, I think it's 8:30 and everybody would like to just wind up. So we cannot just keep on calling everybody to come in.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, Kushbu.
Sir,
Your
actually,
poster number
I'm
is?
just
Yeah,
attending
your
the presentation. Tomorrow is my session.
Okay, okay. Then you present tomorrow.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
We are just seeing if anybody want to present today in session number 1 and 2. Your poster should be listed in session number 1 or 2. If not, then we are closing. I request Dr. Kohli.
Before we close, Dr. Arora,
Dr.
can I say
Swami.
a few words?
Dr. Swami. I think
Dr.
Dr.
Arora, before I hand over the mic to you formally, just one thing I would like to say to all the presenters, maybe those who are presenting for tomorrow's session also, please take care that this medium of poster presentation, these e-posters, when they are presented as a single poster on the screen, please take care that before sending it, you should see that once it is blown to the full size in a screen, in a meeting program like Zoom or this WebEx, you should see that it should be visible to the audience, and all those articles, all those figures, all those tables that you want to show should be readable. Probably some of the participants in this session have very nicely presented their posters. Although it would not have been visible had they presented that poster as a single slide, but what they have tried to do was that they just they just zoomed it to a size when it was visible, and then through their mouse they could just control by scrolling. Say for example, you see this Dhruv's poster. I would just like to share it once again and tell you something about it. Say suppose this is his poster, and if we go to, it is visible in a big font in this manner, but if we go for full screen mode, now it is barely visible because the host can see it in a bigger size, but all other audience sees it in a smaller window. So it becomes very small. But if suppose we leave this full screen mode and just use our mouse to keep on scrolling, just attract the attention of the audience to what we see, then probably we can make a better presentation and get the audience understand what we want to say. So thank you everybody for this, for your time. We are already up to 8:30, well past maybe like 2 or 3 hours after the conference. Dr. Y.P. Singh would be worried that he had shared earlier that we should finish off our conferences in time, but it ultimately takes such long time when we have such enthusiastic presenters. Thank you very much, and over to you, Dr. Arora.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli and Dr. Anil Sharma for conducting the poster session. Dr. Anil Sharma, few words from you also.
Sir, I'll just say 2 lines regarding this session, sir. What we could make out is that COVID-19 has given a new field of research to all the researchers. A lot of people are showing impacts of COVID-19, but I tell you, it is too early. It is not over yet. Impacts will be much more than that. I'll talk a few words about aeroponics and hydroponics, sir. Practically speaking, I'm having experience because aeroponics is a very costly affair, and it is not feasible that whole agriculture should be aeroponics should be used. The aeroponics can be used to feed the people or raising population, because it is very costly affair. And that's it. And it was a very good session, very nice session, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anil. I request Dr. Sanjay Swami, to sum up for the today organizing secretary of International Web Conference. Dr. Hadda is with us since morning. Thank you, sir. Dr. Swami, please conclude for today. Unmute yourself, Dr. Swami. You have to click it on unmute. I am asking you to unmute on. I think there is some internet problem. Sir, concluding remarks from Dr. Hadda, sir.
I shall be unmuting. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Arora, for asking me to have some of the concluding remarks. First of all, I am grateful to Dr. Kohli, Dr. Anil Sharma for taking all kind of pains to be with the poster session and listening to the different persons or the participants or the delegates, those who have presented the things. No doubt we are listening to the COVID kind of how it is they are varying within the soil or the soil livestock systems, how they are varying from one place to another place. So that's a good kind of information pouring in from the different places. But since this is doctor's part, to my knowledge, I think as we have understood somewhere that Dr. Swaminathan mentioned that we have to have an idea onto the biodiversity. How the microbes they are varying within the soil system or within the soil plant atmosphere system or soil, air, water system. So all that is now showing its importance that how far the biodiversity and ecological balances are to be maintained. And we have to continue with the different kinds of studies where they are beneficial to the different clay to soil or sand to silt or the other kind of variations. I think since from time immemorial, the people they have been using the clay kind of material to when the houses were of the mud, the villages. So that itself indicates if it's a really a clay kind of material, where I think to my preliminary knowledge, the microbes or the other kind of COVID impact, COVID-related microbes, I'm not that side specialist. I think they can have the longer time to really enter into the food chain or to enter into the livestock or the other system. I think all kinds of presentations were very nice through the posters, and all have been listening very cautiously right from the morning till evening, all the technical sessions also. So thank you, Dr. Sanjay, by taking all kind of pains, and Dr. Sanjay Swami, the organizing secretary of. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. So we will be closing today's session, and then we will be joining tomorrow at 10 a.m. For the session, and Dr. Hadda will be the chairman of the session. I have sent you, sir, the details of the present. Yeah, lady speaker.
I have received it.
Okay, sir. Then we will meet tomorrow. Thank you all. Good night.
Okay, good. One and all.